Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the Clerk.
I present a copy of the Order of the High Court of Australia remitting the election petition Kaptarian and Buller and another to the Federal Court of Australia.
I call the Clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Statements on the significant matter of Police Remembrance Day on the 29th of September.
I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. Later this month will mark National Police Remembrance Day. The date of 29 September is derived from the feast day of St Michael, the patron saint of police. This year marks the 36th National Police Remembrance Day, an important day where we pay tribute to the courageous officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. In remembering this day, I pay particular respect to the members of this House who have dedicated part of their professional lives to taking that risk. The members for Richmond, Tangney, Wide Bay and Cowper. Every loss of life is a tragedy. Every loss of life gets felt by the community, but there's an even greater chasm left when we know that the person we've lost had chosen to put themselves in harm's way to protect the rest of us. At these moments, the risk that every officer takes is realised in the most awful way. And when this happens, the grieving is not limited to friends or family, it belongs to the entire nation. The unspeakable violence which was committed against officers in Tasmania, Constable Keith Anthony Smith, and most recently in Victoria, Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vardam Devart, has shaken us as a nation. Every day our police put themselves in the service of the community. They put themselves on the line. That's a spirit of courage and selfishness that is the mark of every man and woman from the moment they make the choice to enlist. And as we keep being reminded, there will be times when that spirit is called on to a degree that is nothing short of extraordinary. Just last night I had the honour of presenting the National Police Bravery Awards to 2 Australian Federal Police officers and 3 members of the New South Wales Police Force. Sergeant Aaron Cox and Inspector Peter Murphy of the Australian Federal Police were recognised for their incredible acts of bravery in response to a magnitude 7.3 earthquake in Port Vila while stationed in Vanuatu. Both Sergeant Cox and Inspector Murphy repeatedly entered a collapsed building which many people were trapped in. They made the conscious decision to stay and treat casualties, apply makeshift medical aid and evacuate victims, all while they believed a tsunami was imminent. Their selflessness, courage and leadership under these extreme conditions saved lives. Sergeant Daniel Cooper, Senior Constable Adam Davis and Senior Constable Joshua Norton of the New South Wales Police Force were also recognised for their bravery in response to the flooding of the Manning River in Taree in May of this year. These 3 officers rescued 38 people, 38, across multiple locations. And these rescues were nothing short of extraordinary. One man was rescued by Sergeant Cooper and Senior Constable Davis after spending 4 hours in neck-deep water. At another location, a family of 5 were rescued from the second story of their home amid live power lines in the floodwaters. And in perhaps the most extraordinary of them all, in conditions so extreme that the State Emergency Service and Polair were not able to assist, Senior Constables Davis and Norton launched their own flood rescue boat. They proceeded to rescue 5 people from 2 locations, including 3 elderly residents at the second location, one of whom was trapped in a roof cavity. Senior Constables Davis and Norton brought these 5 residents to safety in near darkness and worsening weather against the current of the floodwaters. They were presented with their National Police Bravery Awards in recognition of acting well beyond their duty by knowingly entering life-threatening conditions to save others, by conducting rescues where no other agency could. They undoubtedly saved lives and demonstrated exceptional bravery and commitment. This tenacity and commitment of police force members and law enforcement partners allows our policing community to continue to achieve substantial operational results, maximising their impact on the criminal environment. Our law enforcers work tirelessly in challenging situations to ensure the safety and protection of Australians and our way of life. Their work goes way beyond the ordinary concepts that we might have, which are still extraordinary work, of policing, community policing, that as local members we deal with every day. There are also police officers every day having to dedicate their work to look at some of the most horrific images that we could imagine. There are officers who are playing roles around the Pacific and around the world in helping to improve the police capacity of other police forces. There are police officers engaged in extraordinary work, getting to the bottom and working out how to deal with transnational, serious and organised crime. But the common thread through all of this is they put themselves at risk to keep us safe. On the 29th of September, we pause to acknowledge those who have committed their lives to the service of our community and who died trying to make our country a safer place for all Australians, and as a Parliament, we honour them.
And I give the call to the member for Canning to speak in response to
Thank
the
you, Mr.
Leader's
Speaker.
statement.
I join with the Minister for Home Affairs in making a statement on National Police Remembrance Day. On the 29th of September every year, we pause to honour the service and sacrifice of our police officers who paid the ultimate price and lost their lives in the line of duty. We take this opportunity to honour the men and women who dutifully serve each and every day, willingly putting themselves in harm's way to protect their fellow Australians. On the 16th of June this year, Constable Keith Smith was tragically shot and killed on duty in Tasmania. And just last week, Australians were horrified when Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat were shot and killed in the line of duty at Papunka in Victoria. Our deepest condolences go to their loved ones and colleagues who have been devastated by this loss. We also remember and honour the detective who was injured and those police officers working tirelessly in the cold, rugged Victorian countryside to bring the killer to justice. These tragic events are a sombre reminder of the dangers police face every day and the incredible courage it takes to serve our communities and country with that uncertainty. Every year on 29th of September, we pay tribute to those officers who gave their lives while serving and protecting the Australian people, men and women who lost their lives for the betterment of ours. Every year on 29th of September, we also recommit to providing solace and support to the partners, children, families and colleagues of our fallen officers who now carry their memory but also the scars of their loss. And we also encourage Australians to pause and reflect on the extraordinary service our police give to our communities and to our country. And I join the Minister in acknowledging those members of this House who have served in uniform as police officers prior to coming to this place. Every day our police serve on the front lines, often in dangerous and difficult circumstances, sometimes at great personal cost, and all too often unrecognised for their sacrifices. On behalf of the Coalition and this Parliament, I pay the deepest respect to our fallen officers. We thank all those who continue to serve, and their sacrifice and their service embody the great tradition of ordered liberty under law that makes our nation safe and free. Thank you.
Corby, Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the Shadow Minister for those words and obviously acknowledge while it's the police who we honour today, they're not the only former members of this, not the only members of this House who had previously put their lives on the line in a uniform. I move that further statements on Police Remembrance Day, 29 September, be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes. Corby, Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, statements on the significant matter of the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide.
I give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. People are our most important Australian defence capability. The resilience, dedication and professionalism of the defence and veteran community underpin our national security. We want Australians to be attracted to serving our nation in our Australian Defence Force and confident that they and their families will be well supported by their leaders, their mates and the broader defence organisation. In addition, they should be safe in the knowledge that whatever may befall them in service, they and their families will be properly looked after and their service acknowledged by a grateful nation. We know that when a person joins the Defence Force, their family makes sacrifices alongside them. It's important families are looked after in all stages of their defence journey. It is our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and well-being of our defence and veteran community. There is an expectation they will be looked after. For too long, this was not the reality. It was the families of our defence personnel and veterans that had taken their own lives, people like Julianne Finney, who campaigned in honour of her son David, who is here today, and Senator Lambie, who joins us on the floor of the House, who worked with us to secure the establishment of a Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide in 2021. The Royal Commission heard from thousands of current and former serving defence members and families, particularly the families of those who no longer are here to speak for themselves. We heard of systems that were frankly broken, of culture that was toxic and simply not enough was being done to support our Aussie personnel in and following service. We've heard those calls and we've been acting. The Royal Commission released an interim report in 2022 containing the recommendations they deemed the most urgent. We took action on all of them. Actions like clearing the unallocated compensation claims backlog, the 41,000 cases that had been sitting unactioned, and actions like ensuring that new claims are now being looked at by someone in the Department of Veterans Affairs within 14 days of being submitted. Good progress is being made on speeding up the system. New liability claims under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, the MRCA, are being progressed in around 100 days. There is still more to do. We know there are still complex claims working through the system and it is still taking too long to get through compensation claims. The positive changes have also seen a significant increase in claims being made to DVA and an increase in the complexity of those claims. All of this has reinforced the need to simplify and harmonise the veteran compensation system and the disaster of the current Tri-Act structure that causes confusion and frustration, which the Royal Commission found was a contributor to suicidality amongst our veteran community. We listened to stakeholders and engaged with the veteran and serving communities. After hundreds of discussion and multiple adjustments, we were able to pass the VETS Act, the Veterans Entitlement Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act, in February of this year. That means that from the middle of 2026, all veteran claims will be assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under one single piece of legislation that will be simpler to use and faster to process. This is the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century and means we'll be able to better provide the services and supports the veteran community needs when they need them. In response to recommendations 9 to 13 of the interim report, DVA and Defence have both worked to improve access to information for veterans and their families, simplifying the application process and making sure staff receive trauma-informed training. In September last year, the Royal Commission released their final report. It is harrowing reading. 7 volumes and 122 recommendations. We were tasked with effecting a once-in-a-generation opportunity for cultural change and reform. By December, our government responded. We agreed in principle to 104 recommendations and noted 17 for further work. Work has been undertaken at pace in the 9 months since, even with a federal election in the middle. This is not another report destined to live on the shelves. This is a living, breathing to-do list for government to do better. Those who have seen action, as well as those who haven't, deserve action. In December 2024, we established the Royal Commission Implementation Task Force within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to oversee the development of comprehensive and considered advice on a whole-of-government approach to implementing the government response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. We also funded DVA to undertake important consultations and co-design work with the ex-service organisation Peak Body and the establishment of a new wellbeing agency within DVA. By February this year, we had legislated a new oversight body, what the Royal Commission deemed to be the most important recommendation, the establishment of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission. As at the beginning of August, 9 recommendations have been fully implemented and a further 110 are underway, including a number that had only been noted, with a significant number of recommendations to be completed by the end of this year, 1 year from the government's formal response to the final report. The Royal Commission Implementation Task Force has identified 4 broad areas for priority action, being wellbeing, addressing military sexual misconduct, the military justice system, and the establishment of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission. The establishment of a new oversight entity with a dedicated and sustained focus on suicide prevention was deemed by the Royal Commission as the most significant action the Australian Government can take to address defence and veteran suicide. The Defence and Veterans Service Commission is a new statutory entity that will be up and running by the end of September, set to provide independent oversight and evidence-based advice to drive system reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for the defence and veteran community. The Albanese government allocated $5 million to get the Defence and Veterans Service Commission established, and today I can also announce that the Commission will receive significant operational funding of $44.5 million over 4 years. We're currently recruiting for the inaugural statutory Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner through a merit-based recruitment process. The Commission will perform their functions independently of government to oversee reform across the defence and veteran ecosystem. The Albanese government has empowered the Commissioner with significant independent investigation powers into veteran support and progress on implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations. This appointment will drive systemic change and champion the wellbeing of serving and ex-serving ADF members across government and the ex-service community. I want to acknowledge the recent Senate inquiry report into the legislative basis for the Commission and thank the senators for their work and those that gave evidence. It has always been the government's view that the Commission would be best provided for in its own standalone legislation, something that was not procedurally possible for us to do at the beginning of this year. We will do this. The Commissioner will be appointed by the Governor-General to provide greater independence, and we will ensure there is appropriate inclusion of defence and veteran families in its functions. The Royal Commission identified the need to have a more holistic approach to wellbeing when supporting defence personnel, veterans and families. Today I'm pleased to share with you that the Joint Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. The Department of Veterans Affairs and Department of Defence have been working together, consulting since 2023 to develop the Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2025 to 2030, together with the Mental Health and Wellbeing Action Plan and the Suicide Prevention Action Plan. The strategy complements the Defence and Veteran Family Wellbeing Strategy 2025 to 30 and the Veteran Transition Strategy. These are all key foundational documents for the new Wellbeing Agency. In addition to early intervention and comprehensive care, it prioritises wellbeing from the day a person signs up for our ADF until well after they hang up their uniform for the last time. This strategy unites the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs in their resolve to foster a culture of proactive wellbeing and mental health care, recognising that wellbeing exists in a continuum and cannot be segmented into service versus post-service life. This joint approach to improve mental health and wellbeing outcomes for the defence and veteran community will also begin to address Recommendation 78 of the Royal Commission final report relating to moral injury, noting there are broader efforts in partnership with other Five Eyes nations to research, minimise and prevent moral injury. Further, the strategy underpins the activities in the Australian Government response to the Royal Commission final report. I sincerely thank all of those current and former serving personnel, families, experts who have provided input to help shape the vision and goals of this strategy to improve the mental health and wellbeing of the defence and veteran community. The Royal Commission laid bare the sad and disturbing failures in the treatment of women. Failures across the defence and veteran systems that reflect systemic and enduring problems that need to be acknowledged with honesty, addressed with urgency and never repeated. The Albanese Government is committed to addressing these failures through the development of the Women's Veterans Strategy, a comprehensive plan to ensure both current and former serving personnel are valued and properly supported at every stage of their service and transition to civilian life. This strategy will address, either directly or indirectly, 52 Royal Commission recommendations and is being shaped by the voices of women who have served. The strategy will address core areas such as healthcare, mental health, financial security, housing and family support, all through a gender-informed lens. This is about more than policy reform, it's about fairness. It's about ensuring that every person who puts on the uniform, regardless of gender, is backed by a system that truly sees and supports them. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide recommended the establishment of a new agency to focus on veteran wellbeing and to support ADF members' transition to civilian life and their ongoing wellbeing. This is to make sure veterans who are transitioning and their families don't fall through the gaps that can so easily emerge. The Albanese Government provided $4.5 million to DVA to commence a co-design and consultation process with the veteran community on both the Wellbeing Agency and an ex-service organisation peak body. A national roadshow has been held throughout this year with over 44 co-design discovery workshops across 15 locations around Australia and online, working with more than 600 people. These sessions provided an opportunity for veterans, families, service providers and defence to help shape what the new agency should do and how it should do it. Work is now occurring to finalise the Wellbeing Agency operating model, including its structure, functions and areas of responsibility, with a view to commencement mid-next year. Consultations have also been underway regarding the establishment of an ex-service organisation peak body as recommended by the Royal Commission. It is vital that this peak body is developed and owned by the veteran community to ensure that it achieves the Royal Commission's vision. The Government supports this initiative and is up for the challenge, but can only realise it if the ex-service organisation sector itself grasps the opportunity. I encourage ex-service organisations of all sizes, locations and focus to share your feedback on a peak body. It is only with your collaboration, engagement and support that this important recommendation can be realised. Continued improvement to veteran wellbeing also requires a coordinated and ongoing research across a range of fields by Defence and DVA. This was recognised by the Royal Commission across a number of its recommendations. In particular, and understandably, there is significant interest in the Royal Commission's recommendations related to brain injury. The Department of Defence is working on a range of preventative measures to minimise exposure to activities with a link to causing brain injury. Additionally, Defence is working with the Department of Veterans Affairs on the establishment of a comprehensive brain injury program to improve prevention, early detection and treatment pathways for current and former ADF members with neurocognitive issues. They will work together with other partner nations' defence forces to benefit from their research as well. I am pleased to announce that DVA and Phoenix Australia have entered into a strategic partnership to deliver a new model for research and evaluation in DVA. The model is called the Veteran and Family Learning and Innovation Network of Knowledge, VFLink, and represents an investment of around $25 million over 5 years. Phoenix Australia will lead a consortium that brings together expert researchers and research translators from across Australia to undertake work relating to numerous recommendations relating to research and evaluation. This work is being prioritised so we can improve how we can better protect people from injury in service and support them following service. Across Defence, there has been significant progress in how mental health is supported, how mental health issues and concerns about suicidality are identified, and the training provided to personnel in this space. There's been a huge take-up of training. Some 67,300 Defence personnel completed the Defence Suicide Awareness Training between 1 January and 30 June this year. Programs are being piloted across ADF training establishments, including at the Australian Defence Force Academy, to better support veteran health, resilience and leadership development. This includes initiatives focused on early access to mental health services, peer mentoring and wellbeing resources. The Royal Commission's final report also contained a number of significant recommendations relating to Defence's response to sexual violence. Defence is taking decisive and immediate action to strengthen the way we respond to sexual violence within the Australian Defence Force. Recommendation 15 has been implemented through an updated central policy on sexual misconduct, which now provides clearer, more consistent guidance for commanders and managers. It outlines when to engage the Joint Military Police Unit, how to determine whether conduct may constitute a criminal offence, and introduces structured return-to-work protocols for those impacted by misconduct. While the military justice system serves a distinct function, let me be clear, ADF personnel, like all Australians, are also subject to Australian civilian law, and our policies must reflect that accountability. To improve clarity and alignment with civilian legal standards, Defence is reviewing and updating key frameworks, including the Defence Complaints and Resolution Manual, to ensure that definitions of sexual offences and reporting pathways are clearly articulated and in line with equivalent civilian provisions. Importantly, ADF Prosecution Council are now required to invite victim impact statements to be considered by a service tribunal during sentencing, aligning military practice with long-standing procedures in the civilian courts. This change will soon be reinforced through legislative reform as well. Further, in November 2024, the Chief of the Defence Force issued a directive relating to recommendations 18 to 21 from the Royal Commission for the need to consider suspension from duty and involuntary separation of members alleged to have engaged in serious misconduct, including sexual offences, sexual harassment, intimate image abuse and stalking. In response to Recommendation 22, Defence has now completed work to support the implementation of a presumption of discharge in circumstances where ADF members are convicted of sexual and related offences. This measure will be in place before the end of the year and supported by further legislative change. These reforms represent a critical shift. They send a clear message: sexual misconduct has no place in our Defence Force. We are building a culture that does not tolerate abuse, that acts decisively when harm occurs, and that places the safety and dignity of all members, especially those who have suffered in silence for too long, at the centre of our actions. The Royal Commission identified the need for independence in both research on the prevalence of military sexual violence among current and former serving ADF members and the establishment of an independent inquiry into military sexual violence in the ADF. Given the focus on these recommendations being delivered independently of the ADF, the task force is leading on both. The Royal Commission expressed concern about Defence's lack of reliable, integrated datasets for military sexual misconduct and its inability to quantify the prevalence or measure the effectiveness of interventions. Recommendation 14 sought research into the prevalence of military sexual trauma. Such research will inform Recommendation 25, an independent inquiry into military sexual violence. That research will commence shortly. Work is also underway to develop the terms of reference for the inquiry, which will include consultation with current and former serving victims of sexual violence in the ADF. The inquiry will commence in 2026 and its report and recommendations to government will be made public. In relation to military justice, in parallel to the Royal Commission, the 20-year review of the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force, the IGADF, also occurred. The outcomes of that review were considered by the Royal Commission. The military justice system seeks to balance the need for military discipline with the protection of individual rights, fostering a fair and ordered working environment for ADF members that minimises adverse mental health impacts on those who engage with the system. In August 2024, the IGADF commenced an independent inquiry into potential weaponisation of the military administrative system, examining whether the system has been or could be misused in ways to cause harm to ADF members and recommend improvements in line with Recommendation 30. In November 2024, the Chief of the Defence Force directed commanders and decision-makers to consider involuntary separation in cases of substantiated serious misconduct, including criminal conviction. In December 2024, Defence established the Military Justice Assurance Branch to strengthen coordination of governance, assurance and policy functions within the military justice system. To improve the quality, consistency and communication of the inquiry process, Defence has created a dedicated Joint Workforce Capability Employment Manager role to strengthen training and provide guidance for those conducting administrative inquiries. The Office of the Inspector-General of Australian Defence Force continues to provide independent oversight through statutory functions such as reviews, inquiries, investigations and audits. The government is implementing recommendations to improve the independence of the IGADF, including conditions of appointment, strengthening the IGADF under separate legislation and enhancing independence in staff selection. Consultation has occurred on the introduction of a mandatory obligation to consider mental health issues during involuntary separation processes. These changes will require amendments to the defence regulations, meaning implementation will be aligned with legislative change timelines. Defence is also assessing whether the support mechanisms available to members involved in the military justice processes are effective at meeting their needs and preventing harm. This is closely linked to broader work examining whether involvement in the military justice system may lead to adverse outcomes per Recommendation 33. Recommendation 23 to record convictions of civilian equivalent offences within the Australian Defence Force together with civilian criminal records is also in train. Technical changes are required to ensure service conditions can be ingested by the National Police Reference System and to the National Police Checking Support Service System and should be in place by the end of this year. There is, of course, still a lot more work to come on implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. But a year on from its final report, we are making good progress. However, the government has not limited itself to just the work coming from the Royal Commission. We set about improving supports for defence personnel, veterans and families before the work of the Royal Commission was complete. We're better supporting people in service and we're seeing more people choose to stay in the ADF for longer as a result. We've also expanded our Veterans and Families Hub network so people can access support close to home. A common theme throughout the Royal Commission was discussion on difficulties engaging with both the Departments of Defence and Veterans Affairs in relation to information access. While the implementation of recommendations 9 to 13 of the interim report have significantly improved this, there is still more to do. On a very practical note, engaging with the Department of Veterans Affairs is not as straightforward as it should be for the veteran community, and mechanisms like the DVA website were perhaps more of a barrier to providing useful information than actually being a useful tool. And so I'm really pleased to share with you that today the new and improved DVA website has gone live. It is a more user-friendly and includes a first of its kind for the federal government AI search tool that will actively answer questions from veterans about the supports and services they can and should receive. The Royal Commission's task for us as a government is no small feat, but we have no doubt that delivery of this will ensure the most comprehensive reforms to the systems, processes and culture to support defence personnel and veterans and families ever undertaken in Australia. Implementing these reforms from the Royal Commission are not a nice-to-have. They are vital in ensuring that defence personnel, veterans and families receive the care, services and supports they not only need, but they deserve. We will continue to do what's right, to take action on the Royal Commission as quickly as we can. It's the least we can do.
And I give the call to the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by acknowledging the men and women in this place who have served in uniform, and also those who may be listening to the broadcast at home, and say to you, thank you for your service, and thank you to your families who supported you in that service of our nation. Deputy Speaker, the Veterans Covenant ends with the words, "For what they have done, this we will do." For what they have done, this we will do. And Deputy Speaker, that's a reminder to all of us in this place who haven't served in uniform. It's a reminder to a grateful nation that we have some significant obligations when it comes to our serving men and women and their families. We have to work tirelessly to make sure we are recruiting the right people to join Defence in the first place. We are training them well. We are giving them the capacity, the equipment, the support to serve well. And then we need to make sure that they're able to transition well and go on to live happy, healthy and successful lives in the civilian community. I also want to acknowledge too at the outset, Deputy Speaker, that I need to apologise to the TPI Federation, because I was meant to be there this morning at a wreath-laying service, and I will miss the opportunity to engage with them face-to-face. And it is disappointing for those members on this side of the House to be given such late notice for statements of this manner. I was told last night at 6:45 p.m. that this statement was made at the House, and I had a prior commitment with the TPI Federation. I couldn't keep that, so I'm sorry I couldn't be there. But it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well for the bipartisanship which is needed in this portfolio. And sadly, it is somewhat typical of the arrogance and the hubris which has become contagious in this government. Not only has the Prime Minister stripped the crossbench of the additional staff needed to assess legislation, they've also cut the number of senior staff to the opposition. And it's a deliberate attempt to avoid accountability and scrutiny, and telling the opposition about such a major speech on such an important Royal Commission, the speech the Minister is about to make in less than 15 hours is somewhat typical of this government's approach. This is a speech that the Minister had been working on for weeks, and the opposition was given less than 15 hours' notice. They want bipartisan support, but they treat the opposition with contempt. And I'm sad to say, Deputy Speaker, we saw that in this place yesterday when we had legislation presented with no consultation with the opposition whatsoever, no consultation with serving men and women, no consultation with veterans, and seeking to impose a 20-year time limit on an independent statutory agency for review of defence decisions on major medallic recognition at a time when we're trying to engage and support our veteran community. It was extraordinary that the Minister came in here and endeavoured to put lipstick on a pig and pretend this is a good reform when it actually disenfranchises our veterans and their families. Only an arrogant government would seek to disenfranchise veterans and their families as we deal with the recommendations of this Royal Commission. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is a government so filled with hubris that they're ignoring the evidence of their own independent tribunal. When I say their own independent tribunal, this is a tribunal the Labor Party established in 2011. It was a good reform. It's part of the Gillard government's reform to provide a review capacity into defence decisions so that veterans and advocates could seek to rectify previous, perhaps, injustices. Under that reform, that bipartisan reform, we were able to see over the last decade medallic recognition of the highest order, a Victoria Cross for Teddy Sheehan. a Victoria Cross for Richard Norton, Delta Company, led by Commander Harry Smith's tireless dedication to ensure his men were properly recognised decades after that heroic action, medallic recognition for their efforts at Long Tan. But under the reforms the government rammed through the House yesterday, Teddy Sheehan, Richard Norton, Delta Company, none of them would have the opportunity to have their decisions made by Defence reviewed, because the tribunal is going to have, thanks to yesterday's efforts by the Labor Party, is going to have a 20-year time limit placed on their capacity to review Defence decisions. It is extraordinary. We have, on Anzac Day and other major commemorative events, a proud tradition in Australia where we end with the words, lest we forget. Three very powerful words, lest we forget. The sentence immediately before lest we forget is, we will remember them. We will remember them. But under Labor's legislation rammed through the House yesterday, we will remember them sometimes. We will remember them if it fits in a 20-year time limit. We will remember them now has a use-by date, thanks to this minister and thanks to this government. They want bipartisan support, but they rammed through legislation to effectively neuter an independent statutory agency at a time when we're trying to enfranchise our veterans through the recommendations of the Royal Commission. It was an appalling decision and misjudgment by the government, and demonstrates that they're not really serious about achieving bipartisan support. And the most extraordinary thing about yesterday was the minister spoke on the legislation last Thursday, surprised us all. We were quite stunned to see the legislation come into place. Then the bill was brought on yesterday, and we know they won the election pretty convincingly. There's about 93 or 4, is there? One member spoke. They were all missing in action. One member walked in to speak in defence of that legislation. So, Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised to be treated with such arrogance and hubris by this government when we see examples like that, because this government has also been dragged, kicking and screaming, to deliver the fully independent Defence and Veterans Services Commissioner, which is intended to win the trust of the veteran community and was actually a reform introduced by the Morrison government. We had a National Commissioner in place before the Royal Commission was even called. On this side of the chamber, we've been supporting calls from RSL Australia and veterans advocates for the Veterans Services Commissioner to be established as a Commonwealth statutory agency through purpose-specific legislation as recommended by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. Now, again, Deputy Speaker, this was the clear message from the RSL, from the advocates and the families of veterans that this should be a standalone act to build trust and ensure the independence of the Commissioner. Veterans advocates like Julianne Finney, who joins us here today, and the respected interim head of the DVSC, Michael Manthorpe, told the Senate inquiry into the issue that it would be highly desirable to create a standalone act. And let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, the only reason the Senate inquiry even occurred is because the coalition pressured the government into doing it. They were dragged kicking and screaming to have the inquiry. Now, this government would be well advised to listen just for a change. The RSL has said Australian veterans who have made unique sacrifices in service of our nation deserve to know their interests are being protected by an oversight body that will act without fear or favour. The RSL says the Commissioner should be established under a separate Act of Parliament as an independent body, and the Coalition agrees. So I urge the Minister to listen to veterans, listen to their families like Julianne Finney, listen to veterans advocates, listen to mental health experts, and listen to the Coalition and give our veterans the fully independent Commissioner they desire. Now, Deputy Speaker, I also want to direct my comments today towards the unique nature of military service and the need to ensure we properly support those who have served, both during and after their time in the Navy, the Army or the Air Force. At the time that I announced the Royal Commission in April 2021 alongside then Prime Minister Morrison, we said it was an opportunity for our nation to reset the agenda and unite the veterans community in what has been a very difficult, extraordinarily sensitive and incredibly complex issue for our veterans, their families and the Australian Parliament for decades. And the Royal Commission was particularly harrowing and emotional time for many of our veterans, our ADF personnel and their families who have lost their loved ones or been impacted in any way by their service. And I say again, thank you for your service. A grateful nation owes you an enormous debt of gratitude, and we must keep doing better. So we do need to use the Royal Commission to seek the answers and solutions to the unacceptable level of suicide in the defence and veteran communities. There is no level of suicide which is acceptable to this place or to the wider community. We have to do better. So I do agree with the broad themes in the Royal Commission that additional efforts are needed to harmonise and simplify the claims and rehabilitation system, and the Coalition has voted alongside the government to seek to harmonise the legislation in that regard. I also agree that reducing the claims backlog has been a high priority for the Department of Veterans Affairs since I took on the role in 2018 and since the new Minister took on the role in 2022. So that has been an effort, a combined effort over many years to reduce that backlog. I totally reject, though, any suggestion that the previous government, the Coalition government, failed to act to improve the veteran system for defence personnel or for veterans themselves and their families. This is a job, Deputy Speaker, that I believe may never be finished, but I can point to more than a dozen significant reforms during my time as Minister and during the term of the Coalition government. And I must say, on almost all of those occasions, it was with the support of my Shadow Minister of the time. We introduced free mental health care for veterans and their families. We started the process of wellbeing centres with 8 wellbeing centres in Darwin, Perth, Adelaide, Albury, Wodonga, Nowra, Tasmania, South East Queensland and Townsville. The current Minister's built on the network of wellbeing centres. We introduced a psychiatric assistance dogs program for veterans with mental health issues, the first time it's been done in Australia. We appointed the Defence Families Advocate to make sure families were recognised. There is an old joke that goes around military circles in relation to Army RSM saying, son, if the Army wanted you to have a family, they would have issued you with one. Well, we made sure that families were properly recognised. Families are properly recognised with the Defence Families Advocate. We delivered the Veterans Covenant and Veterans Recognition Package. We sought to overhaul Open Arms in support of the Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service. We established the Veterans Employment Awards, the Prime Minister's Veterans Employment Awards, which continue today. We commenced the establishment of the Joint Transition Authority because we recognise that transition is the high-risk period. Transition is where things go wrong. Transition is where a serving member whose life has been associated with the uniform, the sense of purpose, the job they do, and then they transition to civilian life, it can be excruciatingly hard. So the Joint Transition Authority is intended to ease that process and make sure support is provided, and that work continues today. We funded the redevelopment of the Australian War Memorial to tell the story of contemporary veterans, and that wasn't always popular amongst members opposite or in some parts of the community. But the importance of the Australian War Memorial redevelopment, Deputy Speaker, is to ensure that our modern veterans' stories are told at a time when they can walk into that building with their own families and tell their stories. That's what it's meant to do, Deputy Speaker, and it's a real credit to the Australian War Memorial. They're delivering that project, this generational project, to recognise the service and sacrifice of modern service personnel. We tell the story of World War I very well, World War II exceptionally well, Vietnam not too bad, but more recent conflicts, there hasn't been enough room in the Australian War Memorial to tell the stories, unfortunately. This redevelopment project is of generational importance, and I commend the War Memorial and the board for continuing to deliver that project with money that was delivered by the former Coalition government. We added a question. This may seem like a small achievement, Deputy Speaker, I can assure you it was harder than you think. We added a question on military service to the 2021 census. So for the first time, we were able to find out how many veterans we actually had in Australia. We actually found out, and then we could actually provide services in those communities in a targeted way to make sure we were supporting people in their communities. We delivered provisional access to medical treatment, we increased fees for health professionals to treat veterans, we improved financial support for veterans undertaking additional study, and the budget grew to more than $11 billion of support for veterans and their families. But more is needed. and we've just heard from the Minister at the dispatch box, more is needed. And I urge the government to build on these achievements, but not to tear them down. Australians can be proud of the fact that the budget for Department of Veterans Affairs has now grown to more than $14 billion. That's more than $14 billion in taxpayers' money provided each financial year to support veterans and their families. Deputy Speaker, what I'm going to say now will be contentious in some parts of our veteran community, and so I acknowledge that we have to walk a very fine line in this place when we engage in public debate on issues surrounding veterans and their families. Because there is no question, Deputy Speaker, that military service exposes our men and women in uniform to increased risks of physical and mental injuries. There is no doubt about that. They train at a high level, they have to train at that level to be ready to be deployed, and there are risks of injuries that go with that. And when they are deployed, the trauma they can be exposed to can obviously cause long-term issues. So there's no questions there at all that there have been many occasions also when Defence and DVA have failed to properly support our ex-service personnel. I agree the system at times has been too slow to act, too hard to navigate, and often too combative for veterans. But it's important to acknowledge that no two stories are the same. Now, our men and women might all wear the same uniforms, but they are all individuals, and they have individual experiences. And we need individually tailored support where it's required, or sometimes no help at all as they transition to civilian life. Some people will transition needing no help at all, Deputy Speaker. So I do say with respect and a high degree of caution, Deputy Speaker, that I do have concerns with the Royal Commission risking a false and perhaps dangerous narrative that everyone who serves in the Australian Defence Force will end up severely injured, broken and needing lifetime medical support for their physical or mental injuries. So by providing that platform to focus on the very real and sometimes the perceived deficiencies in our system of support for service personnel and our veterans, what was lost was the positive story of military service and the benefits it can provide to the individual and obviously to the nation, and they were sometimes lost in the public debate. And we need to reassure our veterans that they should not become despondent. Help is available through Open Arms, through the Department of Veterans Affairs. And at a time when the Australian Defence Force is trying to attract, to recruit its fair share of the best and the brightest, the most capable young Australians, the busted veteran myth is a barrier to achieving our recruitment targets. Now, compounding the situation, though, Speaker, is a situation where we have a veteran compensation situation right now, which is being hijacked by some unscrupulous fee-for-service advocates who are more interested in maximising any payout to our veterans to boost their own commissions rather than the well-being of their clients. And I urge the Minister to take a close look at this issue. I know he will be exercised by it. Let's start, though, with this simplistic narrative that everyone who serves in the Army or the Navy or the Air Force will have a negative experience which will leave them with scars for life. It's undoubtedly true the unique nature of military service exposes ADF personnel to risk, but it's equally true that our grateful nation owes our veterans the care and support they need, but we have to remove the stigma to seeking help and support. We have to make sure that help is timely, and we also, as the Minister has indicated, need to focus on well-being and a more holistic approach. But I caution again, Deputy Speaker, it's completely untrue to imply that everyone will need medical help after ADF service. And we must not feed our veterans or our community a diet of helplessness and hopelessness because it's damaging to both them and their loved ones. Yeah. And the other thing, Deputy Speaker, which I'm concerned about, it actually damages and it creates a barrier to future job prospects. If potential employers think they're recruiting damaged goods, I've heard stories from veterans where they're being asked in a job interview, "Oh, do you have PTSD? I see you served in the Army." It's just not fair, Deputy Speaker. We need to make sure we have a balanced conversation in the public debate. Yeah. As I said, we do walk a fine line because we have to get that balance right. We have to have help for those who need it. It has to be timely, but we have to make sure we don't label all ex-ADF personnel in that way. Because from my experience as a minister and as part of the ADFPP program, I've met some incredible young Australians in our uniform all around the world. Enlisting to keep our nation safe appeals to people from all walks of life, often with varying motivations. Undoubtedly, for many, there's a strong sense of patriotism and they desire to serve a greater good, while for others it's simply a pathway to a university degree or trade qualification while receiving a full-time salary. It's actually a good career offering for the right people, and our conditions of service compare favourably to our Five Eyes partners. Many veterans have confided in me over the years that their service in the ADF made them into a better person and gave them the discipline and the leadership skills and the problem-solving ability which improved their lives, and many of them have come to this place and proven that, Deputy Speaker. On transition, they often reflect with pride on their service and say they miss the camaraderie and the sense of purpose they enjoyed as part of their unit. So, Defence is a major training organisation, Deputy Speaker, and we need to make sure that the people who serve well, train well and transition well can go on to have successful lives in the broader community. Deputy Speaker, at a time when ripping off the government seems to be regarded as a victimless crime in some circles in Australia, there are people who are perpetuating the broken veteran myth to try and improve their own financial well-being through the advocacy system. We are seeing a cottage industry developing where unregulated advocates are charging excessive fees and, in some cases, percentage-based commissions with the sole focus on maximising a veteran's entitlement, and I do urge the Minister, as part of his reform efforts, to have a very close look at the advocacy system. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I say again, the opposition is prepared to work in a bipartisan manner as much as we possibly can to assist the government in supporting our Australian Defence Force personnel, our veterans and their families. We stand ready to work positively to deliver the reforms that are needed in defence, in transition and in DVA itself. But we won't be silent, Deputy Speaker. Where we see problems and failings of the government or departments, we will speak up. We are determined to provide a voice for our defence community in this place. As I said, I fear the system will never be perfect, but it's important that we continue to learn from any mistakes we've made in the past. And it's important that we don't feed a vicious media cycle of despondency, desperation and helplessness when help is available to our veterans and their families. The vast majority of Australian Defence Force personnel are proud of their service. They will train well, they will serve well, they will transition well the next stage of their lives, and they will be incredible contributors to civil society in our nation. But for our veterans who experience difficulties for any reason whatsoever, we must give them and their families the support they need in a timely manner. We need to keep investing and supporting the people who are already working today to help our veterans. There are literally thousands of Australians, both volunteers and paid staff members, who are working today as part of ex-service organisations to support our veterans through advocacy and through their hard work, and we want to thank them and continue to work with them and their families. Their contributions are already saving lives and they deserve to be properly acknowledged. Deputy Speaker, we mustn't look backwards. We need to bank the improvements we've made and then work constructively to invest in new ideas and reform measures that can deliver a better system in the future. And the Royal Commission has been an opportunity to unite the military community and the political class to achieve those positive outcomes in the interests of all Australians. For my part, I'll continue to promote positive stories of service, notwithstanding the challenges and the difficulties that many of our servicemen and women face. But at an uncertain time in our nation's history, it's important to note we have a well-led, a world-class, a highly respected, well-trained, incredibly capable Australian Defence Force, and we should all be proud of them. But it is a job with inherent risks of death or serious injuries, both physically and mentally. As a grateful nation, we owe them the best conditions of service we can afford to provide, every effort to ensure their physical and mental well-being, and an opportunity to transition successfully to civilian life. Deputy Speaker, for what they have done, this we will do. I thank the House.
And I give the call to Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that further statements on the update on the implementation of the recommendations of the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I have received messages from Her Excellency the Administrator recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, appropriations for the purposes of amendments to be moved by a Minister of a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to aged care and health care identifiers and for related purposes. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an Act to amend the law relating to aged care and healthcare identifiers and for related purposes, and requests the House to make the amendments in Schedule A annexed. The Senate informs the House that it has also made amendments to Schedule B annexed. I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments requested by the Senate be considered immediately.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the requested amendments together. Minister?
I move that the requested amendments be made. Deputy Speaker, we're delivering once-in-a-generation reforms to aged care that give older Australians more choice, dignity and safe, high-quality care. We've continued to listen to older Australians, the workers who care for them and our aged care providers, and we're stepping up to deliver more home care support now and under the new Aged Care Act from the 1st of November. We've engaged in positive, constructive negotiations with the opposition over this sitting period, and we're grateful for their genuine desire to help us build a better aged care system. The existing home care package program has almost doubled in size in recent years, growing to around 300,000 people compared to 155,000 people just 5 years ago. The new Support at Home program will help even more older Australians stay at home for longer, with a higher level of care available to support people to stay close to family and community in the comfort of their own homes. This is a responsible decision that will deliver more care faster to the older Australians who need it most, while maintaining the medium-term fiscal save that was a key pillar of our aged care reforms last year. To keep up with the increased demand, the Albanese government is fast-tracking the release of more home care packages. We'll make an extra 20,000 home care packages available in the next 8 weeks until the new Aged Care Act comes into effect. And once the new Support at Home program comes into place, we'll provide support to a further 63,000 older Australians in the first 8 months by the 30th of June 2026. Deputy Speaker, this Labor government is committed to ensuring that older Australians get the care they need and the care that they deserve. The bipartisan passage of this legislation is the latest milestone in our generational aged care reforms.
Thank the Minister, and I give the call to the... I'll just state the question again, that the requested that the motion be agreed to. My apologies. I'm giving the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this request for amendments received from the Senate. These are historic amendments for this Parliament. It is testament to the importance of being constructive when we can and critical when we must. This is an important moment in this Parliament because this is a moment where an arrogant government has been brought to heel. And it is important for the House that we understand how we have arrived here today. After months of coordinated pressure and sustained questioning in Parliament, the Coalition has forced the Albanese Labor government to belatedly release tens of thousands of home care packages for older Australians who've been left waiting for too long. Labor promised 83,000 new packages from the 1st of July 2025, but instead decided to withhold that support. They blamed the sector. They blamed the bureaucrats. This out-of-touch government blamed everyone but themselves. Because of Labor's delays, not a single new home care package has been released this financial year. As a result, the priority waitlist has blown out to more than 108,000, a 400% increase in just 2 years, whilst wait times have tripled. These are not just statistics, these are Australians. Tragically, almost 5,000 older Australians died in the past year while waiting for care. Thanks to a coordinated pressure campaign from the Coalition, led by the Shadow Health and Aged Care Minister, Senator Anne Ruston, in the other place, the government has caved. We forced Labor to make a choice in this legislation, Deputy Speaker: listen to the Coalition and release these packages early, or vote against the Coalition and deny vulnerable Australians the support they desperately need. As we can see today, they have listened to the Coalition and they have listened to older Australians. The truth is, it took the Coalition to force this arrogant Labor government to listen to older Australians and to us. This situation should never have happened. The money was in the budget. The capacity was there. Only Labor stood in the way. It's a black mark on this government that they withheld support from tens of thousands of older Australians who desperately needed it. Neither the Prime Minister, the Health Minister, nor the hapless Aged Care Minister have explained to Australians why it took the Coalition holding their feet to the fire in the Senate to release this much-needed support. Deputy Speaker, given their performance this week, I'm not sure we should expect an honest explanation anytime soon. But be under no illusion, these amendments represent a defeat for this government. This is not a deal, Prime Minister, this is a defeat. Labor has been forced into a humiliating back-down. But this is not about political wins or the government's back-downs. It never has been. This is a win for older Australians in desperate need of assistance. Australians who built this country died waiting for the packages they could have and should have accessed, but were denied because of Labor's bad decisions. Australians like Clara. Clara is 91 years old. She lives with her husband who suffers from Parkinson's. Clara has been assessed as needing home care support to help her stay living independent with her husband. But she has been told that she will not receive her home care package until July 2026. Or Elliot. Elliot is 86 years old and lives at home with his wife. He was approved for a level 4 home care package in March this year, but was told it would be more than 12 months before he will receive his package. In the meantime, both of his daughters are having to provide the care their parents need. These are the Australians we have fought for. These are the Australians we pushed the government for. And these are the Australians who've had a win today. Deputy Speaker, this is a crisis of the government's own making. We are proud to have forced this government into providing an additional 83,000 packages this financial year, but there is still more work to be done. And the Coalition will continue to fight for older Australians with one clear goal: no one should have to wait for the care they have been assessed as needing.
Yeah. Just before I give the call to anyone else seeking the call, I'm just the Leader of the Opposition, out of respect to your position, was given quite a bit of latitude in that speech. But I am going to remind any remaining speakers that at this stage of the debate you are required to speak to the amendments. I have two people on their feet. Is there an agreement between the two of you, or would you like me to select? I'm going to give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, we as a parliament have delivered a significant win for tens of thousands of older people in need of aged care support at home. The Greens and the Crossbench are delivering for our communities, and it shows that despite Labor's massive majority in this place, we can still encourage them into making real, meaningful change for regular people in the community. After months of pressure from the Greens and the Crossbench, the government has announced it'll bring forward the planned 83,000 home care packages and begin to release them immediately, with 20,000 released prior to the 1st of November. The government had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, to this outcome. They had to suffer...
Member for Ryan, remember the introductory remarks?
Yes.
Let's get straight to the amendments that you are wanting to speak to.
To bring forward $20,000 new home care packages. Amendments passed by the Senate have forced the government to urgently negotiate and bring forward that release of 20,000 home care packages and front-load the release of the Support at Home program from the 1st of November. The Greens have been pushing for a long time, pushing the government hard to take action, chairing a Senate inquiry into the issue and putting forward amendments to the government's aged care legislation. My Greens colleague, Senator Penny Allman-Payne, has worked very hard at this, and it is a credit to the work of her, to Senator David Pocock and to Senator Ruston that this reform has been achieved. This will begin the work of addressing the urgent needs of over 200,000 older Australians waiting 12 months or more for basic care like showering, cooking and cleaning. But there are still over 200,000 people on the wait list for support at home, and this win will barely touch the sides. We're still seeing care rationed and older people treated, sadly, like commodities. This government is looking more and more out of touch and desperate after being forced to change policy by the Greens and the crossbench. What is particularly concerning is how this government is allergic to transparency. They hid that wait list, that the wait list was not 87,000 but actually well over 200,000. They've hidden modelling on the financial impact on older people. They've hidden the fact that until we forced them to, they were releasing no new packages at all. Together, we've ended those pointless delays and started getting older Australians the essential care that they really need. Labor has resisted all calls to do that right thing, so now the Parliament has had to force them to. That is the power of the Greens and the crossbench working together, and it has made a real difference for older people in this country. Thank you.
Okay, now. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is an incredibly positive thing to rise and support these amendments that were hard fought, I think it's fair to say. And I want to talk to each of these amendments individually. The first amendment I'd like to talk to, obviously, is the 20,000 home care packages that are going to be released immediately by the government. Recognising that there are 106,000 people right now on the waiting list, recognising that there are 120,000 people waiting to be assessed. And when I think about these 20,000 packages, I think about a gentleman called Cyril Tews. Cyril was a carer until he was 82, a paid carer for a gentleman with a disability. Cyril was waiting for his package, and he could have very well needed this package, one of these packages, these 20,000 that are going to be released. Cyril ended up being hospitalised because he couldn't get that care at home last year. Cyril ended up, and he was a tall man, he was about 6 foot tall. Cyril ended up being hospitalised and ended up choosing voluntary euthanasia because the packages never came for Cyril. The packages didn't come for thousands of people that have died in just this last year, and we found out nearly 5,000 people this year, older Australians, that were dying waiting for a package. Cyril held my hand before he died. We had a bit of a party for Cyril to celebrate his life before he died. And he said, "Rebecca, I'm going to make a difference." Well, it took a long time, but Cyril and all of the other older Australians, I hope you realise that all of us in here are fighting to make a difference for you. The 20,000 packages is excellent. It is a drop in the ocean, and I'd like to acknowledge some of the other and talk to some of the other amendments that the rest of those 83,000 packages that were promised by the government last year, last December, around the time that Cyril passed away, are now going to be released in this financial year. That's still going to leave many, many older Australians on the wait list, but hopefully it will mean that we'll get to a position in this place where people are not waiting a year to be assessed, up to a year to be assessed, and then up to a year or in some cases even longer, to actually get their package. Because people are dying, because people are losing hope, because people are not understanding why, when they can't even lift their husband to get them into the shower, when their husband can't even walk because of neurological disease, that they are still just a medium priority. They're not even given high priority. So I think that these amendments that have come down from the Senate are desperately, desperately needed by our nation, by our oldest people, those who we all in here enjoy the nation that we live in because of them. So I commend these amendments that were very hard fought and won, and let us hope that we never again in Australia get to a position where we have nearly 5,000 Australians in a year dying waiting for care.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the amendments to the home care packages that have been put through in the Senate and are now returning to the House. I just really want to highlight why these are so important, and it really comes back to what my experience in my community in Wentworth. I was in Paddington recently at Five Ways doing a pop-up office, and I had 3 people come and talk to me about their own experience of home care packages and how they just could not understand when they had been assessed as needing something, knowing that they needed something, doing their best as members, of a community who wanted to stay at home, but not being able to get the help that they needed to stay out of aged care. They just could not understand why their packages were going to take months up to a year or so to get that support that they had been identified as needing. They felt that the government, once a need was identified, the help would be there. But this disconnect between the need being identified and recognised and the help being delivered was unintelligible to them, and I think is unintelligible to most Australians. And so I really just want to say that this is a really important change that has been put through. I recognise the government has been trying to make home aged care and care for older Australians more sustainable. That is a good thing. That is a very positive thing. But home care is really critical to that. Home care is both a good economic choice. If we can keep people out of aged care, it is better in terms of the cost. But most importantly, it is a good choice for people's families, for people's own mental health. It is what they want. And bringing forward these packages and bringing the additional 20,000 packages and bringing forward those packages into this term, earlier in the year, is really critical when we are seeing such a growth of people on the waiting list desperately needing help and not being able to get it. I want to also acknowledge everyone who's made a part in this, who's played a part in this. I wrote to the government last year about my concerns with home care packages based on the feedback I'd got from constituents. I was proud to work with Senator Pocock and others earlier, just after the election, saying this is, when there was concern that the packages would be delayed, to say they should not be delayed, and have been proud to stand up with other members of the crossbench and now across the parliament to say this is important, these changes are required, and it's time to put them through. So this is, I think, a positive day for the parliament. This is a good choice, and I'm proud to have been part of that, and certainly my community will be extremely grateful for the changes that have been made to this bill. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be made. I call member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also rise to support the release of these 20,000 home care packages. I believe it is an important step forward for the parliament, but also for the nation. Most people in our communities know how important home care is to our seniors and the difference that it makes to people's lives. And I think everyone was shocked that these packages were being withheld. And certainly the feedback from the Calare electorate in the central west of New South Wales is that the packages needed to be released on the double, and we need to get help to our seniors to help with their amenity of life and the support that they need. So I commend my crossbench colleagues in particular on leading the charge on this. The crossbench has been very vocal on this, and it's an issue that is close to the hearts of many Australians. Now, there are still about 121,000 people being assessed and 109,000 people waiting for packages. So this issue has not gone away, and we as a nation must be doing much better to support our seniors and those in need. So I commend everyone involved on the push for the release of these packages, but in particular my crossbench colleagues and Senator Pocock as well, who have been right in there from the very beginning on this, pushing for these important changes and this important support and vital support to be released.
The question is that the amendments be made. Okay. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. I have received a message from the Senate returning the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025 without amendment. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3. Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment. Technical Changes number 2 Bill 2025.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I present the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes number 2 Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Minister. Sorry, Clerk, sorry.
First reading, a bill for an act to change the law relating to family assistance, paid parental leave, social security, student assistance, youth training allowance and farm household support and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Albanese Government is committed to further strengthening Australia's social safety net. The Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes number 2 Bill 2025 is a significant step towards a fairer, more efficient social security system that better supports Australians when they need it most. The bill builds on the substantial investments the government has made since the 2022 election. These include raising the rate of working age and student payments to help ease the cost of living pressures. We've increased the rate of job seeker by almost $4,000 a year since we were elected, raising the age pension by almost $5,000 a year for a single person since we were elected, giving older Australians a better chance at a secure retirement, helping people to manage rental pressures by increasing maximum rates of Commonwealth rent assistance by almost 50%. So someone paying $250 a week rent for a room could now be getting up to $1,800 a year in extra support since we were elected, providing more support through our changes to parenting payment single, which has expanded eligibility for the payment to around 103,000 single parents, guaranteeing every new family 26 weeks of paid leave by 2026, with superannuation now paid on top of paid parental leave. That means that parents are almost $12,000 better off than when we came to government for each child. We also established the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee, ensuring expert advice on the social security system is delivered directly to our government. And we've improved the experience of engaging with the social security system, treating those needing support with dignity, transparency and respect. Under the leadership of the Government Services Minister, Senator Gallagher, call wait times now at Services Australia are down and claims processing at Services Australia is up. We've worked hard to rebuild the system following the legacy of Robo debt. The government accepted in principle all 56 recommendations made by the Royal Commission into the Robo debt scheme, and 75% of those, 3/4 of those, are either already implemented or well progressed, and we're committed to implementing the recommendations that remain. This hard work has meaningfully improved the way we manage social security debts. The use of external debt collection agencies has ended. Individual circumstances are taken into account when recovering debts, including people's capacity to repay. Payment accuracy has improved, preventing people from getting debts in the first place. Services Australia has employed more social workers to better support people who are experiencing vulnerability. Community legal services now have a secure and streamlined channel to Services Australia to support vulnerable people who have a debt. But we recognise, of course, that there is more to do, and this bill is another important step by the government to reform the way we manage social security debts. It includes provisions that make social security debt raising more proportionate and cost-effective for taxpayers. Secondly, enables victims of coercion or financial abuse to receive debt relief. And thirdly, resolves the long-standing historic issue of income apportionment in the most responsible and cost-effective way that we can. The bill will standardise and increase the threshold for waiving small social security debts for the first time in over 30 years, up from the current thresholds of either $50 or $200 to a single unified amount of $250. Because we know that often the administrative cost of recouping small accidental debts is higher than the value of the debt itself, making the process of debt recovery often uneconomical. As a result of this change, we'll wipe almost half of Australia's social security undetermined debt backlog. This backlog has grown exponentially in recent years, including due to pandemic-era measures. But through the amendments in this bill, around 1.2 million undetermined debts are expected to be waived or no longer will need to be raised in 2025-2026 alone. It'll mean that Services Australia does not waste time or resources chasing small debts that are uneconomical to recover, and it will spare Australians with these small debts from significant stress. Setting the new threshold at $250 recognises that people generally engage with the social security system in good faith while continuing to ensure responsible fiscal management. As well as increasing the debt waiver threshold to $250, we'll now index it annually in July, in line with changes to the Consumer Price Index. This change means that people will no longer be disadvantaged by the decline in the waiver value over time. At the same time, we'll strengthen existing safeguards to ensure the waiver system cannot be manipulated. This includes situations where someone is found to be cheating the system to regularly have debts waived in this way. The bill also includes amendments to help deliver on our election commitment to embed safety in our Commonwealth systems. Financial abuse and coercive control are serious forms of family and domestic violence, and these changes will better protect victim survivors from coercive social security debt by expanding access to the Special Circumstances waiver. This will mean that the waiver can be applied more widely and more fairly in situations where a person has genuine limitations on their ability to comply with their reporting requirements. This includes cases of family and domestic violence where a debt arises due to coercion or financial abuse. To give just one example, and Mr Deputy Speaker, sadly I've heard very many examples, but to give just one example, a woman who we'll call Ashley was receiving the disability support pension and family tax benefit while she was experiencing severe mental illness. During her illness, her former partner, who was acting as her nominee, incorrectly declared their family income, and a debt of $7,000 was raised against Ashley. Under the system as it exists at the moment, Ashley would be denied the Special Circumstances waiver because her former partner knowingly made a false declaration. But under the change that we are proposing to this legislation, Services Australia staff would be given the discretion to take into account Ashley's illness as well as the controlling and abusive behaviour of her former partner, meaning she would be eligible for a waiver. This is a very significant and important change. The social security system should be there to assist vulnerable people when they need it most, not to punish them further. This change responds to calls from stakeholders and addresses a recommendation of the 2024 Parliamentary Inquiry into Financial Abuse. It also delivers on our commitment to support victim survivors under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022-2032 and responds to recommendation 18.1 of the Robo Debt Royal Commission, which called for the government to, and I quote, take each person's circumstances into account before commencing recovery action, and to, and I quote, respond appropriately and proportionately to cases of hardship. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill also includes provisions to provide legal clarity to the historic practice of income apportionment. Income apportionment was used to assess income earned between 1991 and 2020. This is a practice that has never been used by the Albanese government. Income apportionment was a practice that was used for many decades to determine social security debts for some income support recipients who also received some employment income. The method involved using evidence from the individual, evidence such as pay slips, to determine their entitlement to a social security payment as part of calculating a debt. In circumstances where it wasn't clear what a person's daily earnings were from their pay slip, Centrelink would sometimes spread a person's reported income across the payroll period so that it better matched their systems. On occasion, when this income was spread, it overlapped two social security payment periods. Around 5.5 million social security debts, previously or currently held by around 3 million people and worth a total of around $4.4 billion, may potentially be affected by the practice of income apportionment. Potentially affected because we can't know whether a debt is actually affected without an individual manual review of every debt. The vast majority of these debts were paid off many years ago. We know that income apportionment was adopted in good faith, with the Commonwealth Ombudsman stating that it reflected a genuinely held incorrect understanding of the law. This was not robo-debt. It's very important to remember that based on sampling by Services Australia, in almost every case, individuals still owed a debt. The amount of the debt, the amount owing, was slightly miscalculated at the margins. But we do need to deal with the legacy of income apportionment in the most responsible and cost-effective way we can. So this bill will resolve the historic use of income apportionment with a twofold approach, including firstly, validating the use of income apportionment for past calculations and embedding the method for decisions to be made in the future concerning entitlement periods pre-December 2020. This approach puts past decisions on the same footing as future decisions and better accords with the way in which the social security system was administered. It also acknowledges that income apportionment was a reasonable method of assessment at the time based on evidence provided by the individual, such as pay slips. Additionally, the bill establishes an income apportionment resolution scheme for people with potentially affected debts. This both acknowledges the error of income apportionment and facilitates a pathway for compensation in a manner that is streamlined, fair and fiscally responsible. By validating the use of income apportionment, we'll avoid the need to recalculate potentially millions of debts, many of which date back many decades. Reopening debts and manually recalculating them would cause distress and protracted uncertainty for the people affected. In many cases, the debts are decades old, they've been repaid, and people have moved on with their lives. It would also divert critical government resources totalling billions of dollars away from frontline services that are helping people who need support now. That's why we have to validate the past practice of income apportionment and embed it for future decisions that relate to debts from the pre-2020 period. Mr Deputy Speaker, alongside these amendments, the bill will establish the Income Apportionment Resolution Scheme. People with historic debts potentially affected by income apportionment from the 20th September 2003 to the 6th of December 2020 will be eligible to apply for a resolution payment of up to $600 in recognition of the fact that we now know this method of calculating entitlements was not valid. Once established, the scheme will provide those affected a clear pathway to seek fair and reasonable compensation from the government. The bill provides that the Minister may determine provisions related to the scheme in a legislative instrument following commencement of Schedule 3. Operationalising the requirements of the scheme in a legislative instrument provides flexibility for dealing with historic debts and the different circumstances of individuals impacted by income apportionment. The instrument will detail eligibility criteria, how to apply for the resolution payment, how to accept an offer of a resolution payment, how much the resolution payment will be, and other important administrative details to ensure the effective delivery of the scheme. The amount received will reflect the original size of the debt. The instrument will prescribe the amount of resolution payments. For debts under $200, the full debt will be repaid. For debts between $200 and $2,000, the payment would be $200. For debts between $2,000 and $5,000, the payment will be $400. And for debts above $5,000, the payment would be $600. No one is obliged to participate in this scheme or prevented from exercising any legal right to pursue a claim relating to their debt. The Albanese Labor government believes in a strong social security system. We won't demonise people for needing support, but we'll also make sure that we are achieving value for every dollar of taxpayer money spent. Australia's social safety net should be there for people when they need it. This bill almost halves Australia's social security undetermined debt backlog. It extends supports for victims of coercion and financial abuse. It brings resolution to the long-running issue of income apportionment with a pathway for compensation for those potentially affected. And it protects the integrity of the social security system. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. Treasury Laws Amendment, Strengthening Financial Systems and Other Measures Bill 2025.
Call the Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Strengthening Financial Systems and Other Measures Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Corporations Act 2001, the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, and the law relating to charities, taxation and the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority, and to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill consists of measures designed to strengthen confidence in our markets, improve the way regulators operate and support long-term economic growth. Its provisions span areas as diverse as corporate disclosure, the regulation of charities, oversight of financial regulators, energy market protections and taxation. One measure of particular significance for productivity is the continuation of the $20,000 instant asset write-off until mid-2026. Its value lies in encouraging businesses to invest in new equipment and technology. Productivity is not only about working smarter, but also about working with better tools. When firms are able to expand and upgrade their capital stock, they achieve what's known as capital deepening, more capital per worker, which is one of the surest routes to higher productivity. By allowing immediate deductions, this measure reduces the barrier to making those investments, and helps ensure that Australian workers are equipped to do their job more efficiently. Boosting productivity is a central focus of our government, reflected in the Treasurer's recent Economic Reform Roundtable, a valuable national conversation aimed at delivering higher living standards for all Australians. The bill also recognises that strong markets depend on transparency. In our corporate sector, greater clarity about who holds influence over listed companies supports fairer and more efficient decision-making and ensures that directors and investors can respond on the basis of accurate information. For the wider community, improved access to ownership information means that journalists, academics and others are better placed to shine light on potential concentrations of power. In civil society too, openness matters. Allowing the charities regulator to speak more directly to the public where there are concerns of misconduct ensures that trust in the sector is not eroded by silence or uncertainty. In both domains, business and the non-profit sector, transparency provides the oxygen that accountability requires. Other provisions of the bill ensure that reviews of our financial regulators are conducted with sufficient depth, that consumer safeguards and the energy market remain in place during the transition, and that the law continues to operate as intended through a set of technical amendments. Together, these measures promote investment, transparency and accountability, the conditions on which stronger productivity and public confidence ultimately rest. I turn now to each of the 7 schedules in the bill. Schedule 1 of the bill will improve transparency of ownership and control of entities listed on Australian financial markets. First, it broadens market disclosures to better capture interests arising through equity derivatives, closing a disclosure loophole and bringing Australia into greater alignment with many comparable international jurisdictions. It also strengthens the existing substantial holding and tracing notice regimes that govern the disclosure of interests in listed entities, while enhancing the Australian Securities and Investments Commission's regulatory enforcement powers and the penalties it can seek to help ensure compliance. Better ownership information will improve market efficiency, including by improving investors' ability to conduct due diligence on prospective acquisitions, supporting a more efficient allocation of resources. It will also give company directors and security holders better visibility whenever someone may be seeking to build up influence over their companies. Schedule 1 of the bill further supports corporate transparency by providing greater access to beneficial ownership information to interested members of the public, including providing journalists and academics who play a key role in initiating and encouraging public debate with fee-free access to tracing notice registers. This measure builds on our government's corporate transparency achievements. Since 2022, Labor has implemented a suite of corporate transparency reforms aimed at curbing secrecy and strengthening accountability. Firms tendering for large government contracts are now required to disclose their country of tax residency. Australian listed and unlisted public companies must disclose the tax residency of their subsidiaries in their annual financial reports through a consolidated entity disclosure statement. Our government has implemented a world-leading public country-by-country reporting regime, requiring billion-dollar multinationals to disclose where they pay tax. Schedule 2 will allow the Commissioner of the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission to make disclosures about new or ongoing investigations where the disclosure would prevent or minimise the risk of significant harm. Secrecy provisions currently prevent the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission from disclosing whether it is investigating alleged misconduct by a charity. This adversely impacts public trust and confidence in the sector and in the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission as an effective regulator. This reform will allow the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission to assure charities and donors that it is acting on issues of public concern and strengthening compliance, which will in turn boost public confidence that the sector is doing the right thing. By increasing public trust and confidence in charities and the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, this reform will help to ensure donors and philanthropists continue their support for the sector. This will contribute to the government's commitment to doubling philanthropy by 2030. This builds on our government's work to strengthen Australia's civic fabric. Since coming to office, we've created a new pathway for community foundations to gain deductible gift recipient status and streamlined deductible gift recipient applications for environmental, harm protection, cultural and overseas aid organisations. We appointed widely respected sector expert Sue Woodward as Charities Commissioner. We refreshed the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission Advisory Board, chaired by Sarah Davies, to better reflect the sector, bringing First Nations, CALD and youth voices to the table. We have been clear that charitable advocacy is welcome, and we have worked with states and territories to harmonise charitable fundraising rules across jurisdictions. The Australian Government has funded a new general social survey, adding questions on volunteering and cultural participation to sharpen our understanding about how giving, participation and purpose-driven activity benefits communities. We've commissioned a once-in-a-generation Productivity Commission review of philanthropy and set about adopting its recommendations, including scrapping the $2 donation deduction threshold and consulting on increasing the minimum contribution for giving funds. We've begun work on the not-for-profit sector blueprint, whose recommendations span multiple portfolios across government. I thank the many charities and not-for-profits who joined Minister Plibersek and myself for a roundtable at Parliament House on the 5th of August to discuss boosting productivity in the charitable sector. Schedule 3 changes the frequency of the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority review cycles. Increasing the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority review cycles to every 5 years will support the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority to deliver more comprehensive reviews of Australian Securities and Investments Commission and Australian Prudential Regulator Authority. It will facilitate the delivery of more considered recommendations than is possible under the current biennial review cycle, which will improve the effectiveness of our financial system regulators. Regulators will also have additional time to respond to recommendations between reviews, allowing future panels to assess implementation meaningfully and direct their focus more productively. Schedules 4 and 5 of the bill amend various laws in the Treasury portfolio to ensure those laws operate in accordance with policy intent, make minor changes to improve administrative outcomes and remedy unintended consequences, as well as correcting technical and drafting defects. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was notified in relation to amendments in Schedules 4 and 5 of the bill in accordance with clauses 506 and 507 of the Corporations Agreement 2002. The States and Territories were notified in relation to amendments in Schedule 5 of the bill in accordance with Subclause 33F of the Intergovernmental Agreement on National Competition 2024. Schedule 6 of the bill supports the Albanese Government's ongoing efforts to improve electricity affordability and protect consumers in the energy market. The value provided by existing consumer protections in the energy market was recently reinforced by the review into the effectiveness of the Prohibiting Energy Market Misconduct Act 2019. The review examined retail and wholesale consumer protections embedded in Part 11CA of the Competition and Consumer Act. It found that the provisions in Part 11CA, created through the Prohibiting Energy Market Misconduct Act 2019, had, on balance, likely been effective in constraining market misconduct and protecting consumers. To maintain those protections, the Government is taking action to extend the sunset date of those provisions to the 1st of January 2031. This work is part of a broader strategy to support the energy transition while maintaining affordability and fairness. It complements other initiatives as part of the energy transition and ensures that consumers remain protected. The relevant provisions are outlined in Schedule 6, which detail the legislative amendments required to extend the sunsetting date of the consumer protections to the 1st of January 2031. Schedule 7 of the bill amends the Income Tax Transitional Provisions Act 1997 to extend the $20,000 instant asset write-off until the 30th of June 2026 to improve cash flow and reduce compliance costs for small business. Up to 4.1 million small businesses with aggregated annual turnover of less than $10 million will be able to immediately deduct eligible assets costing less than $20,000 until the 30th of June 2026. The $20,000 threshold will apply on a per-asset basis, so small businesses can instantly write off multiple assets. Assets costing $20,000 or more can be placed into the Small Business Simplified Depreciation Pool and depreciated at 15% per year in the first income year and 30% each income year thereafter. Economic research into the benefits of accelerated depreciation dates back to the seminal work in 1967 of Robert Hall and Dale Jorgensen in the American Economic Review. Having studied under Dale Jorgensen, who died in 2022, it is a pleasure to be introducing a measure that follows in his intellectual legacy. By allowing an immediate deduction, the instant asset write-off provides a sharper incentive for small businesses across the economy to invest in new equipment and technology, helping boost their productivity. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in the order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, Health Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill 2025.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Health Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures Bill number 1, Bill 2025, and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. And the explanatory. First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Just trying to locate where I put the speech. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Health Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures Bill number 1, 2025 makes important changes to legislation within the health portfolio to support our government's delivery of a stronger Medicare, including more bulk billing and thousands more doctors. Schedule 1 of the bill will amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 to make sure Medicare provider numbers can be allocated to new practitioners in a faster and more streamlined way. Amendments made by Schedule 1 to the bill will enable the Chief Executive Medicare to approve the use of a computer program to make appropriate non-discretionary decisions to allocate Medicare provider numbers. This will speed up the process of applying for a provider number, while all decisions to refuse a provider number will continue to be checked and authorised by the Chief Executive Medicare or their delegate. The bill will also validate previously issued Medicare provider numbers that were issued by a computer program. Overseas health professionals often face lengthy waits to receive their Medicare provider number. This delays them from commencing work in the Australian health system. In fact, the independent review of Australia's regulatory settings relating to overseas health practitioners, led by Robin Cruck AO, reported that the wait time can be up to 3 months. Reducing the time it takes for Medicare provider numbers to be issued will help us grow our medical workforce sooner and start treating patients under Medicare quicker. Growing and supporting the health workforce is a priority for our government. Having the right workforce with the right skills in the right place is critical to the success of the government's agenda to strengthen Medicare. We're working with state and territory governments, education providers and regulators to implement the recommendations of the Clerk review. This will ease shortages in the health workforce by removing unnecessary barriers and expediting regulatory processes to bring more skilled health practitioners to Australia. The efficiencies that can be realised through implementation of this bill will lead to reduced processing times and allow health practitioners to provide services to the Australian community more quickly. Internationally qualified health practitioners currently supplement the domestic workforce and aid in addressing workforce shortages, making for a more sustainable health workforce overall. Schedule 2 to the bill will amend Chapters 2, 5 and 6 of the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to support the process for claiming the private health insurance rebate under the Premiums Reduction Scheme. The Private Health Insurance Rebate is an initiative designed to make private health insurance more affordable for Australians by funding part of their premiums. The Premium Reduction Scheme allows eligible people to choose to get the rebate at the time they pay their private health insurance premiums, rather than pay the full cost of the premium and then claim back a deduction, claim a deduction back through their tax return at the end of the financial year. Under the scheme, the insurer reduces the premium payable by the policyholder by the amount of the rebate and then claims reimbursement of that amount through a system administered by Services Australia. As a result of system limitations, some elements of the registration and claims processing system were being administered inconsistently with the requirements of the Act. Schedule 2 of the bill would therefore amend the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to align the registration process in Division 23 with requirements of the system operated by Services Australia, provide for self-assessment by participating insurers of the amount of rebate required to be reimbursed in Division 279, require an insurer to provide information or documents to support their claim and ensure overpayments can be recovered despite any unintended system or process defects in Division 282, and allow for computer-assisted decision-making and the approval of forms and systems by Chief Executive Medicare in Division 333. A participating insurer will continue to be subject to regular post-payment compliance activities to ensure the integrity of the payment process. Schedule 3 to the bill will make essential changes to allow regulations to be made to modernise assignments of the Medicare benefits process. This process underpins Medicare bulk billing. Last year, the Parliament passed the Health Insurance Legislation Amendment Assignment of Medicare Benefits Act 2024, providing for generational change to modernise and simplify how patients assign their Medicare benefits. These changes recognise that patients and healthcare providers are no longer using paper-based processes that existed when Medicare was first set up over 40 years ago. This bill will build on these changes and remedy minor issues identified during the drafting of supporting regulations for the Assignment of Medicare Benefits Act. It will also extend the time available for software vendors to build and test new digital solutions and for medical industry providers and patients to prepare for the changes. Bulk billing is vital for timely and equitable access to healthcare. Access to bulk billed medical care helps with cost of living pressures and ensures every Australian receives the best healthcare they deserve. This bill provides for regulations to specify the circumstances in which enduring bulk billing agreements can be made. This will streamline the administration of MBS claiming when services are bulk billed by a preferred provider or organisation. The bill will also enable the Minister to issue a legislative instrument to categorise professional services for application in bulk billing assignment agreements. This will support the use of pre-assignment agreements, giving patients simple yet meaningful information to assign their benefits before services have been provided. The amendments will support simplified and streamlined billing for privately insured hospital systems so they do not have to deal with bills from multiple providers. The bill will clarify wording to ensure that any eligible person covered under a private health insurance policy can assign their own Medicare benefits, not just the person in whose name the policy is held. It also amends mandatory notification requirements to reduce the administrative burden and cost for providers. The bill will delay the commencement of new assignment of benefit arrangements from the 9th of January 2026 to the 1st of July 2026. This will provide stakeholders with an additional 6 months to prepare before the new arrangements commence. Schedule 4 to the bill will amend Part VD of the Health Insurance Act 1973 to ensure the consequences for bonded medical program participants who withdraw from the program or fail to complete their return of service obligations are fair. The changes balance the personal circumstances of the bonded participant with the broader interests of the community. The bill provides capacity to make rules to ensure that past work completed by bonded participants delivering health services in regional, rural and remote locations in Australia can be fairly and consistently counted towards their return of service obligation. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is, the debate must now be adjourned.
What am I doing? I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Health Legislation Amendment. I present the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum, which again I'll have to get.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The National Joint Replacement Registry is currently administered by the Australian Orthopaedic Association. The registry collects information from all relevant hospitals in Australia to define, improve and maintain the quality of care of individuals receiving joint replacement surgery. The Australian Orthopaedic Association receives funding to operate the registry through a Commonwealth grant agreement. The cost of the grant is efficiently recovered through the imposition of a levy on sponsors of joint replacement devices under the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009. The purpose of the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is to provide that the person responsible for payment of the levy under the Act is the person specified in the rules made under Section 8 of the Act. The Department of Health, Disability and Ageing has always charged the levy consistent with the policy intent. That is, the person who is responsible for a medical device listed on the prescribed list of medical devices and human tissue products on the levy imposition day is responsible for paying the levy. Currently, the Act only recognises the person responsible at the time of the listing of a device, and not any subsequent person who is responsible for that listing over time due to business or other changes. Specifying the responsible person in the rules will allow limitations in the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to be addressed. Provisions have been included to validate past levy collections. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
What did you say? I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the next sitting day. I will put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise this morning as the Shadow Minister for Regional Communications to speak on this bill. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, the bill, primarily seeks to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 to establish a mandatory carriage service provider registration scheme, make registered industry codes directly enforceable, increase maximum civil penalties and allow the Minister for Communications to increase infringement notice penalties. The bill complements other telecommunications legislation by strengthening consumer protections, providing the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, with greater enforcement powers and aligning with the broader goal of a consumer-centric telecommunications sector. The Coalition supports this bill, which is a step in the right direction when it comes to enhancing consumer protections in telecommunications. However, this bill is not a comprehensive review of consumer protections in the telecommunications sector, something which the Regional Telecommunications Independent Review Committee, RTIRC, called for in their December 2024 report, which the government has failed to respond to. There is a legislative requirement to respond to this report within 6 months. They are 3 months overdue so far. There are 14 recommendations and we are yet to hear a peep from the Minister. The Coalition's form in government on responding to RTIRC reports within the legislative timeframe was far stronger than Labor's, and I hope the government's response to the RTIRC report is not waiting until the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation, or UOMO, legislation passes the Parliament. UOMO is by no means a comprehensive solution to shortcomings in regional telecommunications. I moved on Monday that the Albanese government be held to account for failing to meet a legislated deadline to table its response to a key regional telecommunications report. This is yet another example of Labor's lack of focus on regional Australia and another demonstration of their ongoing lack of transparency. Regional people deserve better. While Australians wait for the government's late response to the Regional Telecommunications Review, they also want answers from Labor about when the UOMO legislation will be introduced. Now, Deputy Speaker, let me take a moment to paint a brief picture of the experience of regional Australians when it comes to telecommunications. Because on that front, I can tell you that metropolitan Australians and regional Australians are not in the same boat. Just yesterday, I met with Rhys Turton, a proud farmer and chair of grain growers. He lives in York in the Western Australian wheat belt. Rhys lives 17 kilometres from a Telstra tower and says that while the mobile phone network is workable Monday to Friday, come the weekend, he has to drive up the hill and stay in his ute when 5,000 people drive out of Perth. He can't make a call or send a text, even with boosters. Rhys went on to tell me that data and connectivity are a big part of his agricultural business, and when they fail, the impact on productivity is huge. He says, and I quote, "If we have a vehicle breakdown, I go to the web, pull up a parts manual after driving to the top of the hill. If I call the service guy and the guy says he will ring me back, do I wait on the top of the hill to take his call?" How can people like Rhys be expected to run a productive business, one that drives our economy, while sitting around on the top of a hill waiting for a phone call? He also says, "I am sick of spending money for a service that isn't a proper service. I feel my argument is so basic. I had better reception on CDMA." It is ridiculous the regional Australians put up with such poor connectivity. Rhys's story illustrates the challenges country people face. Australians who technically do have coverage of some sort under our existing terrestrial mobile network. Regional Australians have become digital life hackers, experts in messing around to use the limited service that is available. But as soon as congestion builds up, service goes out the window. The Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, TO, received 51,854 complaints from consumers living in regional, rural and remote Australia between 21 and 24. Regional Australians are indeed getting a raw deal. I don't need the TO to tell me this. I know it to be true based on my own experience and the experience of constituents across Mallee. Constituent complaints go from system faults to poor service quality, poor mobile service coverage, outages and accessibility barriers. The TO's report highlights that faults and service problems often take longer to resolve in the regions and that often mobile service coverage is poor or non-existent. For example, the Ombudsman referred to cases where, and I quote, "a regional customer may report faults over several years without any lasting improvement to their services." I'd like to know how many people in metropolitan Melbourne or Sydney would tolerate that. Additionally, the TO heard from consumers who sign up to a mobile service after being told that their mobile will work in their area, but when returning home to a remote location, find they have no service. Regarding satellite services, the TO's complaint data shows that regional consumers continue to experience unreliable connections and service quality problems. I have to highlight, during a cost of living crisis, that regional Australians pay the same price on their mobile phone plans as people in the inner cities that get far higher download speeds and service reliability. Returning to Reese's experience, whom I mentioned earlier, the RTURC report talks to exactly his issue, stating that, and I quote, "Existing mobile networks in many regional areas are under pressure, facing congestion and capacity issues that require urgent attention, I say to the government, to ensure reliable service," end quote. RTURC reports that many people living in regional, rural and remote Australia remain dissatisfied with their mobile experience, citing issues such as unreliability, frequent call dropouts and slow data speeds. In many regional centres, the existing infrastructure struggles to cope with demand, particularly during peak usage periods or times of crisis. RTURC suggests that attention must turn to improving the quality of services in areas with existing terrestrial mobile coverage. This is important in the context of technology that is changing at considerable pace, where low Earth orbit LEO satellite technology presents new opportunities for access to voice-capable broadband connectivity within fixed premises in the bush. It also presents opportunities to expand basic mobile phone connectivity in areas where there is currently none, and in places where expanding the terrestrial network is simply not feasible. We cannot put mobile towers every 14 kilometres. It's just not going to work. The expense is enormous. And for those who don't know, they're around $1 million per tower. We must invest in up-to-date technology. We need to be realistic about the technology advances and what they look like and the timeframes involved. Being aware of what industry is doing or likely to continue to do off their own bat because it makes commercial sense, and listening to the experience and needs of consumers in the regions who are often most aware of what really makes a difference on the ground. When it comes to the experience of telecommunications for regional Australians on the ground, the 3G network shutdown is a prime example of the failings of the Albanese Labor government. The 3G network shutdown in Australia, completed by major telcos in 2024, aimed to repurpose spectrum for enhanced 4G and 5G services. However, the Albanese government's management of the shutdown of the 3G network was a complete mess. I had called time and again for the former minister to prevent the foreseeable calamity of a rushed 3G shutdown, and the Albanese government was very slow to act. And even then, the 3G shutdown was marred by significant failings, widespread disruptions, a surge in complaints and ongoing service losses for some consumers, particularly in the regions. Despite promises of equivalent or improved coverage, 4G or 5G signals do not reach as far as 3G in some terrains, creating new black spots. This was particularly acute in rural areas with fortuitous 3G coverage, that is, unofficial signals beyond the mapped areas, which telcos did not commit to replicating. In regional or remote areas, consumers report 4G is unreliable or absent where 3G actually worked, resulting in phones dropping to SOS mode or no signal at all, requiring them to drive up hills or climb towers for reception, as Reece has to do. And I have to say, I experience this on many of my Mallee roads where I have conversations going on the telephone while I'm driving, and they drop out and they have to be called again and again and again. Thousands of consumers have been left with worse or no coverage at all, particularly in rural and remote areas. Farmers' ag-tech equipment has been rendered useless. There is no coverage on their properties to call 000 if there is an accident or an emergency. People with life-saving health devices are having to charge them constantly because the device is searching for a signal that isn't coming, rendering the device useless because it isn't on them while it's on the charger. At their own cost, because of this government's failures, people are installing Starlink satellites for their homes and properties because the lack of access is quite literally threatening lives and livelihoods. There have also been reports of poor handling of consumer complaints about their loss of service post-3G shutdown. It isn't good enough, and the Albanese government should be ashamed at their lack of response to help people impacted. I hope I have done justice to the bleak nature of the regional telecommunications experience for consumers so far this morning. I would now like to draw the House's attention, Deputy Speaker, back to the consumer protections in regional telecommunications and refer again to the report of the Regional Telecommunications Independent Advisory Committee. Recommendation 4 of this report is about consumer protection and service standing. Key findings of ARTERC's report regarding consumer protection and service standards includes the regulatory and consumer protection framework for telecommunications is extremely complex due to multiple pieces of legislation, contractual requirements and industry codes. Secondly, consumers' expectations of consumer protections and telco providers' service standards are not being met. And people in rural and remote areas experience faults and outages more frequently, and repair times are often extended compared to urban areas. ARTERC also discussed the need to modernise consumer protections to ensure relevance to changes in technology and models of service delivery, and the need for a consolidated and streamlined framework of consumer protection to reduce duplication, streamline compliance and enforcement, and improve effectiveness. The ARTERC report calls for a full overhaul of telecommunications consumer protection and service standard frameworks, suggesting modernisation of the universal service obligation as a sensible time to do this. As the Shadow Minister for Regional Communications, I highlight that the Nationals are championing regional connectivity. As our highest priority, the Nationals are committed to work with consumers and the telecommunications sector to design an updated universal service obligation that ensures regional Australians have the connectivity required to enable economic participation and maximise productivity gains, access to high-quality educational content and virtual health care, and meaningful social connection. And I call on this government to lift their game.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This legislation may appear to be about abstract regulation and technical changes, but in reality, it is in fact about fairness and keeping us connected. It is about making sure families and small businesses and workers in communities like mine in Maribyrnong and right across the country get a fair go when it comes to the services we rely on every single day. We all know what it feels like when a phone line goes down, when the internet cuts out, or when we're hit with an unfair bill and left on hold for hours. Losing connection for a parent may mean that their child can't finish their school project that's due the next day. For a small business, it might mean losing customers that simply can't wait. For an older Australian, it might mean not being able to call a loved one or a doctor when they need them most. These are not small inconveniences. They are things that cause real stress in already busy households. They are the moments where working people lose time that they don't have, and small businesses lose money they can't spare. For families already juggling the rising cost of living, for small businesses working hard to keep the doors open, these failures cut deep. They cost money, they cost time, they cost trust. And they leave people feeling powerless against the big corporations who seem untouchable. That's why this bill matters. Because telecommunications is the infrastructure of modern life. It's how kids do their homework, how parents talk to their families overseas, how local small businesses connect with customers, and how workers earn their living. Deputy Speaker, this bill gives Australians protections that they should have had a long time ago. It arms the regulator, ACMA, with the teeth it needs to hold dodgy telcos accountable. It lifts penalties for bad behaviour from $250,000 to nearly $10 million, or bigger for the larger companies. No more shrugging off fines as simply a cost of doing business. It creates a register of service providers so dodgy operators can't hide in the shadows and rip people off. It makes compliance with industry codes mandatory, so families and small businesses aren't waiting months for regulators to step in. That is fairness in action. That is Labor delivering. Deputy Speaker, let me pause on the Carriage Service Provider, or the CSP register, because this is significant reform. Right now, there is no single comprehensive list of who is operating in the telecommunication market. That means a provider can set up, take people's money, and in some cases cause real harm, all the while flying under the radar. For such an essential piece of social and economic infrastructure, this is not on. So this bill fixes that. It creates a national register, a transparent list of providers who are operating legitimately. For families, this means confidence, that the company selling you a phone plan is accountable. For small businesses, it means knowing your internet provider is properly monitored. And for industry as a whole, it means a level playing field, because those who do the right thing won't be undercut by dodgy operators who cut corners. And importantly, the regulator will have the power to shut down providers who pose an unacceptable risk to consumers. That's not a power that will be used lightly, but it will finally give ACMA the authority it needs to stop harm before it spreads. We've seen this work in the energy sector, where regulators can exclude retailers who fail customers. Bringing that same power to telecommunications is just common sense. Deputy Speaker, another vital part of this bill is the modernising of the penalty framework. For too long, the fines in telecommunications lagged behind other sectors, like in energy, banking and consumer law. That left telcos operating under weaker laws than in industries facing similar risks. This bill fixes it. It brings telecommunications penalties in line with those other sectors. That means when a company breaks the rules, the federal court can look not just at a flat fine, but at the scale of the misconduct. Penalties can be tied to the benefit a company may have made from breaking those rules, or to a percentage of their turnover. Why does this matter? Because it means that the punishment fits the crime. A giant multinational won't get away with the same slap on the wrist as a small provider. The court can scale the penalty to the size of the business and the seriousness of the offence. That's fairness. That's consistency, and it means Australians can trust the rules apply equally, no matter how big the company is. I think of the cafe owner in Ascot Vale who can't serve customers if their EFTPOS goes down, the tradie in Keilor East who relies on their phone to get the next job, the logistics company in Tullamarine that loses money every time the internet drops out. Under the Coalition, these businesses were left to fend for themselves. Under Labor, we're making sure the rules work for them, not against them. And for workers too, whether it's a transport worker relying on an app, or a nurse swapping shifts, or a teacher delivering lessons online, this bill protects their livelihoods by ensuring the services they depend on are reliable and fair. Deputy Speaker, let's be honest about how we got here. For nearly a decade, the Liberals and Nationals had the chance to act. Those opposite had the chance to stand up to the big telcos, but they chose not to. They left penalties so low that the worst offenders could treat them as loose change and just a cost of doing business. They left regulators underpowered. They left families, workers and small businesses exposed. And let's not forget the NBN, a second-rate system built on copper that is still holding back households and businesses today. That was their choice. That is their legacy. The Coalition likes to talk about standing up for small businesses, but when push came to shove, they were nowhere. They didn't have their back, but we do. We are fixing the mess they left behind. Deputy Speaker, this bill is part of a larger, bigger story, a story of government putting fairness back at the heart of our economy. Since coming to office, Labor has backed people in financial hardship. We've made it a legal requirement for telcos to provide proper support for customers doing it tough. That means families in Maribyrnong who hit a rough patch are treated with compassion, not with more stress. We've protected those experiencing family and domestic violence. Survivors can now safely and quickly manage their phone services without tipping off an abuser, because everyone deserves safety, dignity and connection. We've cracked down on scams by working across telecommunications, banking and digital platforms, helping stop Australians, including retirees and small businesses, from losing their savings to criminal scammers. We've invested in regional and local connectivity Through mobile black spot programs, on-farm solutions, community pilots, we're making sure small businesses and workers in every corner of this country can compete and succeed and stay connected. And what does this mean in practice? It means a small retailer in Kensington can stay connected to suppliers without outages, cutting into their margins. It means a shift worker in Gladstone Park can rely on their phone to organise care for the kids. It means a farmer outside Melbourne can use digital tools to grow their business. These are real protections, real investments and real changes that make life better for working people and small businesses. Deputy Speaker, that's what a Labor government does. We put people first and we put fairness first. In Maribyrnong, Deputy Speaker, fairness is not just an idea, it is lived every single day. It's lived by the migrant families in Flemington who depend on reliable internet so their kids can keep up with their classmates and so they can stay connected to loved ones overseas. It's lived by the factory workers in Airport West, where a reliable phone network keeps production moving and shifts coordinated. It's lived by the small businesses in Avondale Heights and Strathmore, where the EFTPOS transaction matters and where a dropped connection can mean lost sales. It is lived by those parents and young professionals working from home in Moonee Ponds and Aberthaldy who rely on fast, dependable broadband to reach new markets, engage with their colleagues and attend virtual meetings. And it is lived by older Australians right across our community who deserve the peace of mind of being able to call their family, their doctor or emergency services without worrying whether the line will fail. When telecommunications systems fail, it's not just a technical glitch, it's people in our community being disconnected, losing income and feeling isolated. That's why this bill is so important to my community, Maribyrnong, and right across the country. It says to every person in my community, you matter. It says to the cafe owner in Nidri, your business matters. It says to the nurse in Essendon, juggling shifts, your job matters. It says to the family in Glenroy, your connection to each other and the world matters. Deputy Speaker, the people of Maribyrnong expect fairness. They expect accountability. And with this legislation, the Albanese Labor government is delivering just that. Deputy Speaker, Australians had a choice at the last election between two very different approaches. The Coalition, weak protections, dodgy operators running a riot, corporate lunches, or Labor, tough enforcement, fair rules and protections that put families, workers and small businesses first. To no one's surprise, they voted for a fair go. This legislation is doing just that, bringing fairness to the forefront, building trust among consumers and providing much-needed accountability. It is about putting people back at the heart of the telecommunications system. And that's what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. And that's why I stand here proudly to commend this bill to the House. Thanks very much.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 makes changes to the Telecommunications Act to strengthen consumer safeguards, something we should all agree is a top priority. The bill will create a register of carriage service providers, enable the direct enforcement of industry codes, amend the existing two-step process for the application of penalty amounts for infringement notices and increase the maximum penalty amount for breaches of the codes from $250,000 to $10 million. Schedule 1 of the bill will create a new carriage service provider registration scheme. This new registration scheme will require all telecommunications providers to apply to the Australian Communications and Media Authority for registration to operate in Australia. This will provide ACMA, as a regulator for the sector, with visibility of all operators in the Australian market, of which there is an estimated 1,500. This will ensure ACMA is able to educate, monitor and, where necessary, take swift enforcement action for breaches of any codes or standards. Should providers breach their obligations or pose a risk to consumers, ACMA will have the ability to cancel their registration to operate. These arrangements are similar to those in the energy sector, where the Australian Energy Regulator has the power to exclude operators from the market where there is a risk to consumers. As part of the scheme, providers will also be required to report all cyber security incidents. Where there is a cyber breach, the appropriate bodies must be notified and remedial action taken swiftly. Protecting people's personal data and information is of the utmost importance, so ensuring there is swift action when these incidents occur will ensure Australians' private information is protected from fraud and scams. Full visibility of all operators will also ensure ACMA can target compliance and enforcement activities and, where necessary, take appropriate action. Schedule 2 of the bill amends the Act to make registered industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA. The telecommunications industry has a co-regulation model by which industry is responsible for the preparation of codes which are then submitted to ACMA for registration. Once a code is registered with ACMA and enforced, the code must be complied with by the sector. In practice, what has been established under the Act is a two-step enforcement process. If there is a complaint of wrongdoing or a breach of an industry code, ACMA will direct a provider to comply, essentially issuing a warning for them to correct their behaviour and to do the right thing. Should they not, ACMA's enforcement powers then become available. This enforcement action can include penalties through the federal court, enforceable undertakings, or issuing an infringement notice. Currently, Part 6 of the Act says compliance with an industry code is voluntary unless ACMA directs a particular participant in the telecommunications industry to comply with the code. This phrasing has led to a misconception that compliance with industry codes is voluntary. As the explanatory memorandum to this bill states, while code compliance is technically voluntary, after ACMA issues a direction to comply or a formal warning to a provider, they can then take enforcement action if the provider continues the non-compliance. Since January 2024, ACMA has issued 19 formal warnings, 1 remedial direction, 16 directions to comply, 4 enforceable undertakings, and infringement notices totalling close to 16 million. Some of these breaches relate to people's privacy and safety, which is of the utmost importance. For example, there were 7 notices issued to providers in 2024 for breaches of the emergency call database rules. These rules require the telco providers to keep a person's telephone number and address updated so that when the number calls 000, emergency services like police, fire or ambulance are deployed to the correct address the first time. Adherence to this code is vital. People's lives depend on it. The requirement to monitor and report suspected spams and spoof numbers is another important one. If telcos aren't adhering to the code, the impact on people financially, psychologically and emotionally is significant. In 2024, phone scams had the highest overall losses of scam types, with more than $107 million lost by nearly 2,200 people. Since the start of 2024, ACMA has issued 10 directions to comply with the reducing scam calls and SMS code, but none of these resulted in a financial penalty to providers because of the two-step process. The changes in this bill will strengthen ACMA's powers and the speed at which they can use them to provide an even greater protection for consumers and ensure we have the responsible operators in our telecommunications sector. The changes in this bill will make compliance with industry codes mandatory in the first instance, removing the requirement for a two-step process before ACMA can take enforcement action. There will be no more warning shots, ensuring more immediate action can be taken for breaches of codes. I will note, given much scrutiny on the telecommunications sector over recent years, this is a change the sector itself has called for, notably the Australian Telecommunications Alliance, which is a peak body for the industry, has been calling for these reforms since 2023. These changes will strengthen ACMA's powers to ensure
the regulatory regime is as robust as it can be and that operators are held to the highest standards, as all Australians expect. Finally, the bill will increase penalties issued to providers for breaches of industry codes and standards from $250,000 to $10 million. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission have long advocated for civil penalty reform to ensure penalties for breaches reflect the severity of the breach and the harm caused. The increase in the penalties will address this and align the telecommunications penalty framework to those in the energy and banking sectors, competition legislation and Australian consumer law. This bill makes important changes to strengthen protections for consumers and the integrity of the telecommunications industry. They are changes which the Coalition will support. But let's not forget about the failures of this government when it comes to telecommunications. The Albanese Labor government's botched closure of the 3G network has left many areas right across the country with little or no telephone service. Their shutdown of the 3G network was a complete mess. Thousands of consumers have been left with worse or no coverage at all, particularly those in regional, rural and remote areas. Our farmers have had their ag tech equipment like soil monitors and weather stations rendered useless. For years, we have been pushing our agriculture sector to upgrade their business operations with the newest and best technology. They have spent an absolute fortune doing so, and after the 3G closure, many businesses had their equipment fail. Worse still, where these locations no longer have coverage on their properties, they can't call for help when they need it. People with life-saving health devices are having to charge them constantly because the device is searching for a signal that just isn't coming, rendering the device useless because it isn't on them, it's on charge. At their own cost, because of this government's failure, people are installing Starlink satellites for their homes and properties because of the lack of access. It's quite literally threatening lives and livelihoods. It isn't good enough, and the Albanese Labor government should be ashamed with their lack of response to help people impacted by the closure of the 3G network. Notwithstanding the failures I've just highlighted, the Coalition will support this legislation. It does provide stronger protections for consumers and strengthens the integrity of the sector. I commend the bill to the House and move the second reading amendment, and I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House notes the Labor government's telecommunications failure. 1, on the botched closure of the 3G network that has left many Australians without telephone services in peri-urban, regional, rural and remote Australia. 2, to respond to the 2024 Regional Telecommunications Independent Review Committee report, which was tabled in December last year to ensure regional communities have access to reliable telecommunications. And 3, to release the consultation paper on the universal outdoor mobile obligation, despite committing to legislate this by the end of 2025. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded?
Oh, sorry. I second the amendment.
Okay, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Lindsay has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. The introduction and passage of the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill delivers on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to keeping Australians connected, no matter where they live, by strengthening telecommunication consumer protections. The Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill was first introduced in the 47th Parliament in February this year. It passed the House without amendment and was considered by the Senate Scrutiny of Bills Committee, but lapsed when the 47th Parliament was prorogued. It is for this reason we are again passing this legislation, because consumer protection is paramount, and I'm happy to speak on the bill again. This bill strengthens the compliance and enforcement tools available to Australia's telecommunications regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA. This will enable the regulator to better protect Australian consumers from poor and harmful telecommunication practices. The bill increases the civil penalties that the Federal Court can issue for breaches of industry code and industry standards from $25,000 to nearly $10 million. The bill modernises the civil penalties framework so that the Federal Court has the option to issue fines for regulatory breaches, which can include $10 million or 3 times the benefit gained for regulatory breach, or 30% of turnover. Currently, civil penalties for breaches of industry codes and standards are not commensurate to the harm caused or high enough to deter non-compliance. The bill amends the Telecommunications Act 1997 to increase the maximum general civil penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards from $25,000 to $30,300 penalty units. This is the equivalent of just under $10 million at the time of drafting, to align with penalties currently available for breaches of service provider determinations. Means that penalties for all these instruments will be aligned to the 30,300 penalty units. The amendment will also strengthen the penalty framework for industry codes, industry standards and service provider determinations to allow for penalties based on the value of benefit obtained from the conduct or turnover of the relevant provider. This will allow the penalties greater than $10 million. This penalty framework better aligns with those in other relevant sectors like energy and banking and under Australian consumer law. It more adequately reflects the communications market and the varying size of the entities engaged in the market, ranging from small to medium businesses to large corporations. It allows the Federal Court to determine the appropriate penalty imposed on an entity for a breach. The bill also expands and clarifies the Minister for Communications authority to increase infringement notice penalties so the ACMA can issue for breaches of industry code, industry standards and service provider determinations. This will ensure the regulator remains flexible, responsive and can be adapted over time. The bill established the carriage service provider registration scheme to increase visibility of providers operating in the market and stop the operation of dodgy carriage service providers who pose an unacceptable risk to consumers. A carriage service provider has a broad definition under the Telecommunications Act 1997. However, in simple terms, it's an entity that uses the carrier's facilities to supply telecommunications services like phone or internet to the public. Currently, there's no comprehensive list of providers operating in the market. This hampers ACMA's efforts to proactively educate carriage service providers about their obligations, target compliance and enforcement activity. Establishing a carriage service provider registration scheme will increase the visibility of the market and provide ACMA and other government agencies the ability to educate providers, streamline complaints and compliance processes and create a better overall market accountability. The amendments to the Communications Act 1997 will also empower ACMA to stop providers operating in a market who pose unacceptable risks to consumers or significant consumer harm. This will provide a deterrent for significant non-compliance and will increase trust by consumers in the registered carriage service providers, including new or smaller providers. This is similar to the energy sector, where the Australian Energy Regulator has the power to exclude energy retailers from the market and has used this power to quickly prevent and stop consumer harm. ACMA power to exclude carriage service providers from the market is expected to be used as a measure of last resort, with suitable arrangements for review of decisions, avenue for registration and maintaining connectivity for impacted consumers. This reform means that the carriage service providers that are doing the wrong thing will face consequences and consumers will be better protected. Furthermore, the bill makes the telecommunication industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA, incentivising industry compliance and enabling the regulator to take swift action to address consumer harm. ACMA currently cannot take direct enforcement action for breaches of the industry codes it has registered under Part 6 of the TEL Act, no matter how egregious. Under the Telecommunications Act 1997, compliance with industry codes is initially technically voluntary. If a breach is found, ACMA could only direct a provider to comply with the code or issue a formal warning. ACMA can only take stronger enforcement action if the provider continues non-compliance, that is, fails to observe the directions given by ACMA. This isn't good enough. Instead, this bill introduces amendments to Part 6 of the Telecommunications Act 1997 to make compliance with industry codes mandatory and remove the need for ACMA to direct a particular participant to comply with the code in the first instance. This is a measure that will make our laws stronger and more enforceable. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government has been working to deliver better telecommunications and to better protect the people who use it. These are just a few things that we've already delivered. A new industry standard requiring telecommunication companies to provide adequate support to consumers experiencing financial hardship. A new industry standard requiring telecommunication companies to support and assist consumers experience domestic, sexual and family violence. This came into force on the 1st of July this year. Earlier this year, the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 was amended to introduce consistent obligations on the telecommunications, banking and digital platform sectors to prevent, detect and disrupt scams. The Albanese Labor government is also delivering a more connected Australia by investing in regional connectivity. The $55 million round aid of the Mobile Black Spots program is under assessment. There have been $50 million for Regional Roads Australia mobile pilot schemes, including $8 million for Victoria and Western Australia and $10 million for New South Wales. The pilot programs will test new and innovative solutions to increase mobile communications coverage on regional highways and major roads. Round 3 of the Regional Connectivity Program awarded over $115 million towards 74 projects that respond to local priorities with the objective of maximising economic opportunities and social benefits for regional, rural and remote communities. This included $7.4 million towards 7 projects targeting improved connectivity for First Nations communities in Central Australia from a dedicated Central Australia stream. 2 successful rounds of the On the Farm connectivity program have provided over $30.4 million in rebates, delivering on thousands of connectivity solutions for primary producers. $20 million has been committed to round 3 of the program, which will open later in 2025. I was glad to have a chance to speak on the legislation earlier this year. I know how important this is to make this system more accountable and to stop companies from ripping people off. For too long, the regulator hasn't been given the necessary tools to make sure the telecommunication companies are doing the right thing. The Albanese Labor government has been working to improve our regulators, from strengthening the Financial Systems Regulator to establishing the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We believe in this country that it doesn't matter how big you are or what wealth and power you have, no one is exempt from consequences. No one is above right or wrong, and no one is above the law. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging the previous speaker with the sentiment which he finished with, which is that the bill is focused on there being no standard for an Australian where anybody is above what is right or wrong. And it's a point that we should all reflect upon in this parliament and those who have had the great privilege of serving in parliament, and perhaps something that the former Premier of Victoria should be thinking about at this important moment in the context of his behaviour in Beijing in the past 24 hours. But getting to the bill, this legislation on the surface of it is not one that should necessarily quicken the blood or excite many of the members in this House. It's to do with ACMA regulations in the context of making sure there are appropriate standards in place and extending it beyond carriage providers. And I get that for a lot of people this may not be a very exciting or enthusiastic topic. Of course it's very important. When legislation is drafted, particularly in telecommunications or technology, technology will always outpace regulation and law. And in one sense that's actually a good thing. Because technology is moving at a pace that is faster than government. Government should be slower because it is calm, it is methodical, and when it seeks to impose a standard, it is universal, where technology is by its nature dynamic, it is exciting, and it seeks to move faster because it's reflective of human need. That is why I've always been so excited about technology and excited about the potential, not just of things like the internet, of course, and telecommunications, but also the potential of what artificial intelligence can do as well. But we're also mindful of the human impacts, and that's where, of course, law comes in to maintain standards, ethics, but also to make sure that where there's an overstep or a breach, that government does its proper job to secure safety, dignity and security. And that's a constant balance for all of us. But one of the things also is that we also have to look at how law can be weaponised by government when it chooses to seek to silence or censor people. So I look at this bill and we're going to support it, but I do so, frankly, with caution. Because I'm old enough, and I'm not that old, to remember when the last time we had a Labor government and there were members who weren't in this chamber who are now bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as they were elected in 2025, and some that were elected before then, sitting on the government benches, proudly wearing the moniker of the Australian Labor Party.
Order. If the member will pause for a moment, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm seeking clarification, a point of order for clarification. I understand the practice is clear that where a member has already spoken, they are not eligible to then second the second amendment, the second reading amendment.
That is correct, Minister. So our way forward is if the person who did move the second reading amendment could stand up and seek leave to move the second reading amendment, to second the second reading amendment.
I
seek leave.
I seek leave to move the second reading amendment.
Is leave granted?
Yes, leave is granted.
Thank you. You can proceed. Just to update the House, we did, when the member for Mallee rose to move the second, to second the second reading amendment, wasn't actually able to do so because she'd already spoken in the debate. So we've retrospectively fixed that by the Minister standing to point that out to the House, and then the member for Mallee has now sought leave to be able to move to second the second reading amendment, which we have now done. And so I give the call back to the member for Goldstein to continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, but I'm sure you're going to give me a whole 15 minutes all over again. I was in full flight. That was okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, because I'm old enough to remember that when there were former Labor members sitting on the benches of this parliament on the government side during the last term of a Labor government, and we were debating legislation. I wasn't here, but I was but a member of the public concerned about the future direction of this country. And I remember when Labor members were sitting on those benches, and what were they using telecommunications powers for? They were using it to shut down the media, silence and regulate the media, look at pathways to introduce internet censorship and limit what Australians could see when they didn't like what Australians were searching for, particularly to impose different pathways of internet censorship because they wanted to control people's lives. And I've said this in this parliament many times before. where the objective of the Labor Party at every stage of your life is to control Australians. They want to control education so they can control what your children learn and how you see the world. They want to control the workplace so that unions can control you and your standards. They want to control housing so that you rent, so that they can control how you live and make you dependent. They want to control you on a salary so that you never have the dignity and independence of owning your own small business. They want to control your superannuation through an industry super fund so that you never have the independence and dignity of an SMSF, so that you can be manifest and manage your own destiny. And of course, when it comes to telecommunications powers, it is the most wonderful backstop for them to be able to go on and control the information you seek, how you can access it, even with the wonders of mobile telephony and technology, that they can find the information or stop you accessing information that you seek. So I look at this legislation, I look at every piece of legislation in the context of telecommunications, and my starting position is I look at the minister, I look at those at the table, I look at those on the opposition benches, and I go, my starting position is I never start from a position of trust. Because I've seen what you've done before, I know your natural temptation to control the Australian people and how you weaponise this legislation to do so. And you just need to look at their performance in the past week, Deputy Speaker. We talked about it earlier in the week. Their primary objective, you think about the gift that they have been given from the Australian people of 94-seat majority, the trust that they have been given. And what are they using/abusing that trust to do at the moment? Introduce a veil of secrecy and shut a curtain down on this parliament and over Canberra, to silence journalists, to limit their capacity to be able to access information and, of course, scrutiny of this parliament. They have made it harder for Australians to submit freedom of information requests, to scrutinise decisions of government. They have introduced fees to make it harder for people to access basic information of how public servants and, of course, the government itself is making decisions. We've seen how they want to literally abolish pathways for reviews of decisions in the context of defence medals. I have never thought that this was a priority of the Australian government, but in the middle of a cost of living crisis, when people are dealing with the realities of financial stress and getting to the supermarket with a red basket, this is their priority. When it comes to the powers and the priorities they have, this is where it is. It is not based on how they empower the Australian people. So when it comes to telecommunications and introducing standards, I always look with a high degree of scrutiny, because their focus has never been on how they empower the Australian people. It has been focused on how they control the Australian people. Now, it doesn't mean there aren't important measures that need to be addressed through telecommunications powers. One of the biggest problems we face in this country right now, and it's a big challenge in the context of Victoria, and you can speak to this, Member for Mallee, is the proliferation of crime. Crime is a massive problem no matter where you go in Victoria, and the failure of the Victorian government to address the problems of crime, whether it's in the streets of Black Rock or Beaumaris or Brighton or Bentley or McKinnon or Ormond, throughout the Goldstein electorate, violent home invasions, people breaking into people's houses, or of course scams or cybercrime, which of course is going on all across the country. But one of the things, and that was why community safety and crime was such an important issue in the Goldstein electorate at the election, including, of course, the proliferation of anti-Semitism, which was both manifest in the physical form as well as on telecommunications platforms. But one of the things we also took to the election was the importance of having mandatory minimum sentences in the context of online sexual violence and crimes. That isn't the priority of this government. Closing FOI pathways for Australians is. Closing defence medal review pathways is. Stopping access for opposition to be able to scrutinise decision-making of government is their priorities. Shame indeed, says the member for Mallee, and she's right, because stopping violent sexual predators on online platforms probably should be a priority for this government, but it is. It's certainly one of our priorities. And that's what we should be addressing through telecommunications platforms, whether it's cybercrime, sexual violence, scams, or, of course, the violent home invasions with machetes. These are pretty important issues for this country, but they're not the sort of priorities of the current government. And, of course, the other thing we need to address through telecommunications platforms is access to basic services. Now, of course, this has been something that Labor has never been afraid of spending obscene amounts of public money on for low return. But the problem is they still leave so much of the country behind, because their focus has always been how they use telecommunications as a mechanism for pork barrelling, rather than for improving the basic infrastructure that Australians need with a sense of universal obligation. Members from rural and regional electorates can talk about that at length, and I don't seek to project or represent their communities on those issues, but I know full well that it remains an ongoing problem, particularly to do with mobile telephony services, and the member for Mallee, as I understand it, previously raised issues where people increasingly are using Starlink installations because they can't get access to the services they need through the national broadband network. But we also have, even in urban centres like the Goldstein electorate, massive problems around access to telecommunication services, basic things like mobile telephony. And when you've got the state government basically seeking to weaponise housing approvals and development, I'm getting more and more complaints in places like Hyatt, in Cheltenham or even Brighton, where people are having increasing problems accessing services to telecommunications, including mobile telephony services and even television services. And of course, when it comes to basic standards and safeguards as part of telecommunications powers, this fits as part of the communications framework that people expect to see from our nation's parliament and our laws. So only the other day I got a complaint about minimum access to services for mobile telephony in Brighton, and someone explicitly saying, can we see more effort from Telstra to be able to access basic 4G and 5G services? The same has also been true increasingly around Hampton East, Cheltenham and in parts of Moorabbin, where because of increasing number of developments of high-rise apartments, increasing disruptions from 5G access to internet connections, where because of more and more people working from home, they're not getting the basic services and standards that they reasonably expect. So they're having an accountability gap about the information they need, and of course they're needing more and more assistance, particularly where there are activity centres. And not just that they're facing it now, but they're concerned that that's falling on deaf ears from this government into the future. So people expect basic standards and basic services. That is not in dispute, Deputy Speaker, in telecommunications powers. But what they also expect is that the government is going to step up and meet those expectations, and they're not hearing it, they're not seeing it, and then they're living the consequences of it. I'll just read out a quote from a constituent only the other day. Despite strong community opposition, a development has since been amended to increase from the original plan to 8 storeys with additional apartments. This construction has created absolute chaos for residents. Illegal parking, unsafe road conditions, but 5G disrupted internet connections, loss of free-to-air TV reception for residents opposite, and numerous other impacts that Council has been completely unprepared to manage. Some of these fits within Council, some within state government, but the one that sits within federal government responsibility is around telecommunications powers. So when we talk about safeguards and we talk about standards, this is the lived reality in urban Australia right now, and the government is completely asleep at the wheel. So, of course, we support the legislation that's broad intention, what it seeks to achieve. But we are mindful. We have seen too many times members of the government in previous Labor governments, when they're given powers around telecommunications, weaponise it with the objective that they seek to use it to censor or silence opinions or views that they don't like. Not ones that are criminal, but ones they don't like. They've tried to regulate the media and try and censor and silence those who have difference of opinions. We still remember that era from the Rudd government, and there are some people still around from the Rudd government who got their blood pumping at the idea that they might be able to close down dissenting voices. They've never really liked diversity in the Labor Party except for their own diversity, which is from the left to the far left. We want a full diversity of Australian voices, and that's by making sure systems remain open and that we make sure that telecommunications powers have a limit to making sure standardisation and the Australian people flourish. They are not used as a weapon to control Australians, as the Australian Labor Party has a sad, shameful history of doing, because that is in their core, it is in their DNA of what they seek to do when they gain the Treasury benches.
I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and a resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour to this day. And I give the call... Oh, sorry. All that opinion say aye. All those against, the ayes have it. And I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further debate. Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026.
And I give the call to the Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1. Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the second time I've spoken on this bill because it's one of those matters that we considered prior to the election, but it wasn't able to be dealt with by the Parliament at that time. And that's a shame because this is about trying to bring in enhanced protections for consumers. And I refer to the comment from the peak communication consumer body, ACAN, who have welcomed the fact that this bill is now being debated a second time. And keeping in mind it had passed through this place and it had landed in the Senate. As they say, it's time to finish the job of delivering long-awaited powers for the regulator to crack down on telcos that cause consumer harm. This is something that ACAN and other consumer organisations have long called for. They wanted stronger powers and penalties to be available to the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA. I note the comment from the CEO of ACAN, Carol Bennett, who said that the legislation addresses persistent gaps that have left many consumers exposed to harm. And she is absolutely right. This is a bill that really plugs some of the gaps that have allowed consumers to be very vulnerable to actions or lack of action by the telecommunications businesses, and it provides more teeth for ACMA to be able to tackle those. Let's look at some of the things. You know, we're talking about telecommunications, which is just an absolutely essential connector that we all need. We need it for our families. When I was running a small business, I absolutely needed reliable telecommunications to run my business. And our communities need it, particularly when there's disasters. And goodness knows that my electorate of Macquarie, the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, has experienced more than its fair share of natural disasters where connectivity has been absolutely key. And it isn't just during the crisis that it can be life-saving to have connection. It's following the crisis and the speed with which things are restored that can make such a difference. And we know that Australians deserve a telecommunications system that is fair, accountable and built on trust. Remembering that most of our mobile phone, our landline, for those who still have landline, and a big portion of our internet is privately owned, privately operated, underpinned by the NBN, a government-owned agency, but remembering that all the mobile stuff we do is all in the private sector these days. So what this bill does is equips the telecommunications industry regulator, ACMA, with the tools and powers that it really desperately needs to protect consumers from poor and harmful telecommunications practices. Significantly, there are very big increases in the penalties that can be applied. For instance, it increases civil penalties that the federal court can issue for breaches of industry codes and industry standards by 40 times. We're not just doubling something, we're not just, boosting it a bit. What we're saying is this needs to be much bigger, 40 times larger. So the
The cap is now from $250,000 to nearly $10 million. And it's a shame that we need to have such a big stick that is there to make the telcos do the right thing, but that's our conclusion, is that we absolutely needed to have much stronger powers and much greater capacity to act when they do the wrong thing. This bill also modernises the civil penalties framework so that the Federal Court has the option to issue fines for regulatory breaches, and they can include be $10 million or 3 times the benefit gained for the regulatory breach. So there's a very clear connection between the breach and the financial gain that the telco had, and the penalty will relate to that, or 30% of turnover. So these are much more significant penalties. This bill also expands and clarifies the Minister for Communications authority to increase infringement notice penalties that ACMA can issue for breaches of industry codes, industry standards and service provider determinations. Another aspect of the bill is around establishing what we call a carriage service provider registration scheme. Now, right now, we don't know necessarily who all the carriage service providers are, and this is about increasing the visibility of the CSPs who operate in the market so that we can stop the operation of dodgy carriage service providers who pose an unacceptable risk to consumers. So registering them means we have visibility, which means we have the capacity to act much more effectively when issues arise. Another thing this bill does is make the telecommunications industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA. And really, the aim of that is to incentivise industry compliance and enable the regulator to take swift action to address consumer harm. These reforms will ensure that ACMA is an empowered and effective regulator, and that appropriate structures are in place to drive better behaviour by telecommunications companies. Now, this is not something that has suddenly just been needed. This has been needed for some time. I think every member of Parliament here will have dealt with their constituents who've had issues with telcos, where those issues have not been adequately dealt with and addressed by the telecommunication provider. I would hope that this entire Parliament realises that this is urgent, and I hope the Senate realises that too. Since coming to office, the Albanese government has focused very heavily on lifting the standards for this sector. There's been a new industry standard requiring telecommunications companies to provide adequate support to consumers experiencing financial hardship. We've also had a new industry standard requiring telecommunications companies to support and assist consumers experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence, which came into force on the 1st of July. And I just want to share some of the details about that. The sorts of things that are in that standard, which can make such a difference to a woman and her children who are escaping family violence, are things that will require the telco providers to be involved, to stand up and act to keep victim survivors safe, including reversing disconnection, suspension and restriction of services when a domestic and family violence safety risk is raised by a customer. It will also ensure that they're only contacting people using agreed methods, and that they're hiding sensitive information like calls to 1800-RESPECT, and preventing those things from appearing on bills. That can actually save lives. The changes we've made also ensure staff are appropriately trained to recognise and support victim survivors, and people need that because you don't automatically know what to do when someone makes a disclosure, and that training of telco staff is really important. The changes also ensure that victim survivors will never be asked to engage with the alleged perpetrator to resolve their telco issues. Again, that's about dignity. That's about ensuring you're not exacerbating a situation. And there's a number of measures to prevent victim survivors from being re-traumatised. by not having to repeat their story multiple times or provide extensive evidence of abuse. And also then what follows that is giving customers a greater say in managing the security and privacy of their accounts. So I'm very pleased that the first tranche of that came into effect from the 1st of July, and that new industry standard, which fits with this piece of legislation, is one of several things we're doing to lift the standards and to make our telecommunications sector responsive to consumer needs. Deputy Speaker, another area that we've focused on in telecommunications that aligns with the bill that we're discussing here today is the changes to the Competition and Consumer Act, which we amended to introduce consistent obligations on the telecommunications, banking and digital platform sectors to prevent, detect and disrupt scams. So we're not seeing the telecommunications sector in isolation from banking when it comes to scams. Many a time people will find that it is a text message on their phone that can be the trigger, the first attempt at a scam. It might be something on their social media, it might be an email. It's coming through a carriage service provider. It's coming to them. And every step of the scam process where scammers use social media, phone or email, they then get people to dip into their banking. Each step of the way there, all those sectors have to be responsible for it. And that's what our legislation has done. Deputy Speaker, I referred earlier to ACAN and its support for these changes that we are making today. And I note that they've thanked the government for putting consumers first. In their view, the reforms better align telecommunications with other essential services like energy and banking by strengthening enforcement, lifting penalties and making industry codes enforceable. And you can see the consistency of the approach that we're taking in this way. We're saying to the sectors, you all have shared responsibility here, and this bill in particular lifts those consumer standards so that they are consistent. I do note that ACAN highlights that new powers are only as good as the regulator who wields them, and like ACAN, we fully expect ACMA to act quickly and transparently when providers fall short, and we are confident that they will do that. You know, as Australians, we rely very heavily on phone and internet services every day. And when something goes wrong, it does need to be dealt with quickly. And previously, there has been a gap in doing that. But we recognise that there are a whole lot of things we need to do to expand the access to telecommunications. And Deputy Speaker, one of the things that I think is important to be reminded of is that under one of our policies is to have a universal outdoor mobile obligation on the telecommunications providers. And that's going to require the mobile carriers to provide access to mobile voice and SMS almost everywhere in Australia. And I'm particularly keen to see this because I have an electorate that has mountains and valleys. It's got rugged world heritage where not only is it easy to get lost, but if you get lost, it's really hard to make a phone call. And what the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation will do, it's called the UOMO, it's very catchy. It'll ensure that up to 5 million square kilometres of new competitive outdoor mobile coverage will come into existence, including more than 37,000 kilometres on regional roads. So important for people travelling through the regions or living in the regions to have coverage as they drive. So whether it's national parks, out on the farm, outdoor or out in quite remote areas, outdoor coverage will be accessible almost anywhere where Australians can see the sky. Our objectives in doing this are to expand the OOO access for Australians right across the nation. And look, my community is only about 95 kilometres from Sydney, but this will potentially save lives because people on very challenging roads that can be difficult to get signal, like the Bells line of road, like the Putty Road, they will be able to call for help. It'll expand outdoor voice and SMS coverage into existing mobile black spots that are really challenging to tackle because of the geography, and it'll improve the availability of mobile signals during disasters and power outages. So these, Deputy Speaker, are the sorts of things that we are prioritising, and it's always putting consumers first. So this bill looks at the protections for consumers. We've separately looked at expanding access to services for consumers. We've got more protections for victim survivors of domestic and family violence. And I'm very proud to be part of a government that says the consumer comes first. The services exist to serve consumers, and how they are treated in the process is absolutely vital. So I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Janelle Regeri, Graham Kruger just brought along to my office some very impressive young people. Nathan Crawley, Emily Marsden, Sarah McCaskey, Thomas Haddy and Daniel Andriazza from Griffith and Tocumwal. They're not in my Riverina electorate per se, but they certainly are in the Riverina area by geographical name, and they are rice growers. Now, you might wonder why I'm raising this, and before I get a point of order on relevance from the Minister at the table, when it comes to the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. But like the Macquarie, member for Macquarie, I appreciate that farming requires good telecommunications, and everywhere needs the very best telecommunications and the utmost in safeguards for consumers, and that is why the Coalition supports this bill. Its second iteration, it has been enhanced by an amendment, excellent one at that, moved by the Shadow Minister for Communications and Shadow Minister for Women, the member for Lindsay, and I acknowledge that she has put that forward and very much commend it to the House. But these young rice growers, as part of the Rice Grower of Australia's Next Generation program, emphasise to me the importance of technology in what they do. And they absolutely have to have the very best telecommunication as they do research into lowering emissions from their paddies. Still call them paddies, even though they're doing a flush method rather than a pond method on some of these modern rice farms these days, out in the Murrumbidgee irrigation area and elsewhere, Colliambly as well, and also maximising every precious drop of water. But they can't do their research, and they can't therefore be even more environmentally sustainable than they already are unless they have good telecommunications to be able to pass on the data, the analytics, the knowledge and the updates so that they can have it in one central point, so that they can learn from their research, and their farms can be more profitable, their farms can be more sustainable, and their farms can be more progressive. And I really commend the work that each and every one of those young farmers are doing, because they are the future. And it doesn't matter whether you are growing rice or whether you are indeed growing any sort of food or fibre, you need to have the very best of telecommunications. And what we're seeing are very much farmers these days using groundbreaking GPS technology on their tractors, on their equipment, so that they very much stay in line, so that each and every bit of valuable soil is utilised to its maximum benefit. Each and every valuable piece of a droplet of water is used to its maximum benefit, and that only happens when you've got the very best of technology, the very best of global positioning systems technology, and that only happens when you've got good mobile communications. And whether it's farming, the member for Macquarie mentioned her electorate and the fact that the geography, the topography of her electorate is wide and varied, very similar to the Riverina electorate I now serve. And indeed, the new alignment of boundaries of the Australian Electoral Commission, which came into effect at the May election this year, I now took back over the Snowy Mountains and Kosciuszko and beyond. Very much, we've got hilly terrain. The high point of Australian politics is Kosciuszko. It's in the actual mountaintop, is in the summit, is in the Riverina electorate. Very proud of that fact, but the fact that they are very prone to fires, very prone to having emergency situations, and we need the best telecommunications to enable our emergency service workers when things happen, for them to be able to communicate, for them to be able to get help, for them to be able to save people's lives. And if you think about it, at the moment we've got Australia's largest manhunt happening in Porapunka in northeast Victoria, and they no doubt need good telecommunications too, as they search for the killer of those two brave police officers. And when we have a rollout of telecommunications in the bush, we need to be fair about it. I know many members have come in and talked about colour-coded spreadsheets. The sad reality is that the colour-coded spreadsheets for the telecommunications towers in the first term of this government were all red, and they claimed that they were, as part of the rollout of towers, simply honouring election commitments, but they need to be fair about this when it comes to the spread of telecommunications towers, because everybody needs good telecommunications, not just Labor electorates. And I would urge and encourage the Communications Minister, the new Communications Minister, to consider that when they are funding those towers, which do provide not just convenience, not just data sharing, but indeed they save lives. They absolutely do. Now, the member for Macquarie also mentioned an important part of this telecommunications bill. We are debating about domestic violence and scams, and I do want to commend that aspect of this motion. The fact that if there is a partner who is being subjected to domestic abuse, that those particular numbers aren't showing up on telephone bills. That's absolutely vitally important, and anything that can be done to protect and safeguard, particularly women obviously, in domestic violence situations, then that is to be applauded and encouraged. And when we come to scams, I would urge and encourage people to avail themselves of a copy of the little black book of scams, and it doesn't matter who's in government. I actually had the former member for Whitlam come to my electorate and did a very worthwhile scams seminar in Wagga Wagga, and he was fabulous. And these days, the scammers are so professional. They are so adept at separating people and their money for their graft and gain. It is quite remarkable. As I say, the little black book of scams is good reading. It's sobering reading. It's actually helping people spot and avoid scams. And when it comes to scams, telecommunications are the preferred method of choice by a lot of these people who would steal money, people's money. It's white-collar crime, and it's on an industrial scale. And these nefarious characters are coming in from overseas. They're operating from overseas bases. They're also very much operating right here at home, and they prey on older people. They prey on vulnerable people, and I would advise people to take heed of what the government says when it comes to scams, to text or SMS scams. to email scams, to phone scams, to website scams, because money's hard enough in this cost of living crisis to earn. You don't want to be giving it up to somebody who is not earning it, who just wants to separate you and your hard-earned wealth. So I commend that particular publication to everybody. The Telecommunications Amendment Bill before us does create a register of carriage service providers. It does enable the direct enforcement of industry codes and increases the maximum penalty amount from $250,000 to $10 million. Now that might seem a lot of money, and it is, but corporations have an obligation to do the right thing and to put in place the provisions and the measures and the personnel to ensure that customers are safeguarded, that the consumers who use their services are kept as much as possible away from those activities and those people who would otherwise do them harm. It also amends the existing two-step process for the application of penalty amounts for infringement notices. I had a visit to my parliamentary office yesterday by Chris Taylor and Christina Corkell from Telstra, and it was good to get an update. And I do commend Mr. Taylor for the work that he has done in my electorate and others besides to ensure that he keeps members of Parliament and moreover, very much moreover, members of the public updated with what the big telco is doing when it comes to services. And Ms. Corkell is looking after the shires I've just taken over, as in Snowy Valleys, Yass Valley and Upper Lachlan Shire. She has in her care others as well, but I respect the job that they're doing. And I emphasised again that there are still communities that are hurting from the changeover from 3G, and very much Telstra, I know, acknowledges that, are working on it, but there are people, the member for Macquarie mentioned people on landlines. There are people who are relying on their landlines, and I know that even in my electorate there are people out Ardlethan Way, and Area Park and Beckham, that district, Kamara, who have to climb up on top of their silos, would you believe, to get a signal. So you could imagine climbing up a silo, one hand on the ladder, one hand on your phone, just to get a signal. And that might be to be able to sell your grain, to be able to get the best price for your stock, whatever the case might be, but it also might be to get an ambulance. And when it comes to getting help, often these little communities who do so much for our nation, so much those farmers for our nation, to try to get an ambulance is an exercise in itself, let alone having to climb a silo to do it. So we need to remember that, and we need to reflect on that, particularly when the Minister for Communications is designating funding for vital telecommunications upgrades. Then that is so very important. The new carriage service provider registration scheme is going to require all telecommunications providers to apply to the Australian Communications and Media Authority for registration to operate in Australia. It should have always been a minimum, quite frankly. This will provide ACMA, as the regulator for the sector, with visibility of all operators in the Australian market, of which there is at the moment an estimated 1,500. And it will ensure that ACMA is able to monitor, to educate, and where necessary to take rapid enforcement action for any breaches of any codes or standards. And I know that this particular legislation passed through the House before, it lapsed, but it is good that it has been able to return here, because should providers breach their obligations or indeed pose a risk to consumers, ACMA would have the ability to cancel their registration to operate, and this should be an absolute minimum. in this day and age, because telecommunications are far too important than to have people operating in the industry or the sector who could otherwise be probably best described as cowboys. People who are operating in this sector need to understand that there are minimum standards, that there are high fines now able to be imposed. They were high before. They've now very much got into the area of very severe, as they should be. These arrangements are similar to those in the energy sector, where the Australian Energy Regulator has the power to forbid operators from operating in a market where there is risk to consumers. Can't determine the price of power, unfortunately, but they're able to do that. This telecommunications amendment is good legislation. It's worthwhile legislation, but I do commend to the House the amendment put forward by the member for Lindsay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Bullwinkle. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on a matter which is critical to the lives of every single Australian, and it's a matter that goes directly to the heart of our government's values of fairness, accountability and trust. I am speaking in strong support of the Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill of 2025. So enhancing consumer safeguards. That's what it's all about. As the federal member for Bullwinkle, I represent an electorate that stretches from the peri-urban fringes of Perth to the wheat belt, where every single day our families, businesses and emergency services rely on telecommunications to function. In today's world, connectivity is not a luxury. It's the lifeblood of our communities. It supports our kids' education, it enables small businesses to trade, and it connects us with our loved ones, and especially in times of crisis. Australians deserve a telecommunications system that is fair, accountable, and most of all, one that is trustworthy. For too long, there have been many poor practices in the industry. This bill changes that. It's a comprehensive package of reforms that will equip the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, with the modern, effective tools it needs to protect Australian consumers from poor and harmful practices. The core of this bill can be distilled into three key reforms, and I wish to speak to each of them today. Firstly, we are increasing maximum civil penalties. In the current framework, the maximum civil penalty for a serious breach of industry codes and standards is $250,000. Now, for a multinational corporation generating billions of dollars in revenue, a $250,000 fine is simply a slap on the wrist. It is, as my colleagues have also said, simply a cost of doing business. It is an amount that does not deter harmful practices. It sends a message that it's more profitable to break the rules and pay the fine than it is to do the right thing by your customers. And this is fundamentally wrong, and it erodes the trust that Australians place in their service providers. This bill dramatically changes that. It amends the Telecommunications Act to increase the maximum general civic penalty for breaches of industrial codes and standards to 30,300 penalty units, which at the time of drafting is just shy of $10 million. This is a 40-fold increase in penalties, a powerful statement that this government is serious about consumer protection. But we go even further, Speaker. The bill modernises the penalty framework to give the flexibility of fines to be based on the benefit gained from such conduct. So up to 30% of the relevant provider's turnover. This means that for a company with a very high turnover, the penalty can and should be more significant than $10 million. More significantly more than $10 million. This penalty framework aligns with our telecommunications sector with standards that we see in other industries like energy and banking, as well as the Australian consumer law. This is about creating a level playing field where the penalty for the breach is truly proportionate to the harm caused, and where no company, no matter how large, can treat consumer protection as an optional extra. It ensures that the federal court can impose a penalty that is a genuine deterrent, and effectively, it strongly encourages companies to prioritise ethical conduct over a quick profit. The second crucial reform of this bill is the establishment of a carriage service provider, or a CPS register scheme. This has been a long-standing issue for the previous Labor and coalition governments, and this lacks the visibility. This lack of visibility is a black hole for regulators. The limited visibility of the carriage service provider has hampered ACMA's ability to actively educate providers on their obligations and to target compliance efforts. This bill changes that by establishing a CSP registration scheme. We will increase visibility of the market and give ACMA and other government agencies the ability to streamline complaints and compliance processes. It will provide a clear line of sight, ensuring that every provider is known and accountable. This means that dodgy providers will no longer be able to operate in the shadows, preying on consumers without being held to account. And it introduces a powerful deterrent. ACMA will be empowered to stop CSPs from operating in the market if they pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or cause significant consumer harm. This power will be used, of course, as a last resort, with suitable checks and balances in place, but it provides the regulator with the necessary authority to protect consumers from the worst actors in the industry. It means consumers can have greater confidence in their providers that they choose, knowing there is a system in place to ensure that they are held to account. This is a reform that will incentivise better behaviour and weed out those that are doing the wrong thing. This may sound like a technical change, but it's in fact, the impact is profound. Under the current legislation, even if a telco is caught red-handed breaching a code, no matter how egregious the breach, ACMA can only issue a direction for them to comply with the code. It is only if the provider then fails to follow that direction that ACMA can take stronger enforcement action. This bill removes that clunky and time-consuming two-step process. It makes compliance with these codes mandatory from the moment they are registered. This gives ACMA the ability to take immediate and decisive enforcement action, providing a stronger incentive for industry compliance and ensuring that consumers are protected without delay. Speaker, these are not standalone measures. The bill is a vital piece of our government's broader consumer protection agenda. Since coming to office, we have already introduced new industry standards to support consumers experiencing financial hardship, and we just saw recently the implementation of new standard that requires telecommunications companies to support and assist consumers experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. We also amended the Competition and Consumer Act earlier this year to introduce consistent obligations on telcos, banks and digital platforms to prevent and disrupt scams. This bill is a crucial pillar in that ongoing work. As the member for Bullwinkle, I know the importance of connectivity, not just for consumer protection, but for the economic and social well-being of our community. This is why the Albanese Labor government is also delivering historic investment in regional connectivity, and a large part of my seat is considered regional. The $55 million mobile Black Spot program which had applications closed this April, will provide resilient mobile coverage in disaster-prone areas. And certainly Bullwinkle falls into the disaster-prone area with regards to bushfires. The $50 million Regional Roads Australia, Mobile Australia pilot programs also include $8 million, which also includes an $8 million allocation for Western Australia, will test new solutions to increase mobile coverage on our regional highways and major roads, improving safety and connection. And of course, round 3 of the Regional Connectivity Program awarded just over $115 million towards 74 projects, which also included a dedicated Central Australia stream to improve connectivity for First Nations communities. Speaker, this bill is a testament to the Albanese's Labor government's commitment to fair, accountable and trusted telecommunications system. It is a win for consumers, a win for integrity, a win for a more connected Australia, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bullwinkle. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 makes changes to the Telecommunications Act to strengthen consumer safeguards, something we should all agree is a top priority. The bill will create a register of carriage service providers, enable the direct enforcement of industry codes, amend the existing two-step process for the application of penalty amounts for infringement notices, and increase the maximum penalty amount for breaches of the codes from $250,000 to $10 million. Full visibility of all telecommunications operators will also ensure ACMA can target compliance and enforcement activities and, where necessary, take appropriate action. The changes in this bill will strengthen ACMA's powers and the speed at which they can use them to provide even greater protections for consumers and ensure we have responsible operators in our telecommunications sector. This is an important step towards holding the telcos to account to industry standards, but I think what is missing from this legislation is a consideration of the standards themselves. As they currently stand, the bar is too low. We need to reassess the universal service obligation. The USO is the obligation for Telstra to ensure that standard telephone services are reasonably accessible to all people in Australia on an equitable basis, wherever they reside or carry on business, and to ensure that payphones are reasonably accessible to all people in Australia on an equitable basis, wherever they reside or carry on business. Rather than maintaining or improving the quality of landline phone infrastructure, it is noticeably deteriorating, especially in rural areas of the electorate. In times of emergency, the consequence can be life-threatening. Not only is Telstra failing in its universal service obligations of providing reasonable standard telephone services via landline phone connection, but they also fail in providing a reliable and cost-effective alternative. Many people are forced to go to the more expensive Starlink satellite in the hope that it will prove to be reliable. This government must negotiate new terms that better reflect advances in technology, and Telstra, and indeed all providers, need to be held to account and made to uphold these new universal service obligations. Deputy Speaker, this bill does nothing to improve mobile and internet services in my electorate, which has poor to non-existent mobile and internet service, one of the biggest issues next to roads and health that are consistently raised with me. Mobile and internet service is becoming increasingly unreliable in many locations across my electorate. Frustratingly, the service is worse now than just a few years ago. In rural areas of the electorate, loss of internet and mobile service for extended periods is becoming increasingly common. I'll give you an example. Residents within the town of Marlee have gone weeks and on one occasion well over a month without any mobile or landline service. In coastal areas of my electorate that experience a seasonal influx in tourist numbers, like Foster, Tuncurry, Harrington, internet either operates at snail's pace or simply drops out. I can give you an example in Harrington. A butcher there, only one a Christmas ago, could not service any of his customers. His square just simply could not work because this small town, and I know many of the MPs here who often holiday in my electorate would know Harrington, that the population can triple in a holiday season, but the bandwidth can't cope with the additional people and the 30% natural increase in the use of data. And so businesses in this town of Harrington, and it's the busy time, it's when they're planning, hopefully to make a bit of cash, they simply cannot run their business unless people have access, have cash in their wallet. So this is a huge issue for small businesses in towns like Harrington and many of my other coastal communities. Simply not good enough in a society that's increasingly forced to become reliant on technology. People in Nabiac struggle to access their online prescriptions. Pensioners unable to access their MyGov account. Hotels and restaurants are unable to take bookings online. People are unable to make medical appointments or receive reminders. They're unable to contact family and friends. And they're unable to contact emergency services in times of dire need. And I've got a number of communities that are a single road in and a single road out. Places like Pindima and Bundabar, places like Pacific Palms, that are surrounded by forest, and there is no escape. And so having an internet or a phone service that actually works when you need it is critical to them surviving in those difficult circumstances. I want to use an example from the Gloucester District News of the area of a town called Barrington on the Thunderbolts Way on the other side of Gloucester. And just read the first bit because I want to put this on the record. Local resident Shelley Fall has described the Telstra, I'll put my glasses on, might help because it's smaller text. Local resident Shelley Fall has described the Telstra mobile phone service to the village of Barrington and its surrounds as being woeful. According to Telstra's network coverage map, the whole village of Barrington is covered by its mobile service, and there is nothing to indicate that Barrington residents are likely to experience issues using their mobile phones. But according to locals and visitors, however, the map does not match their lived experience. I have to stand on my veranda to get any mobile connection, and then I have calls that keep dropping out. The hall is an emergency refuge centre if there is a fire, flood or other disaster, and there is no mobile coverage at the hall. This is the lived experience of people in my electorate, the lived experience of people in regional Australia, and we have to take these needs seriously. Now, I recently had a gentleman, his name is Todd Barnes from Papenbarra, return from South Africa, and he emailed me and he told me his story. He said, from Johannesburg, we drove 650 kilometres southwest to the North Cape province, and not once did I not have phone service. I had the same service as the local guys. I could call, send pictures and videos in the middle of the paddock, in the middle of nowhere. At home, I can't even drive from Port Macquarie to Taree without the phone service dropping out multiple times. That's on the Pacific Highway, on our national highway. And he goes on to say, not good when Australia is supposed to be a first world country. The local African guys can't believe we can't drive between towns on a highway and not have mobile service. They thought I was pulling their chains. Again, are we being left behind in the regions? Why are we being left behind in the regions? I understand that geography plays a part, and I understand the geography in my electorate, but surely a modern Australia that cares about the regions, can find a way to ensure that all Australians have access to mobile and internet services. Now, I want to talk now about poor assistance that many of my constituents have when they try to deal with telcos. And I just want to remind the House that the Lion electorate is in fact the oldest electorate of all here. And so my constituents are particularly challenged by technology. Many of them have not grown up with it. They've come to have to use a mobile phone as much older. Indeed, I know my own experience. I'm going to say the first time I ever used email was working in the Minister for Industrial Relations office in 1996. I remember the computer lab going in at school. So I'm 54 and even I find the challenge sometimes difficult, and I've come to it myself later in life, but I appreciate for much older Australians it's more difficult. So constituents also report a very poor customer service experience when reporting issues to the telco's call centres. They are firstly met with an extremely long wait time for either in-store visits or calls to the call centre. And then they are faced with the person on the other end having no understanding, appreciation or empathy for the situation or for the client. My constituents have informed me of numerous instances whereby a maintenance person scheduled to attend their property to fix the issue cancels at the last minute. No-shows are common experience, as are technicians failing to first confirm when the business or household that the scheduled time is acceptable. Better training is certainly required, and I have to say I have raised this directly with the telcos. I've spoken even with the stores in my own electorate and the staff there to raise the issues of ensuring that the staff are trained, first of all, to be responsive and communicate, but make sure that they understand who they're talking to and really try to help them. And I do give credit to successive governments also for investing in the regional tech hub, because that has also been a great source of support for many people in regional Australia, particularly farmers and older Australians, to go and get one-on-one support to try and, as I often say, unscramble the bureaucracy, unscramble the technology to try and make it work for them. Now, moving on to fee for no service, there are also numerous examples of telcos charging fees for either no service or substandard service. If a customer experiences a loss of service for a substantial period of time, providers do not credit the customer unless the customer makes a request. And even then, they may not get a full credit refund for the time the service was not provided, or only a substandard service was provided. What other business could get away with charging a customer when they have not received a service in return? Providers are failing to meet the customer service guarantee standard and failing to proactively pay compensation if they are unable to meet timelines to fix landline services. And I am looking forward to the telcos reporting on the levels of compensation that they provided to many of my constituents affected by the May floods. With the oldest electorate in the country, Deputy Speaker, many of my constituents lack skills and tech savvy to be able to navigate the jargon and technology. One of my constituents, John, a 92-year-old still living at home at Allenbrook, was sold a brand new mobile phone. He was told that it would finally enable him to make calls. It has not. And John and his wife must still rely on their fading landline. I've seen constituents encouraged to disconnect their landline, but when the mobile does not work satisfactorily, they are then charged a $250 landline reconnection fee. And I think this is one of the issues, because the expectations of consumers is very different to the technical expertise of those selling the equipment. And so I know that the expectation of many consumers, many people in my electorate, is when they know their landlines are failing, they know that the copper technology is pretty much done and dusted. But their expectation is when they buy a mobile phone and they sign up to a contract and they give their home address, that the telco, when they agree, acknowledges that that service works at their house. And I can't tell you the number of times that I've had constituents come to me saying, I've been sold a phone, I I bought it, I signed the contract thinking it would work at home, but it doesn't work at home. But then the Telstra or Optus or wherever it is says, well, we don't guarantee. We will not guarantee that your service will work at home. It's a mobile phone. It's meant to work when you're roaming. So the expectations of the customer and the delivery by the telcos is not aligned, and that is a serious issue, particularly for older Australians. Deputy Speaker, I just quickly want to speak to some of the funding which, sadly, we are not seeing in the electorate. The mobile black spot program has not been extended beyond 2026-2027 with $0 allocated. Furthermore, the government has not allocated any funding in 27-28 for the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia. Like the mobile black spot program, there is no funding for these programs beyond 26-27. The mobile network hardening program, there's been no announcement on another round. This funding is critical and important. The government needs to be supporting sensible policies that facilitate arrangements to ensure that the telecommunications infrastructure framework supports efficient, effective and equitable mobile telecommunications network delivery across Australia, including in rural and remote areas. Thank you.
I thank the member for Lyne. One day I will show her my slide rule. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's fair to say that without telecommunications connectivity, living life would be very difficult. Telecommunications connectivity is required to participate in family and personal life, in education, in sport and in business, and importantly, in the community. Connection, therefore, no matter where you live, is fundamental. Because of the widespread role telecommunications connectivity plays for all of us, a system that is fair, accountable and built on trust is critical for Australia. The Australian Communications and Media Authority is the regulator of this sector, acting to regulate communications and media with the purpose of maximising the economic and social benefits that communications infrastructure, services and content bring to all Australians. The authority of ACMA is the authority that makes decisions on matters of importance for ACMA, including with respect to telecommunications consumer issues. Covering the internet, telephones, TV, radio and content, spectrum and equipment compliance, the Australian Communications and Media Authority sets and manages rules about communications, media services and markets. It provides licences for people, organisations and products to operate in Australia. It plans and manages the airways to make space for new services and technology, such as 5G. And it also considers complaints and problems and takes action when rules are not being followed. These complaints and problems may relate to a number of different areas. Firstly, broadcasting compliance and investigations, which are investigations into TV, radio and online content, and the rules about what broadcasters can show on TV and radio. Secondly, ACMA considers telemarketing and scam compliance and investigations, which in very broad terms relate to breaches of the law as they concern the sending of marketing emails or messages. Thirdly, with respect to radio communications and telecommunications compliance and investigations, ACMA investigates licensing, interference management device supply arrangements, customer equipment and cabling compliance, media control and ownership compliance, and other investigations, which also form part of ACMA's remit, and again, which mean, in broad terms, ACMA's power to require rectification in circumstances of breaches of statutory control, media diversity or directorship rules. And these investigations may require the production of documents, the examination of witnesses, or the holding of public hearings. In addition, ACMA also accepts enforceable undertakings under the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, the Telecommunications Act 1997, the Spam Act 2003, the Radio Communications Act 1992, and Regulatory Powers Standard Provisions Act 2014. Then it issues infringement notices under several pieces of legislation, including the Do Not Call Register Act, the Spam Act, Telecommunications Act, Broadcasting Services Act, and Telecommunications and Radio Communications Regulations. The remit is extremely large, and this regime is designed with purpose to facilitate compliance with these important pieces of legislation and regulations, because they regulate telecommunications connectivity, to which all Australians need, and which must be fair, trustworthy and accountable. The types of infringement notices ACMA has issued include where organisations have failed to undertake adequate identity checks when porting consumers' mobile numbers from other telecommunications companies. They also include where providers have sent marketing emails and SMSs without consent and without a functional unsubscribe facility, failing to confirm that a person requesting a high-risk customer transaction was in fact the customer or customer's authorised representative, in that there was a failure to use an applicable identity authentication process prior to undertaking the high-risk transaction. There have also been infringement notices where organisations have failed to comply with billing accuracy rules as set out in the Telecommunications Consumer Protections Code by not being able to provide, verify and demonstrate accuracy of bills to customers. And there can be no reasonable argument against the proposition that Australians deserve these types of infringements to be investigated, called out and then rectified. Finally, ACMA's remit also includes telecommunications compliance and investigations, the premise of which is that telecommunications companies must follow certain laws when delivering mobile, landline, internet and NBN services to the Australian public. These laws cover matters including what details and words advertisements must and must not contain, how telecommunications companies must handle complaints when complaints are made to them. They include rules about customer identity authentication, rules about assisting law enforcement and security agencies with their work, and rules for priority assistance services, which relate to landline services for people with life-threatening medical conditions. Telecommunications companies providing these services must meet the rules for the faster repairing of faults, timeframes for connection of new services, and make arrangements for more reliable service. With respect to consumer protections, ACMA also takes action in relation to telecommunications to ensure that companies that are delivering mobile, landline and internet services follow laws that are applicable to them and which are directly relevant to the protection of consumers. In carrying out this function, ACMA collects information, consults about issues related to compliance, and then assesses the level of risk. More specifically, in doing this, ACMA consults with consumer interest groups, analyses industry complaints data, commissions studies, publishes reports about telecommunications safeguards or the telecommunications consumer experience. Then it provides compliance information to industry, undertakes compliance assessment, investigates serious, repeated and systemic non-compliance, and which could be referred to ACMA by external parties or identified by ACMA itself, and takes enforcement action where warranted. Australians need and deserve ACMA to have this remit so that they are protected when utilising essential telecommunications services. That's where we get to this bill, and it is so important in that it will equip the telecommunications industry regulator with the tools and powers it needs to protect Australian consumers, to carry out its remit so Australian consumers do not fall foul of poor and harmful telecommunications practices. Some of the measures this bill proposes, including increasing the quantum of civil penalties that can be issued by the Federal Court for breaches of industry codes and standards. This is being increased by 40 times, from $250,000 to nearly $10 million, because bigger deterrents are needed. The bill also modernises the civil penalties framework to give the Federal Court options in relation to issuing fines for regulatory breaches. This can include 3 times the benefit gained from the regulatory breach, $10 million or 30% of organisation turnover. Currently, the civil penalties for breaches of industry codes and standards are not a deterrent. They are not commensurate to the harm caused. They are not high enough to deter non-compliance. The amendments will also modernise the penalty framework for industry codes, industry standards and service provider determination for allow for penalties based on the value of the benefit obtained from the non-compliant conduct. This penalty framework better aligns with those in other relevant sectors like energy and banking and under the Australian consumer law, and more adequately reflects the telecommunications market and then, in fairness, varying size of the entities engaged in the market, which range from small to medium businesses to very large corporations. This is an appropriately described discretionary option for the Federal Court. The bill also establishes a carriage service provider registration scheme to increase visibility of carriage service providers operating in the market and stop the operation of unprincipled CSPs who pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or who cause significant harm. The amendments to the Telecommunications Act of 1997 will empower ACMA to stop CSPs operating in the market who do pose this unacceptable risk, and this will provide a further deterrent for significant non-compliance and will increase trust by consumers in registered CSPs, including new or smaller CSPs. Importantly, ACMA's power to exclude CSPs from the market is expected to be used as a measure of last resort only, with suitable arrangements for a review of decision, avenues for re-registration, and critically, maintaining connectivity for impacted consumers, because we know that connectivity that is as uninterrupted as possible is necessary for everyone. This reform means that carriage service providers that are doing the wrong thing will face consequences and consumers will be better protected. Importantly, this bill also makes telecommunications industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA, incentivising industry compliance and enabling ACMA to take swift action to address consumer harm. Currently, it cannot take direct enforcement action for breaches of the industry codes it has registered under Part 6 of the Telecommunications Act, no matter how egregious the breach is, because under this Act, compliance with industry codes is initially technically voluntary. Part 6 of the Act prescribes that bodies and associations representing sectors of the telecommunications industry may develop industry codes and that industry codes may be registered by the ACMA, and that compliance with an industry code is voluntary unless ACMA directs a particular participant to so comply. So currently, if a breach is found, ACMA can direct a provider to comply with the code or issue a formal warning. And the bill introduces amendments to Part 6 of the Telecommunications Act to make compliance mandatory, which removes the need for ACMA to direct a particular participant to comply with the code in the first instance. This bill also builds on the work that the Albanese government has delivered since coming to office in 2022, including a new industry standard requiring telecommunications companies to provide an industry standard requiring telecommunications companies to support and assist consumers experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. This bill is designed to increase levels of public trust in Australia's telecommunications system by further empowering the regulator to take meaningful action in relation to specific and clearly defined instances of non-compliance.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support this bill because I believe it can make a positive contribution towards holding telecommunications companies to account, and I think that aspect of it is supported. But I come from country Australia, and in the central west of New South Wales, mobile phone coverage is not what it should be. It is a serious problem for many of our local communities. And I get many pieces of correspondence, phone calls and emails from our local constituents who are very concerned about the state of mobile coverage. And my concern is that the mobile black spot program, which the Australian government has operated for a long time, is no longer fit for purpose because it's not clearing up all of these black spots. And I'll return to that in a moment. But here are just a few examples of some of the constituents who've written into me to raise issues about poor coverage. Jeff has written in about poor mobile coverage at Muckawall, not far from Stewarttown. Ross has written in about poor mobile phone coverage at Marangaroo, which is near Lithgow. Innes raises coverage issues at Frog Rock, which is not where it should be. Poor coverage, very upset about what's happening there. Ralph has written in about the lack of mobile coverage around Oberon, and it is a serious problem around Oberon, especially around the Shooters Hill area and around Black Springs. I'm going to return to Black Springs in a moment. Judy out at Spices Creek, she has issues with mobile connectivity out there. Ralph from Lyndhurst, again, serious issues there around poor mobile service and reception around the Lyndhurst area. Then we have people like Julian, who's written in about the poor mobile coverage between Oberon and Bathurst. There are several black spots on Telstra 4G, he writes, and he also points to areas like Wiseman's Creek, Carlwood Road towards O'Connell, and then the area around the railway track around Rydal and Rydal Station itself. The coverage is not what it should be. Dave from Arkell in our area has written in, and he says there's a problem with phone reception since 3G was turned off. He said, we used to have quite good reception until last October. Now reception is getting much worse, even with a booster in the house. Essentially no reception most of the time, or call last for maybe 1 minute. He says that he's contacted Telstra many times and, I quote, got the big runaround. They want to ring me back all the time, and when we don't answer, they cancel the whole complaint process. Well, if we haven't got reception, how can we answer? He says this is very frustrating and it means we have to go by car to another location to simply make a phone call. How can we make some progress on improving this situation? And that's from David Rickards. Clint Anderson writes about issues of connectivity and mobile reception around Lower Lewis Ponds and in the Banjo-Patterson Way area. Chris from Rylestone around Narango Road in Rylestone has complained to Telstra about poor reception since the 3G shutdown, and unfortunately did not get the answers that he was looking for from Telstra and that we were all looking for from Telstra. And that's why I believe that the mobile black spot funding program really does need an overhaul. And I think it's fair to say that the telcos have picked all of the low-hanging fruit from this program. And that is, they put in bids for the locations upon which they can make the most money. But all of those locations have now been taken, and their interest in this program is clearly waning, and we're not getting the results from it. And there's a good example of this issue we've been having for a number of years at the village of Black Springs, which is not too far from Oberon. Now, Telstra put in a bid for that a number of years ago for a small cell apparatus to be, a small cell tower to be placed at Black Springs. But since then, it seems to me and the community that Telstra has been doing its level best to back out of actually delivering a small cell tower at that site. And we've had many conversations with the local community members and successive mayors of the local council out at Oberon. And I have to say, we have been deeply unimpressed with the way that Telstra has handled this. And Telstra really needs to have a good look at the way that they are operating their community relations, because the way this has come about, this delay, and every time a solution is brought to Telstra to fix the reason they say this tower can't be put there, another excuse is found. And now Oberon Council have come up with another location, which is opposite the location which Telstra originally wanted to set up the tower. And again, they're still delaying in actually getting a small cell tower for the people of Black Springs. And it is very frustrating for Mayor Andrew McKibben and the team at Oberon Shire Council, and it's very frustrating for me because this saga has dragged on for far too long. But it highlights the problems that we are having with this program and actually getting telcos to commit to not only honouring their commitments, but to continue to deliver to country communities. And another good example is Shooters Hill, not too far away from Black Springs, where the community have been fighting for mobile coverage there for a long time. And so I would say to Telstra, you've really got to have a look at the way you're operating in these communities, because you are not winning any friends out there. And a lot of us have misgivings about the way that Black Springs has been handled, and it does Telstra no credit. But I would urge the Minister to have a look at the way that the Mobile Black Spot funding program is actually being rolled out. It needs to be made a lot more effective, because right around the Calare electorate we have black spot after black spot everywhere you go, from places like the Castlereagh Highway between Lithgow and Mudgee to the Mitchell Highway, heading into Western New South Wales, from our larger communities to our smaller ones. Mobile black spots abound, and it's an essential service, mobile connectivity. We need it for business, for tourism, for emergencies, and to keep our communities connected. And government has a really important role to play here, and our communities should not be forgotten. This is a fundamental issue of fairness and equality between city and country. And city people take these services for granted, and they forget that there are people out in the bush who are making extraordinary contributions to the wealth and prosperity of this country that are being overlooked for mobile connectivity. And it's not fair, and it's not right, and it must be brought to a close. And the way the government can do it is to make the Mobile Black Spot funding program a lot more effective. So I urge the government to have a really good hard look at the program so that it better serves the needs of country Australia and the communities of central western New South Wales. But I know I speak for everyone in our part of the world, where we demand proper access to mobile phone services and mobile connectivity, and we're not getting that at the moment. And you can blame a lot of it at the foot of the telcos, but the government also has a very important role to play, and when programs are not effective enough, they need to be overhauled so that they serve the interests of our country communities. We demand nothing less.
I thank the member for Calare, and I call the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned until a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care and health care, identifiers and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill as amended by the House at the request of the Senate, with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. And I call the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question sorry. Call the Minister.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government is continuing to deliver generational aged care reforms. This amending legislation before the House will get the system ready for the Albanese government's once-in-a-generation reforms to our aged care system. The legislation paves the way for a smooth transition to the new Aged Care Act, making sure the new Support at Home program and strengthened aged care quality standards operate effectively. Paired with the new Act, the legislation continues our work delivering 58 recommendations of the Royal Commission to create a safer and fairer system that puts older Australians at the centre of their care. This latest step will give providers more clarity to prepare clients, support workers and ready systems for the Act's historic changes. The government has consulted with older people, their families and carers, providers, workers, peak bodies, union representatives, health professionals, academics and aged care advocates every step of the way on these aged care reforms. We've engaged in positive, constructive negotiations with the opposition over this sitting period, and we're grateful for their genuine desire to help us build a better aged care system. Our government is getting on with the job of delivering generational change to make sure that every older Australian can live with the best care, dignity and support. The passage of this bill brings the reform process one step closer, and one step closer to bringing the key recommendation of the Royal Commission to fruition, a new rights-based Aged Care Act that delivers the dignified care that older Australians deserve.
I thank the Minister. The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Shadow Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm quite sad that I'm having to stand here and speak on this. It shouldn't have gotten to this stage. Sad for those who have to protect. The number one role of any government is to protect its citizens, our youngest citizens, those that are working so hard throughout their lives into retirement, to our oldest citizens who need the greatest care. It is what they deserve. But unfortunately, for 108,000 older Australians, they haven't got the care that they deserved. They've been on the wait list, waiting while this government drags its feet, waiting while this government removes the promise that it made prior to the election that there will be aged care in their homes. And a person who has older parents, and each of us in here, know what I'm saying because they've either got grandparents or parents that are going through this.
Yep.
This is real life stuff. This isn't just about parliamentarians making decisions in this place. It's about parliamentarians making decisions for the good of our country. And there is no more greater good than protecting those who have done so much throughout their lives. We dragged the government through the House and through the Senate and through the public sphere, through the media, to finally make a decision that 20,000 places will be released now. 108,000 on the wait list, 20,000 released now. And because of the pressure, another 20,000 will be released by the end of the year. 43,000 by the end of the financial year, in line with the promise that this government made prior to the election, a promise that this government made to every single Australian family, to our older Australians, to our families that are looking after their parents and grandparents. I could just imagine the dismay that people are feeling right now across our country that has had to get to this. It has had to get to the government being embarrassed in the public to release these places. And we've heard personal stories and anecdotes. The member for Mayo getting up in tears and telling the story how she held a gentleman's hand in her electorate before he passed. A gentleman who shouldn't have been in that position. He should have had that place. He should have had that package. But he didn't. He waited and then he passed away. And you can't want to be a parliamentarian that serves your community without feeling really deeply the hurt for so many thousands of Australians that have had to go through this. We are pleased. I don't know if even pleased is a word. I don't even know if satisfied is a word. No. We accept that we are now in this position where the government has relented and agreed through huge pressure that we've given on behalf of the Australian people to make these amendments, to approve these amendments, to bring them back here. And it's a historic amendment for this parliament. It's a testament to, even though we may be small in opposition, we are loud in the support that we have for our people right across Australia, every single member of parliament here. But once again, I say, as we have this win for Australians, it is in sadness that we've had to get to this place. We've stood up for older Australians across this country when the Albanese Labor government abandoned them. This situation should never have happened. The money was in the budget. The capacity was there. It is only Labor that stood in the way. And it is a black mark on the government that they were purposely withholding support from hundreds of thousands of older Australians who've given so much, hundreds of thousands of older Australians who desperately needed it. And quite frankly, people were dying while they waited, 5,000 in the past year alone. This is a crisis of the government's own making, and we will continue on this side to fight for every single Australian.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. It being 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order. Well, the debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for line.
Today I call on this place to ensure that convicted pedophiles pay the price for their abuse. Today I call on this place to back amendments to the Bankruptcy Act to prevent convicted pedophiles and other serious criminals from escaping justice by avoiding civil judgment debts through declaring bankruptcy. This issue has been brought to my attention by a constituent, Mrs Carolyn Kelly, the grandmother of Eden Van Haren. Eden was a victim of Maurice Van Ryn, who was sentenced to imprisonment in 2019 in relation to child sexual abuse offences against Mr Van Haren and other children. Mr Van Haren, in a civil judgment, was awarded a debt of $1.4 million by the New South Wales Supreme Court in July 2023. But Van Ryn, a corporate accountant, hid his money, later declared bankruptcy. Unless the Act is amended, Mr Van Haren will escape his debt. I'm advised child support debts awarded by family courts are not extinguished by bankruptcy. This principle needs to be extended to judgment debts for serious criminal offences, including child sexual abuse. It's a simple amendment to Section 153 of the Bankruptcy Act 1966. I've written to the government, to the Minister for the Treasurer and the Attorney-General We're requesting their support and action and ask that the amendment be known as Eden's Law to recognise Eden's...
I give the call to member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, this is a government that cares about healthcare. We've passed legislation to make medicines more affordable. We're delivering new Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. And yesterday we made an announcement that is personally very special to me. Back in April, I attended a brain cancer fundraiser hosted by Hunters Hill Rotary and organised by President Barbara Enright and Kerry O'Brien. My partner Jo lost her father to brain cancer and we wanted to contribute to the cause. The guest speaker that night was the remarkable Professor Richard Scolyer, former Australian of the Year. That night, his message was simple. Australia needs to invest more in brain cancer research. Historically, this work has been underfunded because, tragically, patients aren't alive long enough to be advocates for themselves. Speaker, Richard Scolyer has been that advocate. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced $5.9 million to establish the Richard Scolyer Chair in Brain Cancer Research at the incredible Chris O'Brien Lifehouse. This funding will support a professional chair, postdoctoral fellows, research assistants and scholarships. It will expand clinical trials, accelerate research and help translate discoveries into better patient outcomes. Importantly, this research will acknowledge the incredible work that Richard Scolyer has done and all those before him who have fought brain cancer research to be properly funded.
I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, my community will come together to farewell a great Australian. Alan Lucas was a titan of the local real estate fraternity, a man of faith, conviction and generosity, and one of the Redlands' most beloved sons. He gave his time, his energy and his financial support to countless causes across my city. He was a driving force behind the Redlands Easter Family Festival, which brought tens of thousands together to celebrate. He also founded the Redlands Christian Business Network, a fellowship that united men and women of faith to support one another and share the gospel in the marketplace. Alan also spoke of the Redlands as being the great Redlands of the Holy Spirit, and he meant it. His was an inspirational faith. For him, belief was never private or hidden. He was an evangeliser who wanted others to know the joy and freedom that comes from walking with Christ. Alan had a rare gift for seeing the best in people. For those of us striving to make a difference in our community, he was always ready with his time, his advice, his encouragement, and above all, his prayers. Many, including myself, relied on him as a constant source of encouragement. He was a true believer, a man of conviction, a man with a tremendous generosity of spirit, a man who never wavered in his faith, and to many a true friend. On behalf of the people of the Redlands, I want to extend my deepest condolences to Alan's wife Janice, the children and his family. Alan was an inspiration to all who knew him. Vale Alan Lucas.
Member for Aston.
Deputy Speaker, since the election held back in May this year, the Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering its promise on building Australia's future. During our 48th Parliament's first 4 weeks, the contrast could not be more clear. Liberals fighting Liberals, Nationals fighting Nationals, and the Libs and Nats having a crack at each other. Labor, meanwhile, is focused on building Australia's future by delivering on our election commitments to tackle the cost of living and to strengthen Medicare. One way we're helping Australians with the cost of living is cheaper medicines. From the 1st of January 2026, the Albanese Labor government is expanding that even further by making cheaper medicines even cheaper. Earlier this week, we passed legislation that will mean a prescription on the PBS will cost Australians no more than $25. The last time PBS medicines cost no more than $25 was in 2004, 21 years ago. Back in 2004, I was mum to my toddler son, 3-year-old Clancy, and had just become mum for the second time to my youngest, Lily. I was on maternity leave, sleep-deprived, with hair like a bird's nest, wearing tracky dacks day after day and loving every minute of it. Cheaper medicines, another key cost of living relief measure delivered by this government that I know that will help ease the financial stress of constituents in my community of Aston who rely on these vital medications every single day. While those opposite are busy infighting, we're busy outfighting for all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Wentworth.
Right now on Bondi Beach in my electorate of Wentworth, something both exciting and exhausting is happening. The Tamatouch Football Group are attempting a world record for the longest continuous touch rugby match in history, 34 hours of non-stop play. and as of now they've been playing for 31 hours and 37 minutes. This group of mates have been playing on the beach for 20 years. Their extraordinary attempt is about more than just sport. It's about raising awareness for mental health. With Beyond Blue as their charity partner, Tamatouch Footy have already raised over $156,000 to support the vital work of this organisation. And addressing mental health has never been more urgent. The World Health Organisation predicts depression will be the leading global health concern by 2030, and we see the impact of this challenge in every community, including mine in Wentworth. What Tamatouch Footy are doing shows the very best of community spirit, looking out there for one another and taking action to help. Their effort would not be possible without the support of long-suffering families, friends, sponsors and Waverley Council. I want to pay tribute not just to the players but to everyone who's contributed to this extraordinary undertaking. I really wanted to be there to cheer them on, but I couldn't be because Parliament's sitting, but I was very proud to play with them last Friday, and my God, it was very tiring even for 5 minutes, so I don't know how they're going to keep it up. But congratulations to Tamatouch Footy for this inspiring effort to raise funds and awareness for mental health.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year we celebrate 50 years of the incredible work that the Multicultural Communities Council of the Illawarra have done bringing people together. MCC in 1975, with 9 visionary community leaders gathering to give migrants a voice, has grown into one of our region's most respected organisations. From those humble beginnings, MCCI has played a central role in our community, supporting people from cold backgrounds right across the Illawarra, the Shoalhaven and now into the ACT and Queanbeyan. Over the past 5 decades, MCCI has provided essential services in aged care, youth programs, community development, cultural training and settlement support. They have been there for new arrivals, strongly supported by the Albanese Labor government with $321,000 through the Strong and Resilient Communities program and more than $4 million to deliver the Settlement Engagement and Transition Support program. During the election, I also secured a $5 million commitment to establish a new regional multicultural community centre in the Illawarra, and I look forward to delivering on that commitment. With around 300 staff and volunteers speaking more than 50 languages, MCCI proudly reflects the diversity and strength of our community. On this golden anniversary, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to CEO Chris Lacey, Chair Ken Habak OAM, the board and to every staff member and volunteer, past and present.
I give the call to Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to talk about the Macclesfield RSL special dinner that we had last Saturday night. It was a dinner to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which happened on September the 2nd, 1945. Well, everyone was dressed to the nines, or could you say dressed to 1945? There were kilts, there were victory rolls in hair. It was just a fantastic night, and we had the Army Band serenading us and many of us danced. In fact, the RSL even organised dance lessons for people so that people could feel confident getting on the floor. I'd like to acknowledge the President of the Macclesfield RSL, Dennis Oldenhove, and his wife Kay, and Bev Slack, who is a member of the RSL. She organised all of the catering. We had a massive country roast with turkey and lamb and all the vegetables, and then more desserts than you could possibly believe. It was a fantastic night for young and old, and we even started the night in the RSL where we ate bully beef, which is, I can tell you, is something you wouldn't believe, and curried eggs. And that was really just to take us back to 1945 to think about what those wonderful young men that went to war on behalf of all of us. So I'd really just like to say, Macclesfield RSL, you are a fantastic group of people. Congratulations to you on such a wonderful and successful night.
And the member for Peachy.
Deputy Speaker, over the last 2 decades in this country, 9 lives have been tragically lost to suicide every single day. Too many people are struggling with wait times, expensive appointments and ongoing stigma that prevents them from reaching out for support. It is critical that we take a decisive approach to preventing suicide. That's why I'm proud to be part of a government that is laser focused on addressing this issue. The Albanese Labor government made a clear commitment that at the last election to deliver 31 new and upgraded Medicare mental health centres across the nation. I fought for a centre in my electorate And with the tireless support of Assistant Minister Emma McBride, I'm proud to announce that the Redcliffe Medicare Mental Health Centre will be opening very soon. Yeah. This centre will be free, it will be local, and it will be there when you need it most. Whether it's immediate help in a moment of distress, ongoing support for someone managing their mental health, guidance for carers and families, or connecting people to housing, employment and social supports, these centres are designed to make sure no one falls through the cracks. Every life lost is too many. By providing a safe, accessible place for people in crisis, these centres give people the support they need when they need it most, and that can save lives. For too long, mental health care has been hard to access, expensive and stigmatised. I'm proud to be part of a government that is changing that for my community and for all Australians.
Yeah. Member for Burfirsten.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government is failing Australians on housing. Rather than fix what's holding builders back, the government abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission, piled on hundreds of new laws and thousands of regulations, and stand by while their mates at the CFMEU drive up costs. This is a Prime Minister who swore there would be no new taxes, yet all he has delivered are new taxes. Labor's latest idea is to come after your family home with a spare room tax. Instead of building more homes to fix the housing crisis, Labor wants to tax the ones we already have. No new supply, no new solutions, just another desperate grab at your household. This thought bubble was thrown around at their three-day economic roundtable as a bid to fix the housing crisis, and now Labor have refused to rule it out. If you're a young family saving a spare bedroom for a future child, this government's coming after you. If you're a grandparent with spare rooms for the grandkids to visit, this government is coming after you. This is how far they've sunk, a government punishing Australians for their own failures. $43 billion wasted and fewer homes to show for it. They know they won't meet their housing targets, so they're coming after your household. A tax on the room your kids grew up in, a tax on the roof over your head, or a tax on the home you worked your lifetime to build. The government must rule out this shocking spare room tax.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been 4 months since the election and we have not wasted a single moment delivering for Australians. We have been steadfastly focused on delivering for all Australians, including in my community of Maribyrnong. And whilst we have been focused on delivering cheaper medicines and cutting 20% off student debt, those opposite can't even pull themselves together. Instead, they focus on some random fancy full tax on your room. That's insane. Their only apparent agenda seems to be coming from the member for New England and his determination to take Australia backwards by abandoning net zero. Looks like the climate wars are there to stay in the coalition, but while my community is taking advantage of the 30% cheaper batteries. They're divided, they're distracted, we're delivering for Australians. We've delivered paid prac payments supporting trainee nurses, like those at Cangdon Institute in Essendon. We've protected penalty rates while those opposite have tried to take them away. We're strengthening Medicare, more bulk billing and cheaper medicines. And whilst those opposite have spent the week barely hiding their hatred for bulk billing. Wages are growing, unemployment and the gender pay gap are low, and interest rates have been cut for a third time this year. And as I finish my first full month as the advocate for Maribyrnong in this place, the coalition would rather fight amongst themselves than fight for Australia. Labor is on the side of Maribyrnong. Labor is on the side of Australia. We've started as we mean to continue. We'll keep on delivering.
Member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australians deserve straight answers on important issues like tax, not vague doublespeak and rehearsed lines. And yet this is all the Housing Minister could offer when I asked if this government would rule out a tax on Australian spare bedrooms well over a week ago. One word, 2 letters, NO. That would be the end of it, and yet we hear silence. It's not only my questions that this government has continued to evade. My colleagues in the Senate have also struggled to receive a clear response as to whether or not this government will tax spare bedrooms. Labor have failed to get their own 1.2 million new home program on track. They have failed to lower energy prices like they promised more than 98 times, and they have failed to control migration. So I ask the government again today to officially rule out the spare bedroom tax. Tell Australians who have worked hard and are doing it tough that their spare bedrooms won't be taxed to fund this government's spending spree. You shouldn't have to pay for this government's mistakes, But this is always the problem with big taxing, big spending Labor governments. When they run out of money, they come after yours.
Member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, Labor has always been the party of healthcare, from the Curtin and Chifley government's work to establish the PBS, to Whitlam's universal healthcare reforms and Hawke's Medicare. Now, under the Albanese Labor government, we continue that tradition with the cheaper medicines legislation passing the Parliament this week. We believe that every Australian should be able to afford the medicine they need without worrying about the cost. And that's why from 1 January 2026, no Australian will pay more than $25 for a general PBS script. That is a cut of more than 20%, saving Australians over $200 million every single year. Medicines haven't cost $25 in Australia since 2004. The same year Shannon Knoll topped the charts with his cover of What About Me? Yes, it was a cover. The same year that Senator Walker from The Other Place was born. And for that little boy in the corner shop, in the last 12 months, Labor has delivered in Bean a Medicare mental health clinic in Tuggeranong, saved the Interchange General Practice in Burrangiri, have opened the tender for an urgent care clinic in Woden, and will be delivering a perinatal wellbeing centre in Tuggeranong. And now, on January 1, 2026, we're delivering cheaper medicines because we care about the cost of living and have always been the party of healthcare in Australia.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia faces the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. Around the globe, authoritarian regimes and leaders are flexing their muscles, whether it's Iran and its proxies in the Middle East, or Russia with its illegal invasion of Ukraine, the unprecedented military build-up of the Chinese Communist Party. History tells us that peace is only achieved through strength and deterrence, and that's why it's deeply concerning that former Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews is in China this week celebrating a massive military parade that showcases the biggest expansion of Chinese Communist Party military capability in history, alongside authoritarian world leaders from Russia, from North Korea and from Iran, leaders who fundamentally reject the values of democracy, freedom and rule of law, at the very moment when the Prime Minister should be strengthening our alliance with the United States. His former roommate, Daniel Andrews, is posing for a class photo alongside dictators and autocrats from around the world. Deputy Speaker, we've heard nothing but silence from the Prime Minister on this. When will the Prime Minister stand up for Australians and call out Daniel Andrews? Even Anastasia Palaszczuk has said it is a bridge too far, alongside many other Labor luminaries. The first duty of every Australian government is to keep Australians safe.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. Tomorrow I'll be home in Leichhardt. The sun will shine, the ocean will lap sun-kissed, palm tree-lined beaches. The reef will still be great, the Daintree mighty, and I will walk the Chihuahuas. Along my walk upon Trinity Beach, when I grab a coffee off Michael, I will inevitably be stopped by someone, and they'll say, "Big Matty, how was Canberra?" And I will say, "Cold." And then I will say, "Mate, we have enshrined penalty rates. Beer is cheaper as the excise is frozen. In 27 days, first home buyers will be able to buy with only a 5% deposit. Food subsidies in remote communities for over 30 essential items are in train, bringing prices into line with the cities. The tax office is, as we speak, sorting out the necessary coding to ensure that 17,000 people in Leichhardt benefit from the 20% reduction in HECS debts. Interest rates are on the way down. The 90th Urgent Care Clinic has been opened, with another on its way for the far north. 490 homes are being built on the old drive-in site at Warree. Medicine is cheaper. The Barron River Bridge is being funded. Childcare centres are being opened in Napranum and Horn Island. I'll say that we helped Gugunji Aerospace, the first wholly Indigenous-owned aerospace company, meet the people they needed to see in this place to explain their vision for young Indigenous people and the industry. I'll say that we supported people with FASD, that I went with Warren Edge to learn more about TB and how I could help in seeking to the eradication of this horrible disease that runs riot a mere 20 kilometres from my electorate. There is so much more, Speaker, but I'm practising this 90-second abridged version, so tomorrow's walk doesn't take 3 hours, which will be a bit rough as the dogs have little left.
And I give the call to member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian flag flies on the shoulder of the Australian Defence Force.
I fought under its colours on the battlefield. Mates of mine who have been killed in battle, died in training or succumbed to their war within have had their coffins draped in the Australian flag. More than 20,000 people have had enough, have signed a document and said, we want this government to legislate burning the Australian flag as a criminal offence. And it's about time this happens, because the Australian flag is not a bit of cloth, it's a fabric that brings this nation together. And this is 20,000 signatures of those people from around the country, and I seek leave to table this petition.
No, this is a petition, and my question to you is this petition been approved by the Petitions Committee?
This petition has been tabled now, not through
Has the petition been approved by the committee?
It has not been through the committee.
Okay, so I will ask that there is leave to be for this document to be presented, and then I will instruct where it needs to go. Is there leave granted for the document to be presented?
In this instance, leave will be granted, although, as the member knows, it's another proper form of the House where the Petitions Committee verify that it's in the proper order.
That's okay. Just we need the leave now, and the document will be forwarded, so you can notify your petitioners. It will now go to the Petitions Committee for consideration and will be accepted subject to confirmation by the committee that it conforms with the standing orders. Thank you. Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A TAFE course or an apprenticeship can be the ticket to a great career, higher wages, new skills and a better future. And at the World Skills National Championships, Victorians showed the nation just how strong our skills are. This week I met two outstanding gold medalists from my electorate, both products of the Gordon TAFE. Arnold Shanahan won gold in Metatronics, and Charlotte Follett, an apprentice florist, also took out gold. Charlotte said of her experience, the competition was out of my comfort zone and pushed me to a new level with my skills. I'm proud to represent Geelong and Victoria on the national stage. Her words capture what World Skills is about: dedication to excellence, skills growth and pride in community. Charlotte and Arnold's achievements remind us that skills change lives. Yet for over a decade, the former coalition government sidelined skills and left students and apprentices stranded. In contrast, the Albanese government is investing in TAFE and apprenticeships. From the $10,000 incentive for construction apprentices to free TAFE, we're giving Australians better access to training, nursing, trades, care work and clean energy. It's this investment that helps Australians like Charlotte and Arnold to reach their potential. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get the clock to start, but I'll give the call to member for Fairfax and I'll time you manually.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The decisions we make in this place will determine Australia for the future. Indeed, the bigger decisions will determine Australia for generations to come. And this is why it's so vitally important that we listen to younger Australians. It's important for us to understand what they think is great about Australia today, that which needs to change, and to hear what they envisage for Australia's future. And that is why recently I was so excited to facilitate a workshop with 50 young 17-year-olds from across my electorate from all different schools, to hear what it is they envisage for Australia's future. And it's a reminder to me, Deputy Speaker, about the importance of the job we do in this place to protect that which is precious about Australia, to seek to change that which can be improved, and more than anything else, to set Australia up for future generations so that they can enjoy the same prosperity and freedoms with which we have enjoyed over our own lifetimes. I want to say thank you to the schools across Fairfax and the students who participated. It is your contributions which inspire me to continue to work in this place for you and your families.
Thank you. Clocks are working. Member for Canberra.
Deputy Speaker, it's Women's Health Week, and this morning I joined the new Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care
at Sexual Health and Family Planning ACT, a critical service for our community here in Canberra, to discuss the Albanese Labor government's announcement of more training for practitioners for the placement and removal of IUDs and birth control implants. This free training boost will make long-acting contraceptives more widely accessible, on top of our previous commitment to make them more affordable. For far too long, women's health has been underfunded, under-researched and undervalued. Now the Albanese Labor government has invested a massive $729.9 million into women's health to ensure that women have more choice and better outcomes for their reproductive health. And I also want to acknowledge the former Assistant Minister for Women's Health, Jed Carney, for her work in this area. We have put the first new contraceptive pills on the PBS for the first time in 30 years. We will open more pelvic pain clinics around the country, and we are training nurses to help support women through the non-optional hormonal changes of perimenopause and menopause. And now, from 1 January, PBS scripts will cost no more than $25. They have not been that low since 2004, Deputy Speaker. Labor is the party of Medicare, and we will always strengthen it, including for Australian women, because women's health is central to gender equality, and gender equality is central to the Albanese Labor government's agenda.
Member for Cowper.
Deputy Speaker, well, billions of dollars of everyday Australians' retirement savings are now at risk, lost in the collapse of dodgy schemes like First Guardian and Shield, all of them so-called managed investment schemes. Thousands of Australians are facing devastating losses, and in too many cases they've lost their entire retirement nest egg. And what's the government's response? Nothing but silence. Back in 22-23 budget, the government promised a review into how these schemes are regulated. They gave themselves a deadline and missed it. That's right, they missed their own self-imposed generous deadline by 18 months. Since then, there's been no report and no explanation. What were the recommendations? Could implementing those recommendations have protected these investors? Could they have protected hard-working Australians who have done the right thing and now have lost everything? We simply don't know, because this government has bizarrely buried its own report. Where is the government? Where are the Prime Minister and the Treasurer? Where is the help for everyday Australians who have lost everything? They deserve transparency and they deserve answers. I'm calling on the Treasurer to release the review, put the facts on the table and address this issue directly for the Australians caught up in this scheme. The government should be providing answers to everyday Australian, but once again, Labor are asleep at the wheel.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. We shall order if members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, today I once again unequivocally express the Coalition's utter condemnation of former Premier Dan Andrews' attendance at the CCP military parade, where he stood with dictators, despots and war criminals like Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Will the Prime Minister show the necessary leadership to join with us and so many other Labor leaders in this condemnation?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. At the same event 10 years ago, Michael Ronaldson,
Order.
a minister
Member for Goldstein,
in the coalition government.
Member for Hume. We're just going to have a bit of order in the House. Prime Minister has the call.
Australian embassy officials formally represented Australia a very different approach from the approach of the former government. And I do note that yesterday I had the honour to meet Yulia Navalnaya here in Parliament House, and I know that she met people from both sides of the House. We discussed her advocacy for democracy, freedom and human rights in Russia, and our absolute, unequivocal opposition to Vladimir Putin and his outrageous authoritarian regime. Tonight, I will join another meeting of the Coalition of the Willing, convened by President Macron. During the election campaign, this became a source of difference between the two political parties. We on this side have always been unequivocal about standing with the people of Ukraine, and I am pleased that the coalition appear, to the credit of the new leadership, appear to be backing the participation in the coalition of the willing this time. We stand in this country for democracy. In this country we stand for human rights and liberty. We continue to do so in all of its forms. We continue to call out, and yesterday we introduced new sanctions against Russia, as well as, of course, the position that we've had over a period of time with North Korea. I haven't and never will meet Vladimir Putin. I haven't and never will meet the leader of North Korea as well. And we will give every support to people fighting for democracy right around the world. That's my government's approach.
Give the call to the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. In the lead-up to Police Remembrance Day on 29 September, how is the Albanese government honouring police bravery, and why is strong leadership so important in supporting our police?
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Richmond for the question. In doing so, acknowledge her service in the police force and also acknowledge the members for Tangney, Wide Bay and Cowper, all of whom have served. The 29th of September marks National Police Remembrance Day, an important day where we pay tribute to the courageous officers who've lost their lives in the line of duty. While loss of life is always a tragedy, there's a huge chasm left when we know that the person we've lost has chosen to put themselves in harm's way to protect the rest of us. The unspeakable violence committed against officers in Tasmania and Victoria, Constable Keith Anthony Smith, Detective Leading Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vardhan Devathotar, as well as the detective who's still recovering from serious injury, has shaken us as a nation. Every day our police put themselves in the service of the community, they put themselves on the line, and that's the spirit of courage and selflessness that is the mark of every man and woman from the moment they make the choice to enlist. Last night, many members of the House joined in attendance at the National Police Bravery Awards. 2 AFP officers were honoured, Sergeant Aaron Cox and Inspector Peter Murphy, for their work in the Vanuatu earthquake, and 3 members of the New South Wales Police Force, Sergeant Daniel Cooper, Senior Constable Adam Davis and Senior Constable Joshua Norton, for their work in the Manning River floods. These officers all went above and beyond to save lives and have demonstrated exceptional bravery and commitment. I hope to be able to have them in the Parliament today, but true to form, they went straight back to work first thing this morning, back to Vanuatu, back to northern New South Wales. But I do want to acknowledge that we have in the gallery the Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police, Rhys Kershaw. By the time Parliament resumes after today, the AFP Commissioner will be Chrissy Barrett. So this is our last chance to be able to acknowledge as a Parliament the extraordinary work of Rhys Kershaw. He retires on the 4th of October to spend time with his family, including his new granddaughter Tulsi and 2-year-old grandson Jarrah. Commissioner, in your time in this role, you have overseen the work of the Federal Police in child protection, in counter-terrorism, in transnational serious and organised crime, in cybercrime, foreign interference, our engagement around the world in the Pacific, and the personal protection role that is so significant to the members in this place. Today, as a Parliament, Commissioner Kershaw, we honour you. The Parliament acknowledges that Australians are safer because of your leadership, and we thank you for your service.
The Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I just join the Minister in expressing my admiration and thanks to Commissioner Kershaw. I've made some lengthy public comments when we announced his retirement. I say to the Commissioner, thank you for the relationship, for the briefings, for your diligence and for your commitment to keeping Australians safe. And I say just 2 words: happy fishing.
Indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister and other members of the government in wishing Commissioner Kershaw all the very best? You have been a great friend, advisor, supporter and influence in much of what you have done over many years. We respect that, we wish you well, and we know that you leave a legacy of service.
And on behalf of all members of the House from across the chamber, I too would like to pay tribute to Commissioner Kershaw for his service to the House of Representatives, to the Parliament and to the nation. I'd also like to add that the member for Hinkler also served as a Queensland Police Service, and the member for Latrobe. Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. This month, the Prime Minister expelled the Iranian ambassador, an action the Coalition has strongly supported. But what message does it send when the Prime Minister of this country doesn't have the spine to condemn his former flatmate, Daniel Andrews, for posing in family photos with the Iranian president, a leader whose regime has actively orchestrated attacks on Australian soil?
The member for Gellibrand is warned. The Prime Minister has a call.
Well, they are delulu, Mr Speaker. If they are going to come here over an issue in which there was bipartisan support for the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador for at least 12 hours. For at least 12 hours before there was criticism of the government's action. My government have taken decisive action. I am not responsible for what every Australian citizen does. What I'm responsible for, is what our
members on my left
is what our government does, and the former government was responsible for sending Minister Ronaldson
and the Leader of the Nationals.
Minister Ronaldson to the previous event. Mr Speaker, we stand unequivocally in condemning the Iranian regime, and what international affairs requires is for governments of purpose, with that sense of purpose, to engage diplomatically with our friends. And we had yesterday people such as President Paboa and a whole range of people attending there. My position is very, very clear, which is we did not send any government representative because it wouldn't have been appropriate. None of my team would have sat in that position, as simple as that. And there was no representative. What individuals do, very separate from the government, is a matter for them. And I note, I note that it certainly is not something that I would have even thought of doing, and no one in my government would have thought of doing. As simple as that. But the idea that what you do on an issue such as opposition to the Iranian regime is look for difference where there is none actually undermines Australia's position in international politics. Just as the response from last Wednesday morning to try and look for distinction and look for political difference for what was the first time that any government has expelled an ambassador since the Japanese ambassador was expelled during World War II.
When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Canberra.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to build Australia's future?
Hear, hear. Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question, and I note that this is her last question time before she takes a bit of leave for obvious reasons, and I wish her all the very best, I'm sure on behalf of the Parliament, for the youngest addition to her family when they come along in coming weeks. This week marks 4 months since the Australian people put their trust in our government to keep building Australia's future. And every day since then has been all about delivery. Cutting student debt by 20%, benefiting some 3 million Australians, students and apprentices, to the tune of an average of $5,500 each. Enshrining penalty rates into law to protect weekend and overtime pay. Fast-tracking 5% deposits, making it easier for young Australians to get into their first home. And, Mr Speaker, Australians are about strengthening Medicare. If you know, you know, Mr Speaker. Have been over 1.8 million visits to the 90 Medicare urgent care clinics we have opened.
Order.
The only thing they've needed was their Medicare card. $8.5 billion investment into bulk billing, tripling bulk billing incentive for 11 million pensioners and concession card holders last term, and this term extending that to all 27 million Australians. Making medicines even cheaper and then cheaper again. Passed the parliament just this week, from $42 down to $30 and then down to $25, but for concession card holders, freezing it for the entire decade at just $7.70. Now, at the election, Australians voted for a government with the plans and policies to build Australia's future. Our government has been focused on that in the first 4 months since that election, going through commitment by commitment, passing legislation to deliver, providing funding to deliver on the commitment so that we restore faith in the political system in this country. We will continue over coming months to make sure that we tick off those commitments one by one, and it will be certainly a year of delivery is our focus as we go forward.
The call to the member for Clerk.
Speaker, my question is to the Attorney-General. Attorney-General, last week Australian taxation officer whistleblower Richard Boyle was sentenced after facing a lengthy prosecution for blowing the whistle on egregious wrongdoing in the ATO. His case was, of course, yet another demonstration that our whistleblower protections are deeply inadequate. Minister, exactly when will the government table the necessary amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act and the Corporations Act so the whistleblowers aren't the ones being punished?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Clerk for his question, and I acknowledge his ongoing advocacy over many decades in this important area. Last week, the District Court of South Australia sentenced Mr Boyle in relation to 4 charges under the Commonwealth Taxation Administration Act 1953 and the South Australia Listening and Surveillance Devices Act 1972. I understand the court did not record a conviction and imposed a 12-month good behaviour bond. I will not otherwise comment on the specifics of Mr Boyle's case. The decision to prosecute Mr Boyle is a matter for the independent Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. But what I can say to the honourable member is that the Albanese government is committed to delivering strong, effective and accessible protections for public sector whistleblowers through reform of the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013. And that's why yesterday we announced that a public consultation process on exposure draft legislation will commence next week on a second stage of reforms to the Public Interest Disclosure Act. We want meaningful engagement on this. We want to bring forward a package of reforms that will improve the accessibility, operation and administration of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. The government's reforms will be designed to clarify and strengthen protections for whistleblowers, simplify the procedures for making and handling public interest disclosures, and strengthen the scrutiny and oversight of the system. In addition, the government proposes to establish a new whistleblower ombudsman within the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman, which would be the most significant addition to the federal integrity landscape since the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Whistleblower Ombudsman would provide strong oversight of the Public Interest Disclosure Act to ensure disclosures are being made and responded to appropriately. The Ombudsman would also have new dispute resolution functions and the power to investigate reprisals. These reforms will build on the government's significant improvements to whistleblower laws implemented in 2023 and provide a comprehensive response to the 2016 independent review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act by Mr Philip Moss AM. The government will also conduct a statutory review of the private sector whistleblower laws, and we will consult with stakeholders in due course on this. I very much look forward to working with the honourable member for Clerk as the government pursues these reforms, which he knows are critical to supporting integrity and the rule of law.
Before I call the honourable member for Leichhardt, I'm pleased to inform the House that a guest of the Minister for Education, a representative of the Australian Schools Plus, a national non-profit organisation dedicated to closing the education gap, and also in the Special Business Gallery is Mr Barry Robson, who served as President of the Asbestos Disease Foundation for over 20 years and is retiring. And also we've got students from Kingswood College in Melbourne and Monero High School from Year 11 in the member for Eden Monero's election. Give a call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australian workers?
The call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Leichhardt for that question and, of course, his long-standing advocacy for working people in far north Queensland. And isn't it great to have him join this side of the House? The Albanese Labor government went to the election with a commitment to protect penalty and overtime rates, and we are delivering. We made this commitment because there were cases underway at the Fair Work Commission that would allow, if successful, these entitlements to be stripped away from some of our lowest paid workers. And as a government, we will always back Aussie workers, including our low-paid workers. And as a government, we refuse to sit by and see workers lose this critical part of their take-home pay. Because penalty and overtime rates matter. They're a long-standing feature and a vital part of the modern award safety net. And of course, the modern award safety net supports some of our lowest paid workers. Workers who rely on penalty and overtime rates are more likely to be women, work part-time, be under the age of 35 and employed on a casual basis. Now, for retail workers like Emily, who was expecting her first baby, she said to me penalty rates give her the room to be able to save for her little bubba and to help her move to make sure her new family has a roof over her head. And it's why, for workers like Emily and many others who rely on penalty and overtime rates, that we made this commitment. And I am proud that in the first 3 weeks of this term of the new parliament, we passed our law to protect penalty rates as a priority. Yeah. Since we delivered these protections to penalty and overtime rates, I have met with many, many workers who say they can sleep more soundly at night because they know their penalty rates are protected. Of course, I met with Cassidy, who works in retail. She told me that she now feels confident that her penalty rates and overtime won't be taken away. These protections build on our record of delivering better outcomes for working Australians. Our government has delivered reforms that have boosted wages, closed the gender pay gap and are creating more jobs. We are now seeing real wages grow, with real wages growing for 7 consecutive quarters. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created under this government's watch, and we continue to experience historically record lows of low unemployment. And of course, the gender pay gap is at a record low. As a government, we will continue to focus on delivering for Australians and working Australians, because that's what Labor governments do.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his answer yesterday where he rejected reports that ISIS brides were coming to Australia. Last night, Sharri Markson revealed on Sky News that Deputy Commissioner Dave Hudson—
Order.
Mr Speaker.
Order. I'm not sure. Order. I'm not sure why there was such a reaction, but I want to hear. I don't know. Order. We can't have a situation where we can't. Who's that? Order. Order. The member for Riverina. We're going to reset. The member for Riverina is warned. We are going to reset, and there's not going to be commentary when someone's asking a question. Order. So, when the House comes to order, the Leader of the Opposition is going to be given the option to, because I can't hear the question, and then everyone will want me to make a decision on that, and they'll say, make a ruling, and I can't. So the Leader of the Opposition will start a question again. There's going to be silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his answer yesterday where he rejected reports that ISIS brides were coming to Australia. Last night, Sharri Markson revealed on Sky News that Deputy Commissioner Dave Hudson had confirmed New South Wales Police were, quote, working through that issue with the Commonwealth, end quote, and that New South Wales Police will meet with the AFP next week in relation to this matter. Can the Prime Minister explain this contradiction?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. There is no contradiction between my answer yesterday was absolutely correct.
Give the call to the honourable member for order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. How are the Albanese Labor government's generational reforms rebuilding our aged care system and delivering better care to more older Australians?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Gilmore for her question. She is a tireless advocate for older people in her community. Mr Speaker, Australians have been waiting a long time for aged care to be done properly, and this Labor government is getting on with the job of delivering an aged care system that we can all be proud of. Our implementation of the new Aged Care Act is now less than 2 months away. Yesterday, Minister Butler and I announced the critical step that locks in our new Aged Care Act and the accompanying support at home program. That means certainty. Certainty for older Australians who are waiting for care. Certainty for families who want their loved ones cared for. And certainty for providers and workers who can now plan with confidence. These reforms are about reshaping aged care so it delivers more care sooner and closer to home. That's why we're fast-tracking 20,000 additional home care packages in the 8 weeks leading up to the 1st of November, before the new system begins. And once support at home is underway, we will roll out a further 63,000 packages by June 2026. I want to acknowledge the constructive engagement.
The Minister's going to pause. The member for Cowper, that's unacceptable. You're going to leave the chamber under 94A. Look, we are just going to listen to the Minister. All that noise is not helpful to anyone. I'm just going to ask the Minister to return to the question, be directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, I want to acknowledge the constructive engagement of colleagues across the parliament, including Senator Ruston, whose contributions have helped ensure that these changes will endure for generations. Speaker, since yesterday's announcement, the sector has responded very enthusiastically. Uniting Care says older Australians deserve care that is timely, person-centred and respectful of their rights. Today's announcement brings us a step closer to that vision. OPAN says this is good news, especially in advance of the new Aged Care Act commencing on the 1st of November. National Seniors Australia say older Australians waiting for care and their families will welcome today's news. But the new Aged Care Act is not the beginning of our reforms. We've already mandated 24/7 registered nursing, delivering more care minutes for older Australians. We've put a registered nurse on site in aged care more than 99% of the time, delivering more direct care for over 250,000 older people in aged care homes. We've delivered more than 6.8 million additional minutes of care every single day, compared to under the last government, and invested $17.7 billion to increase the wages of aged care workers. Mr Speaker, every older Australian should be able to live with dignity and independence supported by the care they need. That's what our reforms are designed to deliver, and the passage of this legislation is the latest milestone in our relentless pursuit of aged care transformation.
Call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the New South Wales Police have publicly confirmed they are working with the Commonwealth on the return of ISIS brides to Australia. Prime Minister, are you calling the New South Wales Police Deputy Commissioner David Hudson a liar?
Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. That is an outrageous suggestion. I have respect for our police officers. The questions that were asked yesterday went to whether the Australian government was giving support to this cohort. I confirm that the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort. Syria is an increasingly unstable region. Our security, as well as our intelligence agency, you would expect, will continue to work to ensure they're prepared for any Australian citizen who comes home. But the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort. The report yesterday was wrong. I declared it to be wrong, and long may the opposition continue to get their questions from Sky After Dark.
Call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian defence industry and our Australian Defence Force through AUKUS and the government's landmark export reforms and investments in defence? What barriers has the government had to overcome to achieve this?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for her question. In the 23-24 financial year, our government spent $16.6 billion on procurement for the Australian Defence Force, more than in any year of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government. In fact, more than in any year, full stop, because at the time this was the largest amount that has ever been spent on procuring for the Australian Defence Force. And then last financial year we spent even more, $18.2 billion. And so as a result we have the Rheinmetall facility in Brisbane employing hundreds of people building the armoured reconnaissance vehicles for our army and in fact the German army. We have the new Hanwha facility at Avalon in Geelong, which in time will support 1,800 jobs building self-propelled howitzers and the infantry fighting vehicles for the army. And very soon we will have the Kongsberg facility at Williamtown near Newcastle building long-range missiles as a result of the more than $16 billion over the decade that we are investing in establishing a missile manufacturing capability in this country. But in addition to supplying the ADF, under the banner of AUKUS and through legislation that passed the US Congress at the end of 23 and the complementary legislation that passed our parliament at the beginning of 24 and the reforms in the UK, barriers across our respective defence industries have been greatly reduced, and in turn what we've now seen is more than 470 businesses in Australia become licence exempt as they contribute to the defence supply chains of the United States and the United Kingdom. And in that time, it has facilitated more than $130 million of Australian defence industry exports to the US and the UK, $110 million of which have happened just since this February. Now, this is a transformation. Australian defence industry is growing, and with it, the nation's sovereign industrial capability. And that stands in such stark contrast to the lost decade that we saw from those opposite. I mean, when the Liberals were sitting around in their smoking jackets and slippers, working out what they were going to put in their press releases and what songs were going to accompany their announcements, the fact of the matter is that Australian defence industry suffered. Well, all of that has now changed, because this government is not about talking, it is about doing, and in the process we are building Australian jobs and we are keeping Australians safe.
Before I call the member for Mallee, that wasn't ideal, all those interjections. So the member for Fisher is going to take a break out of the chamber. Well, don't look surprised. You injected 9 times in one answer. Order. The member for Herbert is not assisting this matter. Okay. We're now going to hear from the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister told the Bush Summit last Friday, and I quote, "I won't BS people." But yesterday in the House he claimed he was the first Prime Minister in 40 years to visit Horsham in my electorate. Given former Prime Minister Tony Abbott visited Horsham to announce $1 million to open an oncology unit in 2015, wasn't your answer just more BS? Prime Minister, isn't your BS the real reason you were chased out of Ballarat by a convoy of tractors?
Order. The member for Fremantle. The member for Jagga Jagga as well. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. They're on the big picture today.
They sure are.
And indeed, Tony Abbott was elected in 2013, but he didn't make it to a 2-year anniversary. So it depends when in 2015, because he didn't make it. And I'm asked about the renewables issue in that part of Victoria and the Bush Summit. And I can quote from someone's first speech. Mallee is perfectly positioned for renewables, but the capacity of our existing grid infrastructure is making some promising options unviable. I look forward to working further to improve connectivity to the grid in Mallee.
How does that happen?
First speech.
How does that happen?
But don't think it was forgotten there. It wasn't one-off, because in 2020, this is why we desperately need to prioritise projects that will increase Victoria's grid capacity, including the Western Victorian Transmission Network project, which will install new power lines from Melbourne through Ballarat to Ararat, as well as BNI West.
Order.
In Australia's energy grid infrastructure, I will continue to support the development of related projects in my electorate of Mallee. But it didn't stop there, Mr Speaker. This is someone who was committed to renewables in that part of the world. 7th of October 2020, Dr Webster welcomed announcements she said would benefit the Mallee electorate. These included, to quote, up to $250 million to accelerate major transmission projects, including VNI West, which will benefit Mallee in order to deliver reliable energy.
Order.
Well, Mr Speaker,
Order. Members
I'll tell
on
you
my
what,
left.
the member used a term. I'll tell you what the term
Order.
is.
The member for Moncrief.
The term for someone who, in their first speech in this parliament, speaks about these projects and champions them, who backs it in 2020, who, when money's put in the budget, $250 million, puts out media releases saying, woohoo, this is going to be a great benefit, and then pretends somehow that they're against the very project that was given the tick by the coalition government, funded by the coalition government, and then tells people, yeah, no worries, get out there, bring along a noose to a public meeting as if that's appropriate. But it doesn't stop there, Mr Speaker, because there's a range of gnats have formed in backing in the electorate.
Prime Minister's time. The member
If
for
the Leader of the
Goldstein.
House wants to extend time, I'm happy to go on for a bit more too.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. Order. Order. No. I'm just going to ask the member for Brisbane to resume. The member for Goldstein yelling out time constantly. There have been 4 questions on your side which have not been within time. If you would like the rules applied right across the board, I'm happy to do it. You do that again, you won't stay. The member for Brisbane has the call.
My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government's plan to sustain the progress we're making on the economy?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Brisbane for the tremendous contribution that she's already making to this place as a new, recently elected member. The national accounts this week were a really welcome reminder of the progress that Australians are making together in our economy and the stronger economy that this government is helping to deliver. We saw a substantial pickup in economic growth, better than most economists expected. We saw more proof that the private sector recovery that we've been planning for and preparing for and hoping for is gathering pace. And we also saw, as we heard in the Minister for Employment's answer a moment ago, that because we're getting incomes up, then we're seeing that reflected in consumption as well, and that's an important driver of growth. We got new data today showing there was also solid consumption growth in July. So all of this puts us in good stead for the global uncertainty which surrounds us and the big economic challenges which confront us. We know that there's more work to do, that people are under pressure. We know the global environment's unpredictable, and we know our economy needs to grow more strongly, and for that it needs to be more productive. And so we've made good progress, Mr Speaker, but we know there's more work to do, and in that context I welcome, in the last hour and a half or so in the Senate, the passage of the government's payments reforms. These payments reforms are all about modernising our payment system and making our economy more productive as a consequence. These changes are about a payment system which is seamless and safer and stronger and which is better suited for the times, Mr Speaker. So that's a good example of us keeping the reform wheels turning. But also tomorrow, Mr Speaker, I'll be convening the State and Territory Treasurers. And that's all about advancing our economic reform roundtable consensus together. It's all about recognising if we want a more productive economy, the states have got a big role to play. So many of the productivity levers exist in the states, and that's why we work so closely with them and why tomorrow's meeting is so important. Tomorrow we'll be progressing our single national market policy and also lifting the ambition of our national competition policy. A big focus will be cutting red tape, be making it easier for skilled workers to go where they're needed most so that tradies can save time and money. But also on the agenda, faster approvals, harmonising regulation, boosting housing supply, and also taking the time to get road user charging right, Mr Speaker. So the meeting's all about working together to make our economy more productive and more resilient, because we know that's the best way to lift living standards in every state and territory in the Commonwealth. I look forward to speaking with the State and Territory Treasurers tomorrow on all of these important issues. It's an important demonstration of the reform effort that is going on this side of the House to sustain the progress that we've been making together in our economy.
The call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. We need an emissions reduction goal. Go high, said the science. That's your role. Will the government have ambition, take a 75% position, or side with the sellers of coal?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I thank the honourable member for the question, but I'll be answering in prose, Mr Speaker. And I'll be answering in terms of the climate change. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'll be answering in terms of the Climate Change Act, which this government passed with the support of the crossbench, which is world's best practice when setting a target. And the Climate Change Act requires the government to receive the advice of the Climate Change Authority before setting a target. It's a matter of law. And the law also requires the Climate Change Authority to have regard to the best available scientific knowledge. and the global temperature goals under Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which is 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. And under the Act, I must take account of that advice in setting the targets, and I am also able to take into account other factors, such as the economic impact and the social impact of the target we set. The legislation makes it clear, this process makes it clear what we must consider when setting the target, and that is exactly what we will do. We will have regard to the science, as we're required to under the law, and frankly, as we are required to morally. Absolutely, the Parliament is and the Government is. That is why we passed the Climate Change Act in the way that we did. And I note that the Federal Court has recently ruled on matters of target setting. In the PABI case, the Federal Court, His Honour, was particularly critical of the previous government's targets and said, and I quote, "They paid scant regard, if any, to the best available science." And they considered the 2021 update a political window dressing to distract attention from the retained 2030 target. That's what they said about the previous government's approach. In contrast, His Honour said in relation to this government's 2022 target that it could fairly be said to be a target that was capable of realistically contributing towards limiting the increase in global average temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. That's what His Honour said about our 2022 target. When we set the 2035 target, it will be in accord with the Climate Change Act. After I've received the Climate Change Authority advice, it will set out very comprehensively this government's intentions when it comes to 2035, and that's as it should be.
The call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. What is the Labor Albanese government doing to support multicultural Australia and social cohesion, and why is this so important?
Call to the Minister for International Development, the Minister for Small Business and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Layla and Chief Government Whip, who is an absolute champion for her diverse community. Mr Speaker, I am incredibly proud to be a member of a government where a child with a name like Ryan, or Soon, or Ng, or Ambi Paha, or Abdu, or Smith, or France, or Albanese can look at this parliament and say, I belong there. A part of a government that has a vision of an Australia based on fairness and equality, and where everyone, no matter who you are, who your parents are, or where you were born, feels valued. But we know that our social cohesion is fragile. As long as we treat people with a gritted teeth tolerance instead of mutual respect, our social cohesion will remain fragile. Mr Speaker, this Albanese Labor government governs for all, because we believe that every Australian, whatever their race or religion, wherever they or their parents were born, should be able to feel safe and at home without prejudice or discrimination. And this should not be a partisan issue. But over this week, I've spoken to members of our Indian diaspora, and they've told me that they did not feel safe and they did not feel secure after the rallies that we saw on Sunday. And they've also told me that comments by some political leaders have exacerbated their fear and shattered their sense of security. And I want to say to Indian Australians, this is our message. You do not have to justify your belonging in this country. We know you. We value you. We thank you for everything you have contributed to Australia, to communities, to charities, to business, to politics, to our medical profession, to our economy. We stand with you as we always have. When the immigration of Lebanese Australians was described as a mistake, that was wrong. When the African Australian community were unfairly stereotyped, that was wrong. When the Chinese Australian community were accused of being spies, that was wrong. And the scapegoating of Indian communities designed to undermine their sense of safety and belonging is wrong. Every member of this Labor government stands by the communities that they represent. And we will always call out attempts to divide us, because it is by calling them out that we will strengthen our social cohesion.
For the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer him to former Premier Daniel Andrews' significant and ongoing engagement with the Chinese Communist Party. Is the Prime Minister aware that Daniel Andrews has not disclosed his engagement on the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme Register? And will the Prime Minister immediately write to his close personal friend and former flatmate seeking his immediate compliance with the register?
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the question has been framed in a way that it's not with respect to what the Prime Minister is officially connected with, which has then led to imputation after imputation in the way that that question has been framed.
Yeah, I raised this issue yesterday, making sure that any question fits in with the direct responsibility, and simply because the person is not an Australian citizen doesn't fit that bill. So we're going to ask the member for Herbert to rephrase the question, because otherwise we get into a scenario that, unless it is directly responsible, order on the point of order. Yeah.
The question is in order because the Prime Minister was asked would he write to his own government about his awareness of whether. Yes, would you? You as Prime Minister can write to your agencies. You're the Prime Minister, yeah.
No,
you can write a letter, yeah. That was the question.
That wasn't the question.
Well, that
the
was
question
the question.
Will he instruct the individual to write to the Prime Minister, not the Prime Minister to write to himself?
No, the Prime Minister is aware of this, Daniel Andrews. Yeah. He's aware of the Foreign Interest Transparency Register, and he can write and ask for him to comply with the requirements of the Foreign Industry Transparency Register. It's a serious issue. And the reason the Leader of the House wasn't confident in his point because he didn't know what he was asked to do by the Prime Minister to cut off this question. That was what happened. So you should answer this.
But as the question stands now, so we're going to get the question right. We'll find a way. The member for Herbert's indicated that he's happy to rephrase the question, just to make sure that it's within the Prime Minister's responsibility. There's a way to loop it in that's quite simple to do, and mention the Prime Minister's Prime Minister's responsibilities in that matter. The member for Herbert has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer him to former Premier Daniel Andrews' significant and ongoing engagement with the Chinese Communist Party. Is the Prime Minister aware that Daniel Andrews has not disclosed his engagement on the Australian government's Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme, and will the Prime Minister immediately write to former Premier Andrews to comply with the register?
Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Everyone should comply with the law. It's as simple as that. Everyone should comply with the law. Simple as that. That's my job. This is a rather bizarre question that they're going down. Everyone should comply with the law.
Order.
Whether it's someone.
Order. Members on my left.
Who, the
Deputy
part
Leader
of
of the
selling
Opposition,
a port
the
and
member
then
for Page.
goes on the board of that port, or anyone else.
Order. When the member for Canning, we're going to hear from the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to ease cost of living pressures for Australians, including social security payment recipients?
The call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Macquarie as well. Of course, we're a Labor government. We want people who can work to work. It's good for them and it's good for the economy. But when people can't work or when they're retired, we need a social security system that supports them to live with dignity. And that's why I'm so pleased that on the 20th of September, more than 5 million social security recipients will see a boost in their bank accounts of up to almost $30 a fortnight for single-aged pensioners. That'll help with everyday costs like groceries and healthcare, and it includes more than 21,000 aged pensioners and job seekers in the electorate of Macquarie. The changes on the 20th of September mean the full-age pension will go up almost $30 a fortnight. That means that a full-age pensioner is about $5,000 a year better off since Labor came to government. JobSeeker will go up by around $4,000 a year since we came to government. Commonwealth rent assistance has increased by around 50%, so someone paying, say, $400 a week rent now gets about $1,800 a year more in rent assistance. And of course there's electricity bill support. People on the minimum wage are $9,000 a year better off. Paid parental leave means more time, more people receiving it and more money. In fact, a parent is about $12,000 better off now with paid parental leave than when we came to government for each child. Tax cuts for every taxpayer averaging $2,500, 650,000 fee-free TAFE enrolments. We've cut student debt by around 20%, so that's about $5,500 in relief on average. And of course, the Minister for Housing's $43 billion Homes for Australia plan includes 5% deposits that have helped up to now about 180,000 first home buyers have entered into the market, and she's already built around 5,000 social and affordable homes extra. Cheaper childcare means around 1 million families are better off, cutting out-of-pocket costs for a typical family with a child in full-time care by about $7,000 a year. Cheaper medicines saved around $1.5 billion so far and counting, and of course more bulk billing. 90 Medicare urgent care clinics open already, another 47 to come. Our government is absolutely focused on cost of living, making sure we deliver on our commitments, meaning more Australians earn more, keep more of what they earn and receive more if they're on the age pension.
Call to the honourable member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Attorney-General. Frontline police are being overwhelmed by the increasing scale and depravity of child sexual abuse material driven by AI tools. Next week is National Child Protection Week, and the theme is shifting conversation to action. The government has announced a crackdown on nudify apps, which is a start. We need action now. Will the government implement that announcement quickly and go further to support my bill to criminalise downloading AI tools specifically designed to create this horrific material?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and the very constructive engagement we have had on this matter. Of course, it is absolutely of great concern to not only the government but to all of civil society that some of the applications we have seen and some of the technology that we have seen developed is so harmful not only to people generally in our society but particularly to young people. And of course we know that the member has a bill that she has presented which will of course be given due consideration by the government. But I will make 3 key points, Mr Speaker. This is precisely the reason why this government in the last term brought forward the statutory review of the Online Safety Act by a year. We have now had the release of that report brought forward by the member for Communications in terms of the government's response. And as has been made very clear, which is my second point, has been made very clear by this government. We are considering not only those issues very closely, but also we have announced that we will take steps in relation to these apps which have no place. There is no person who can justify having technology that causes a person to be nudified or to otherwise be denigrated and for that to be disseminated and cause the harm that it is causing. And the third point that I would make, Mr Speaker, that of course when we consider criminal sanctions, they of course require careful consideration and discussion between states and territories, and I can confirm to the member that this has been openly discussed at the first meeting of the Standing Council of Attorneys General, which met only a couple of weeks ago. And I can assure the member and I can assure the House and all Australians that this is a matter of bipartisanship between Commonwealth and also state and territory Attorneys General. We are determined to get in place the right policy settings that are fit for purpose, that are forward-looking when we think about the danger of some of these technologies in the importance of ensuring that we have appropriate guardrails. And that, Mr Speaker, is why in the previous term of this government we announced significant measures that go towards the protection of young people, including the age restrictions on social media, including, as I said, only in recent times, as has been announced, our decision to bring forward appropriate amendments that deal with, in the criminal context, some of these apps. So I look forward, and the government looks forward to working with the honourable member and all like-minded members of parliament to make sure that we have these protections in place.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What has been the outcome of the Robo debt class action and what circumstances led this?
Give a call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Today, the Albanese government reached an historic agreement to settle knocks on the Commonwealth, an appeal from the original Robo-debt class action settlement in 2020. Today's settlement demonstrates this government's commitment to addressing the harms caused to so many Australians by the former Liberal government through their disastrous and illegal Robo-debt scheme. Mr Speaker, when the unfairness, the illegality and the cruelty of Robo-debt became apparent, the approach of those opposite was to double down, to go on the attack against those who complained, and to maintain the falsehood that, in fact, the system had not changed at all. But, Mr Speaker, when this government came to office, we established a Royal Commission, which heard tragic stories of people being hounded by their own government to repay debts they did not even owe.
Forrest.
Mr Speaker, none of us should forget former Minister Tudge saying to vulnerable Australians, "We'll find you, we'll track you down, you will have to repay those debts and you may end up in prison." Mr Speaker, the Royal Commission's findings were damning. Commissioner Holmes found that Robo-debt was a crude and cruel mechanism, neither fair nor legal, and a costly failure of public administration in both human and economic terms. Mr Speaker, the Robo-debt scheme has cost taxpayers over $1 billion. And yet the most significant cost of Robo-debt cannot be measured in dollars and cents. It can only be measured in human terms, because the Robo-debt scheme destroyed lives. The Albanese government has been left to clean up this shameful mess left by those opposite, and that's exactly what we're doing. We've made significant progress in implementing the recommendations of the Robo-debt Royal Commission. And today, the government has agreed to settle the Knox matter, which, subject to approval by the Federal Court, would see the Commonwealth pay $475 million in compensation. Mr Speaker, this would be the largest class action settlement in Australian history, the size of which reflects the harm caused to vulnerable Australians by the policies of the former government. Mr Speaker, this settlement would be in addition to the compensation paid following the original Robo-debt class action settlement in late 2020. It allows the court to determine separate amounts for the applicant's reasonable legal costs and for the reasonable cost of administering the settlement scheme. And while the objective of those opposite was to attack innocent Australians, this government's objective in settling this matter is clear: to get a fair outcome for the victims of Robo-debt.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is also to the Attorney-General. And I refer the Attorney-General to former Premier Daniel Andrews' decision to attend the Chinese Communist Party's military parade alongside dictators Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Masoud Pezeshkian and Alexander Lukashenko. Is the Attorney-General aware of whether former Premier Andrews has complied with the requirements of the Foreign Influence Transparency Register scheme? And can she report back to the House on the status of former Premier Andrews' compliance with the scheme?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, the answer is exactly as the Prime Minister said. Every person is required to comply with the law as it stands, including the FIT scheme.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How can households and communities benefit from more renewable energy and storage? What obstacles stand in the way of these benefits?
Good call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the question. And I'm happy to report to him and to the House that, as of today, 47,342 Australian households have installed a battery. And I'm happy to tell the member for Spence that his outer suburban electorate in Adelaide has the 5th highest take-up in all of Australia, Mr Speaker. So congratulations to the people of Spence. And indeed, it is a suburban and regional story. Take New South Wales, for example. The top electorates are Gilmore and Page and Richmond and Riverina and Macquarie, Mr Speaker, for take-up of cheaper home batteries. The top 5 electorates in New South Wales, all rural or regional. And indeed, rural and regional people know that they stand to benefit from this transition as households and as communities. The honourable member asked me what the obstacles are. Well, one of the obstacles are people who used to support the transition who now engage in division and political point scoring, Mr Speaker, who engage in hypocrisy. Now, we've heard earlier from the Prime Minister about the member for Mallee, who's been protesting against projects and transmission lines that she once lauded and celebrated when she was in office, Mr Speaker. But to be fair to the member for Mallee, she is in reasonable company, Mr Speaker. We could start at the top with the Leader of the National Party, who's also been railing against renewables. Couldn't miss the Leader of the National Party, who said, "We actually want Maranoa to become a renewable energy electorate. Western Downs is screaming at me to become the renewable energy shire of the country with solar and wind, Mr Speaker."
Order.
Or perhaps I should have started with the putative Leader of the National Party, the member for New England, Mr Speaker. My personal favourite, who couldn't resist claiming credit for renewable energy. He said in 2020, "We have made massive investments into New England, into renewable energy. In fact, we're one of the biggest renewable energy hubs in Australia. I made sure it happened." I made sure it happened, Mr Speaker. And then, of course, we can't forget the current Leader of the Opposition, who said, "Because my strong belief is that rural and regional Australia has lots to benefit from in the move to net zero," and I certainly hear that from my farmers and from my rural communities.
Member for New England.
So I'm excited for my rural communities and for the country as a whole for that future. I think that net zero by 2050 aim is perfect, Mr Speaker, said the Leader of the Opposition. Now, Mr Speaker, the Australian people know when a government's getting on with a job, and they know when an opposition is engaging in hypocrisy. If coalition hypocrisy created energy, Mr Speaker, we would have gigawatts to spare.
Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, your government promised Australians that energy bills would go down. Yet in my electorate, Rennie's Bar and Grill has seen its quarterly gas bill jump from $7,000 2 years ago to $9,000 last year and now almost $12,000, not even counting electricity or insurance. Prime Minister, isn't that true that your government's approach to net zero is leaving almost $0 in pockets of families and small businesses? And how exactly will the household battery rebate help them?
Order. Give the call. Order. Give the call. Give the order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I very much appreciate the question, and I appreciate the Prime Minister allowing me to answer the question from the member for Fowler, because the member for Fowler has said previously that cheap home batteries policy is of little use in her electorate. It has a take-up more than double the electorate of Sydney, Mr Speaker, does the electorate of Fowler when it comes to cheap home batteries, because people in the outer suburbs understand that cheaper home batteries is one way they can reduce their bills permanently, Mr Speaker.
Order.
And Fowler, of course, has also been a beneficiary of this government's policies, with 65,000 taxpayers getting an average tax cut of $2,160 a week, Mr Speaker. And 58,750 households have received energy bill relief in Fowler. And 23,000 people have had student debt relief, Mr Speaker, with our HECS debt reductions. And $5,525,000 in savings across the PBS net threshold reductions, thanks to the Minister for Health's policies, Mr Speaker. These are real policies that support the people of Fowler, because this government knows that cost of living relief targeted at people who have been doing it tough and Fowler is necessary. The member for Fowler raises Rennie's business in the city of Fairfield, a business I know very well. I know the owner very well. I know that the owner sits on Fairfield Council with the member for Fowler, Mr Speaker. He's a good fella. He's a good fellow, Mr Speaker, is Rennie. And I'm sure he's concerned. But the member for Fowler is very good at giving advice to other people what they should do about cost of living. And she does that very regularly in the pages of newspapers and here, saying other people should do more. Now, the fact of the matter is we all have a responsibility when it comes to cost of living, including councils. Now, some of us served on local government, and then when we came here decided to be full-time federal members of parliament, Mr Speaker. Other people have made other choices. Now, the member for Fowler not so long ago wrote to the New South Wales government. Member for Fowler wrote to the New South Wales government. Okay, I'm still going to say it.
Order. When the House comes to order, we shall hear from the member for Fowler.
Speaker, this is relevance and I think professionalism as well. This is about as the Minister knows, this is a question to the Prime Minister, and as the Minister for Energy knows, or climate change, that he knows Rennie Bars and Grills and the business is actually struggling to keep his business alive. So please address the question.
Order. Order. Member for Barker, we're just going to get you to not help. The member for the Leader of the House.
Speaker, there was plenty of commentary in the question, which therefore opens up the relevance in the answer.
Yeah, and the Minister has mentioned the business directly. He's mentioned the home battery scheme. He's mentioned the numbers in the member's electorate directly. So, Order, I just want to deal with this. If you've raised these issues, the Minister's going to be directly relevant to all of the things that are mentioned in the question. So we're going to make sure his answer is being directly relevant, and he's been spot on so far in actually addressing the elements that you've mentioned. And I want to make I was going to just let me finish my point of order. He'll be able to read comments or quotes, but whatever he does, he's got to be directly relevant to the subject he was asked about. Does the member for Curtin still seek to take a point of order? Because I'd like to hear from her.
I'm seeking a ruling on whether the member for New England is breaching Standing Order 90 by the language that he was, the things that he was saying, which I don't want to repeat in front of the children upstairs here.
Well, I couldn't hear because there was a lot of noise. But if the member for New England has said an unparliamentary remark, or as the standing order says, reflecting on a member, I'm just going to remind the member for Curtin, you're entitled to raise that point, and if the member for New England is reflecting on members, I'm going to ask him to cease and desist that, and perhaps to assist the House, he'll remain silent for the remainder of this answer, and if he persists, he won't be here, and I'll warn him under the standing orders. I'm just going to ask the Minister to return to the question and make his comments, whatever he's doing, directly relevant to the member for Fowler.
So the member for Fowler asked about cost of living in Fairfield City, which we both represent. And I'm reminded that the member for Fowler recently wrote to the New South Wales Government complaining about the entry fees for Prairie Wood Pool for swimming lessons, and the New South Wales Government wrote back to her pointing out that those entry fees are set by Fairfield City Council, of which the honourable member is a councillor, Mr Speaker. So we will continue. We will continue to act on cost of living full-time with our full energy, not part-time.
Order. There's far too much noise in that question and answer. I'm just going to ask everyone to show a bit more restraint for the remainder of question time. It's been a big 2 weeks, but we've just got to make sure that everyone is showing respect, and also the language is used, including the Minister's answers and also the interjections. I'd like to hear from the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare? Why is it important to listen to a range of voices in shaping health policy after a decade of cuts and neglect?
call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Menzies, who's already such a strong advocate of our push to increase rates of bulk billing, not just in his part of Melbourne, but right across Australia, Mr Speaker. And our first investments are already turning around bulk billing for concession card holders and kids. That rate now sits above 92%, Mr Speaker, with almost 7 million additional free visits to the GP every year as a result of our investment to triple the bulk billing incentive for those Australians back in 2023. But bulk billing, Mr Speaker, is still too low for Australians who don't have a concession card, and that's why we're going to roll out bulk billing incentives for those Australians for the first time from the 1st of November this year, Mr Speaker. Bulk billing, as we know, was in freefall when we came to government, Mr Speaker, and it's no mystery why. After the Abbott government failed to get their GP tax through the Senate, of course they decided instead to freeze the Medicare rebate, and the backlash rightly was immense, absolutely immense. And the Health Minister at the time, Mr Dutton, was shelved as Health Minister after barely 2 years in the job and replaced, of course, by the Leader of the Opposition. Now, perhaps the Leader of the Opposition thought of trying to find a way out of the utter mess left by that disastrous Dutton horror budget, or, to paraphrase that famous speech she gave to the LNP a couple of weeks ago, perhaps instead she thought of Peter Offen as she walked the corridors of the Parliament as the new Health Minister. She wondered, what would Peter say? What would Peter do? What examples can I draw from his time as the Health Minister? Well, it turns out, Mr Speaker, that's exactly what she did, because far from correcting course from that disastrous horror budget, the Leader of the Opposition as Health Minister instead doubled down on the Dutton agenda. She doubled down on the hospital cuts to our hard-working public hospital doctors and nurses and allied health professionals. She marked herself out as the only Health Minister in memory never to increase the Medicare rebate. Not once. Even Peter Dutton managed to increase it once, Mr Speaker. And of course she grabbed that Medicare rebate freeze and she made it her own, Mr Speaker. In the 2016 budget, the Leader of the Opposition extended that Medicare rebate freeze right out to the rest of the decade, Mr Speaker. Well, by contrast, Mr Speaker, we're strengthening Medicare. We're rolling out more bulk billing, more urgent care clinics, more doctors and nurses and cheaper medicines, and in the meantime fixing up the mess left by the Leader of the Opposition.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, having had questions from this side about cost of living, wages, economic growth, AUKUS, social cohesion, Robo debt, social security and Medicare, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper. And I'd suggest to those opposite that they go touch grass during the break and get in touch with what Australians are concerned about.
Order. We're just going to make sure all the rules of the member for Barker will just to assist the House. We'll always just follow the rules, and perhaps things will go a lot smoother. The Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the Commissioner for staying the whole way through question time. That's above and beyond. Mr Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals is lucky that I know it's his birthday today. Order. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Gippsland proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to govern for all Australians. I call upon those honourable members to rise who approve of the proposed resolution to rise in their places and give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And as the Prime Minister scurries out of the House after another display of hubris and arrogance, I want to pass on to the House a little-known fact. It's a little-known fact that it takes this Prime Minister twice as long to get to Parliament House, Speaker, from the Lodge than any other Prime Minister. Twice as long as any other Prime Minister in history. And apparently it drives his security detail crazy. And you might ask yourself, why would it take the Prime Minister so long to get from the Lodge to Parliament House? Well, it's because he forces his Comcar drivers to turn left at every intersection, because it's a lifetime habit. Every time this Prime Minister, the member for Grayndler, has to make any decision, he just goes further and further and further to the left. Now, Mr Speaker, he'll be in all sorts of trouble. He'll be all sorts of trouble when he leaves Parliament, doesn't have a Comcar anymore, have to drive his own car, because he'll never give way to the right. Now, Speaker, all the dad jokes aside, Mr Speaker, the career of the most left-wing Prime Minister in Australian history is summed up in just one quote, and that quote is, "I like fighting Tories, that's what I do." This Prime Minister is like the great dividing range of Australian politics. The Prime Minister has become the great divider. He has no interest whatsoever in building a consensus and views every issue through the lens of political opportunism. "I like fighting Tories, that's what I do." That's the boast of our Prime Minister, and explains everything about his divisive approach to his parliamentary career and his failure, his complete failure, to govern for all Australians. Now, Speaker, there are numerous examples of the Prime Minister as the great divider. As a product of the Labor left, his career before politics was working for Labor MPs and working for Labor Party officials. He never misses an opportunity to divide and to conquer for political advantage, because "I like fighting Tories, that's what I do." This Prime Minister divided Australians with the voice. He's divided Australians with his decision to recognise Palestine. He has divided Australians by offending Israel and our most important strategic ally in the United States. He is dividing Australians with his 100% renewables rollout, which is tearing families apart and communities in regional areas. The Prime Minister has widened the city-country divide by cutting regional programs, and he's even created more division in this place by cutting resources to the crossbench and cutting resources to the opposition, because he hates being called out. This Prime Minister hates being held to account. That's why, Deputy Speaker, we have a part-time parliament this year. We have a part-time parliament sitting for just 8 weeks since the election, because this great divider, this Prime Minister, doesn't want to be held to account. And, Speaker, the list just goes on and on. The Prime Minister divides Australians at every opportunity between Labor and non-Labor voters. Regional Australians have been punished the most as the great divider has cut programs. Is it any wonder he was chased out of Ballarat by angry farmers in tractors? Because the Prime Minister says he won't BS people, but he did tell them. But I just wonder this: did he tell the people of Ballarat about all the programs he cut in his first term as a Prime Minister? What were they? The Building Better Regions program. It's gone. Roads of strategic importance. It's gone. Local roads and community infrastructure program. Not only is the local roads and community infrastructure program gone, members opposite turn up to cut the ribbons and unveil the plaques of the projects they didn't fund. Now, regional Australians didn't vote for this Prime Minister because he cuts the programs they need. And actually it's fractionally worse, if you can believe it, Deputy Speaker, because in cutting all the coalition-era programs, he decided to have his own program called the Growing Regions program. Sounds good. But he cut that as well. He cut his own program. Deputy Speaker, dividing Australians into those who vote for Labor and those who don't is the modus operandi of the great divider. It's shameless, it's disgraceful, and explains why Labor is loathed throughout most of regional Australia. But yesterday, Deputy Speaker, I think we saw a new low in this House, because the great divider, our Prime Minister, was ad agenda in question time. He sought to draw some parallels between the farmers in tractors in Ballarat and neo-Nazis intimidating the Victorian Premier. He tried to link the farmers in Ballarat with neo-Nazis in Melbourne and create this false parallel. It was a disgraceful slur. And it was only when members on this side of the chamber, including the Leader of the Nationals, called him out that the Prime Minister backed away from that disgraceful slur. The Prime Minister was actually trying to link those two activities. Again, that is his basic instinct. I like fighting Tories, that's what I do. He instinctively tries to divide us, and he has no interest in governing for all Australians. So, Speaker, even after the election, the Prime Minister has continued to stoke the division in this place. As I said, as the great divider, he has cut the staffing levels for the crossbench and the coalition. Now he's actually planning to cut speaking opportunities where members on this side of the chamber can raise matters of public importance. There was a notice on the motion. There was a motion on the notice paper this week that would force the Speaker to allocate 3 MPIs every fortnight to the government benches.
Tell us how good
He
you are.
actually thinks he can have a one-party state in the Parliament of Australia. He thinks he can have 3 MPIs every fortnight, effectively undermining the independence of the Speaker and snubbing years of parliamentary practice in this place, because nothing is beneath the great divider when it comes to pitting those who voted Labor against those who didn't vote for Labor, because he proudly boasts that he likes fighting Tories. And he's going to take away opportunities for members on this side of the chamber to raise matters of public importance in our own community. So this great divider is actually allergic to transparency. He's allergic to accountability. It's why we have had this part-time parliament throughout 2025. It's why the government thinks it can change the rules of the MPI. The Prime Minister has no respect for the 65% of Australians who didn't give Labor their primary vote at the last election, instead voted for the coalition or minor party candidates or independents. He has no interest whatsoever in governing for all Australians. And at the outset, Deputy Speaker, I mentioned one of the great divisions created by this Prime Minister during his first term, the Voice. This was an ill-conceived and ill-informed waste of taxpayers' money and a self-indulgent vanity project that was all about the Prime Minister's legacy. You see, on that side of the House, Labor Party, they like to mythologise about their former leaders. And the Prime Minister just wanted his big moment. You know, Gough Whitlam had Lingiari, Keating had the Redfern speech, Rudd had the apology, Kevin Rudd had the apology. The Prime Minister just wanted his big moment. He didn't care at all that he was dividing Australians in the process. If the Prime Minister was actually interested in governing for all Australians, if he was actually interested in practical outcomes for Indigenous people, the Prime Minister would have channelled all that money. He would have channelled all his energies into practical projects that make a difference to the Closing the Gap targets around health, around education, around employment outcomes. But instead, the Prime Minister, the great divider, wasted more than $400 million of taxpayers' money on a referendum which just divided Australians even more. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, his politics of division was there for all to see. He was at it again, dividing Australians, forcing Australians to make choices which they didn't want to make, but all because the Prime Minister wanted his big moment, wanted the mythology of Gough Whitlam, Paul Keating, Kevin Rudd, the great divider, dividing Australians for base political opportunities. Now, Deputy Speaker, it concerns me. Australia has never been more divided in my lifetime than it is today. Social cohesion is being undermined every day, and this Prime Minister is still obsessed with his university days, passion of fighting Tories. The lack of leadership by this weak Prime Minister on key issues has contributed to the violent protests that we've seen across our country. This lack of leadership has undermined social cohesion, and it is causing enormous unrest right across our nation. Deputy Speaker, our country is heading in the wrong direction under a leader who has absolutely no interest in governing for all Australians. The great divider just wants to keep fighting Tories.
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, look, I must say that speech was very, very high on political rhetoric, personal attack and dad jokes. Now, I want to put on the record, I will not criticise dad jokes, because if I did so, my daughter, when she reads this Hansard down the track, which probably won't happen, but she will roll her eyes at me at my hypocrisy. I'm all for dad jokes. I'm all for a bit of political rhetoric, but at some point in a 10-minute contribution, you've got to back it up with a little bit of substance. And I must say, this is a very strange topic for those opposite to bring. Saying that they want to bring a topic about governing for all Australians to this place after their suite of policies at the last election is quite a remarkable case of self-delusion. Now, let's look at what really matters to people in their lives, and let's look at which side of this chamber, let's look at which side is governing for all Australians. Let's look at people's wages. Let's look at what really underpins people's quality of life. We have, both in the last term and this term, and indeed in the lead-up to coming to government, backed in the widest possible set of strong institutional arrangements, whether it be supporting unions in their negotiating, whether it be supporting minimum wage cases. Right across the board, we've supported people having higher take-home pay. Every time we've done so, those opposite have pushed back. When we pushed for higher minimum wages, those opposite said the sky would fall in. Those opposite said it would lead to job losses. The exact opposite happened. What happened was people's wages went up. And what we're seeing right now is that people's real wages right across the board are increasing. This is governing for all Australians, providing them with the most foundational of supports for their standard of living. What's the other side of that? It's not just what you earn, it's what you take home. And this is perhaps where the contrast is just as great, if not greater. At the last election, we went to the election with a policy of tax cuts for all Australians. All Australians. And it wasn't just one set of tax cuts. We've now gone to the Australian people with 3 sets of tax cuts which would benefit all taxpayers. In contrast, those opposite went to the last election with a policy of increasing taxes on all taxpayers. So they come into this place with a motion asking who is it that's governing for all Australians, where we've gone to successive budgets reducing taxes on all Australians. They've gone to the last election with a policy of explicitly rolling back tax cuts, of coming into this place after the election and increasing taxes on all taxpayers, and they want to come into this place with this motion. It is truly ridiculous. Those opposite, with their rhetoric, attacking us for being too left-wing. It's remarkable when you look at the actual performance over the last decade when it comes to economic management. Those opposite claimed there were surpluses just over the horizon, like over the horizon radar. They were almost here. Don't worry, they're almost here. In fact, some of them were so close there were mugs printed. That wasn't just over the horizon; it was within grasp. There were dots on the radar. They never arrived. We had successive surpluses delivered. So those opposite come in here with the rhetoric, and the rhetoric's fine. This place is all about rhetoric. But the rhetoric from those sides is not backed up at all by statistics. They claim the mantle of economic management, but they did not deliver in a shocking decade of fiscal mismanagement, a shocking decade of real wages going backwards, a shocking decade of the worst productivity growth in half a century. We're the party which has delivered tax cuts. They were the party which tried to unwind them. Yes. Another powerful example of where we are governing for all Australians and they are trying to unwind it is universal health care. We have been backing up Medicare for decades. At so many instances over many elections, those opposite come in here and try and undermine Medicare. We went to the last election with a policy supporting higher rates of bulk billing. Bulk billing is something we back in. Bulk billing is so critical for universal access because it's the best way of ensuring that everybody gets access to the core services they need. We went to the last election with a policy of more urgent care clinics, which I've seen in my own electorate, delivering critical services for people, delivering services for people who access services outside of business hours, delivering services to people who can avoid going to emergency departments. Those opposite in the last election were led by a person who had been a health minister, and yet after 3 years of having the opportunity to deliver a health policy, when we delivered our health policy, the next day they said, oh look, we'll do the same. We'll spend the same amount. Me too. So after 3 years of deep thought on healthcare, they added nothing. And that's exactly what was reflected throughout the campaign on so many policy areas. When it comes to healthcare, when it comes to service delivery right across our social safety net, we have been backers of Medicare, of the NDIS, of superannuation, not just backers of them, we brought them in and we have defended them against attacks from those opposite over decades. And at the last election, the contrast when it comes to Medicare could not be more stark. We backed in universality. We backed in governing for all. Those opposite had the most shallow and hollow of policies which would have undermined Medicare. When it comes to housing, those opposite did so little for so long. We have invested billions upon billions when it comes to housing. We've invested in skills. We've invested in programs to help first home buyers. We've invested in helping the upcoming generation to buy a home, to buy their first home. Yes. Those opposite spent almost all of the last term in combination with the Greens stopping our policies from coming through the parliament, from blocking our policies, from playing a negative game. We were governing for all in the last term when we continue to, in the face of opposition from those opposite along with the Greens, a truly unholy alliance. And what we're seeing is that that policy is now paying off. Perhaps the worst example, though, where those opposite aren't governing for all, not just current generations, not just the young now, but future generations, is climate change. We went to the last election having delivered so much in the first term when it came to climate change. We had delivered a legislated 2050 target. We had delivered a 2030 target against those opposing it, of course, against those opposing any action. Those opposite had a decade of inaction, which put us in the worst possible position to achieve what we need to when it comes to climate change. But when you think about not just the young people of today, but future generations truly governing for all in an intergenerational sense, what are we seeing from those opposite? The most bizarre internal political charade, the most bizarre internal political infighting and inward-looking approaches to policies after an election loss, which is the last thing that they or the country need. We've got senior members of those opposite putting private members' bills into this place, questioning the need to act on climate change. We've got a complete internal debate from those opposite on whether we need to do anything at all. It is truly bizarre, Deputy Speaker. And so what I would say is let's have a debate about governing for all, because those opposite have had the most sectional, narrow-minded, cynical approach to so many issues, and that was reflected in how compelling their policies were at the last election. And what we're seeing, unfortunately, both for them and the nation, is that they are doubling down on that, whether it be tax policy, whether it be housing policy, whether it be the social safety net, whether it be climate change. And as I said, when it comes to climate change, they're just getting worse and worse. And it's going to be the future generations that suffer if some of the policies that they are putting forward in their internal party debates get back into the mainstream. Just about every one of our major OECD partners, just about every one of our trading partners has moved well beyond these climate debates, debating whether or not climate change is happening. Many of those countries look at us and think it's bizarre that we are still debating. And I take the interjections from those opposite as if we want to adopt, as if that's where we want to place ourselves. They're the partners that those opposite want to put ourselves. That's an interesting frame, really interesting frame. So look, what I would say is when it comes to all the things that matter to people most, when it comes to their living standards, their wages, their taxes, the social safety net and climate change, we are governing for all, and there's a sharp contrast with what's being offered from those opposite.
Absolutely. Good speech.
I'd appreciate a lot less interjections. So I'm going to give you the call. I'm going to ask for quiet on this side, and I hope you'll respect the remainder of the debate. Member for Goldstein has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, the beauty of the morning is not just the rising of the sun, but the opportunity of a new day. As I walk the streets of Goldstein, afresh after the night's rest, I meet Australians brimming with a sense of optimism. Young families building their first home, retirees who gave their best years to this country, small business owners taking a risk on their dream. What unites them all is a simple but profound desire: hope for the future. Hope that tomorrow will be better than today. Hope that their children will inherit not just a nation of wealth, but of wisdom, resilience and of opportunity. But we all know hope doesn't sustain itself. I wish I could say our current government is calling us to a common purpose, or that they are encouraging us to lean into the future with optimism. But around the kitchen tables of the nation, it feels like Australians have a better sense of the challenges of our nation than our current government does. They are asking hard questions. Can I afford to raise my family here? Will my business survive another storm? Do my children have a future in this country, or must they seek it elsewhere? Hope must be grounded in reality. And the reality is that Australia faces challenges, from global uncertainty to rising costs of living to an economy in transition. Yet in every challenge lies opportunity, and in every setback the chance for renewal. Hope for Australia isn't just naive optimism. It's a conviction that when people are empowered, when the government serves rather than smothers, when enterprise is unleashed, we can transform adversity into achievement. Hope means a nation where small business is not burdened by red tape but lifted by opportunity. Hope means harnessing our resources and ingenuity to power the world, not with fear of decline but with confidence in Australian innovation. Hope means that no matter who you are or where you start, your children can dream bigger than you dared and achieve more. Our forebears understood that Australia's greatest asset is not coal or the abundance of sun, not even our beaches or bush, but our people. Industrious, fair-minded, determined, coupled with a sense of fair go. The Liberal tradition has always believed in the dignity of the individual, in the community that supports them, and in the responsibility that we owe each other. This government will end. There is hope. We can have an economy built on aspiration, where reward flows from effort and where every Australian can advance through their enterprise. We can have a society of unity, where diversity is celebrated not as a dividing line, but as part of the great tapestry of our nation. We can have a resilient nation, where we stand tall in the world, confident in our values, secure in our alliances and ready to shape our destiny. We cannot outsource this responsibility. It's a responsibility of every Australian and the duty of every parliamentarian in this chamber to lead with courage, to govern with humility and to restore the belief that the best days of our country are not behind us but ahead. Hope is not given, it is built. And together we can build it, brick by brick, business by business, family by family. Because the story of Australia has never been written in despair, it has always been a story of hope, and so it shall remain. And that is the great task of this parliament, but it is not what is being delivered by this government. What we have seen from this government, from the speeches we've heard during question time and the answers that have been given from this MPI today, is a government that simply is disinterested from the focus of the issues and concerns of Australians right now, whether it is people in the suburbs all the way through to the rural and regional centres of this country, who have a complete disregard for not just the urgency of the needs they face, but more importantly, the need to take all of us forward together. That their job is beyond just facing the immediate challenges, but to get us to inspire us towards a better future. To give us a sense of hope about what we can achieve together to be able to realise a better future shared, because Australia can be a great nation. That is what it means to leave people behind. That is what it means when we have a country that does not appeal to our best selves. And that is the challenge we face right now. This government will end, and there will be hope.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's a lot of rhetoric coming from those opposite today about governing for all Australians, and I agree with the Assistant Treasurer that it's a very interesting topic for them to bring, given their record in government over nearly a decade compared to what we have achieved already in one term and just a couple of months of this term. But there are obviously many issues in which we could contrast, our record against theirs, where we are actually governing for all Australians and where they neglected Australians. But I'm just going to pick one, and that's education, because it's a really important one, because education is how you build the future. And if you want to measure a government's priorities, we should start by asking, how are we governing for the youngest Australians? How are we investing in their education, their opportunities, their future? Because nothing is more fundamental to fairness, nothing is more essential to national prosperity than ensuring that every child, no matter where they live, no matter their background, has access to a high-quality education. And that's why this government has made huge investments in both schools and skills, investing in education at all levels so that all Australians, from the youngest through to older Australians pursuing new skills and training, have the best opportunities to take on the jobs of the future. In schools, we are delivering the first ever national agreement that fully funds public schools to 100% of the schooling resource standard. This is absolutely huge. This is a historic step. For too long, governments, specifically the last coalition government, left public school students shortchanged, forcing teachers and principals to stretch resources while parents fundraised for the basics. Let's remind ourselves of the recent history in this space. In 2012, David Gonski released the report into Australia's school funding, recommending changes with the aim of reducing the impact of social disadvantage on educational outcomes. The key recommendation was the introduction of the schooling resource standard, a base rate of funding per student which would determine the required funding needed for each school. When the Coalition came to government a year later, they tore up that Gonski report. They directed funds to less needy schools and left public school students to endure substandard resourcing. That all changed with the change in government. We are ending that era of underfunding because we believe every child in every school deserves the same chance to succeed. And I want to acknowledge the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, and the incredible work he's done in this space. Our government has invested $16.5 billion in additional funding to fully fund all public schools. We've introduced paid prac for teaching students to help with the cost of placements. There are more teachers in the pipeline with enrolments in teaching degrees up 11% this year. And I want to acknowledge too that in the ACT, the community that I represent, we were the only jurisdiction that was already at 100% of the resource standard, and that is in a big way thank you to our ACT Labor government and Minister Yvette Berry. But this agreement that our government has delivered has actually further increased that funding for ACT schools. And as a parent whose children attend public schools, I know that that is much needed, and it is really wonderful to see that every school around this country will receive 100% now of that resource standard and be able to invest in their future and give our teachers, who do such incredible and important work every day, the resources that they need to empower these young people to learn, and there's a particular focus with the agreement on ensuring that they have the things that they need to stop students falling behind before it's too late. Things like the Year 1 phonics test are critically important to ensure that students at that age are learning the things they need to continue that journey. So I am so proud of this achievement of our government, this historic Better and Fairer Schools agreement that ensures that we back every student in this country, no matter where they live, no matter what their parents' income, that they have the opportunity for a great public education. Thank you.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I say to the member for Canberra, all the best. Deputy Speaker, I'm a member from regional Australia, as I think everyone knows by now. I do want to talk, though, to the people of metropolitan Australia, because often there is talked about that there is a divide, and there is. There are different experiences in the country compared to in the city. But what happens in regional Australia and the policies that affect what people do in regional Australia affect people in metropolitan areas. And if a government is not looking after the regions, then it's not governing for everyone, and it's not only affecting the regional people, it's affecting people in the cities as well. We all live in this great country together. Obviously, Deputy Speaker, the thing we have in common, apart from the need to breathe, apart from the need to drink water, is the need to eat. So agriculture is critically important in this country. And the people in places like my electorate, the Food Bowl of Australia, are incredibly proud of what they do, because they want to see people enjoying healthy, sustainably produced Australian produce. This government is making it harder for businesses to produce healthy, sustainable, Australian-produced produce. There are changes to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, the live export trade, the biosecurity tax that thankfully got scuppered in the Senate. All of these things, along with a raft of other things, including some renewable rollouts on agricultural land, make it harder for people to do that. So I believe we will see an increase in food prices, because if you make it harder for Australian farmers to produce, you see an increase in food prices. An increase in food prices is not good for people anywhere in Australia. So if you damage food production, you're not governing for all Australians. The electricity grid. This transition is not going well. The Prime Minister promised all of these people $275 reduction in their electricity bills based on some Reputex modelling, which he's now running away from at a rate that even the member for Canning couldn't catch him. But
Andrew Lee could.
But $275 was promised and it hasn't been delivered. You're not governing for people if you go and tell them something and then say, oh, we've actually stuffed the policy up and now we can't deliver it. You're not governing from all Australians when you attack the dynamism of the historic dynamism of the Australian economy. And by putting too much emphasis on public service jobs, and I completely respect what public servants do, we absolutely need them. But if there's too much emphasis on that sector of the economy and the jobs market, then there's not enough emphasis and there's too much competition for the private sector to be able to do what they do. Small businesses. Now, Deputy Speaker, I think it's really important that governments appreciate what the great responsibility that they've been given. Everyone in this place, 150 of us, represent roughly 110,000 people. Now, some of those people vote for us, some of those people don't, but we've got to represent them all. When we come into this place, in question time, we ask questions and we represent the people in our electorates. And people who do that deserve respectful, considered answers. They don't deserve attacks, and they don't deserve theatrical flourishes. Today, the member for Mallee asked a question. It was a reasonable question about concerns that people in her electorate have. The member for Fowler asked a very reasonable question. It was a question based on the concern of a particular business in her electorate, but it's a concern that goes all across the people of her electorate and all of our electorates, which was gas prices. Those two women who represent people in Australia who have been elected to this place deserve the respect of a reasonable answer. And what I saw from where I was sitting was a pile-on. It didn't look good, it was disrespectful, and it goes against the kinder, gentler parliament that the Prime Minister promised. He needs to be governing for all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And Deputy Speaker, as I have said in this place before, I am incredibly proud to represent the most multicultural electorate, the most multicultural community in all of Queensland. And Deputy Speaker, I myself have an ethnically diverse background. My family immigrated to this country from China in the late 1800s. My last name is Campbell, obviously of Scottish heritage, and my grandma on my dad's side was born and raised in Canada. And Deputy Speaker, can I say that what I have come to learn as an adult is that the diversity of my background is a strength, and that the diversity that exists in the backgrounds of all of our communities continues to be a strength. Because it doesn't matter what the colour of your skin is, it doesn't matter what your faith is, it doesn't matter what your postcode is, it doesn't matter whether you are from the regions, it doesn't matter whether you are from rural Australia, and it doesn't matter whether you are from remote Australia. Every single everyday Australian plays a critical role in our society, plays a critical role in our economy, and it doesn't matter who you are, we all do that, and Labor stands up for every single one of those Australians, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the member for Gippsland, because this is an incredibly important question, member for Gippsland. It certainly is, and it bears repeating, because this question goes to the failure to govern for all Australians. And I think it's an interesting question, and indeed an ironic question, given what we've learnt about the Coalition in the last few months, is that they are completely incapable of governing themselves, let alone a country. And Deputy Speaker, it gives me the opportunity to talk about everyday Australians and to examine, not through their words but through their actions, what the opposition thinks about them. Because, Deputy Speaker, if you're a young person looking to get into your first home, the Coalition does not want you to have a 5% deposit. If you're an apprentice looking to start your trade, the Coalition does not want you to be able to access free TAFE. If you are a manufacturing worker, the Coalition does not want your job to be in this country. We know that the Coalition has offshored again and again and again the car manufacturing, the shipbuilding manufacturing industry, the train manufacturing industry, and particularly those workers in regional Queensland. That is what the Coalition's vision for manufacturing workers is. If you're an older Australian who relies on healthcare, the Coalition does not want you to have better healthcare and cheaper medicines. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition, if you are on a minimum wage, the Coalition does not want you to have a pay increase. And Deputy Speaker, if you are a taxpayer, the Coalition wants you to pay higher taxes. So, Deputy Speaker, if you are any of those people, if you tick any of those boxes, what we know is that the Coalition does not support you. But, Deputy Speaker, perhaps I've been a little too harsh, because I know that there are a number of groups that the Coalition really does support. Are you a boss who enjoys a long lunch? Good news. The Coalition will back you in. Not a fan of working on a laptop? Good news. The Coalition doesn't want you to work from home. If you think climate change isn't real, good news, because they don't want net zero to be a policy of this government. And Deputy Speaker, all of those things demonstrate very clearly that this is an opposition, that this is a coalition who doesn't care about everyday Australians. If you're that young person, if you're that apprentice, if you're that manufacturing worker, if you're that older Australian, if you're that person on a minimum wage, if you're a person who cares about the environment, if you are a taxpayer, this is a coalition that will not back you in. And, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this question, can I say that the member for Gippsland and the members opposite do not need an MPI. They do not need to go back to their offices and get out the pen and write out a question or a motion for this House to consider. Because what the coalition needs to do is to take a long, hard and cold look in the mirror. Because the only people who have failed to back in Australians at every turn are sitting right there.
I give the call to member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, what about Taree? What has this government got against Taree? Got against the Lyne electorate, got against regional Australia? I had hoped, as a new MP, the PM would live up to the comments he made on the 3rd of May. He said, "This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize the moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us. Because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian." Well, let me tell you, this government, after just 4 months, is not governing for all Australians. Regional communities like mine are being left behind. I think the reception the Prime Minister received at the recent Bush Summit exemplifies the divide in this country, the feeling of being forgotten by this government. It's already clear that this government is playing favourites, and I've been around long enough to sniff a whiteboard from that side in the air. The Prime Minister's favouritism for his city-centric base and this government's neglect of the regions and regional Australia can be seen in my electorate in a myriad of ways. Deputy Speaker, I know I've been in trouble this week in question time for being a bit too exuberant in my interjections. And I do respect that members should be heard in silence. But it's been too much to sit silent while this government has gloated about policies that are hurting my electorate. Now, during the election, I called for an urgent care clinic in Taree. It's a policy and initiative that will benefit my electorate. I'm here for outcomes, and that's why I support it. Bulk billing rates in my electorate have fallen by 10% in the last 4 years. It's only getting tougher to see a GP, and Manning-based hospital gets slammed as a result. Yet the question is, how many of the government's 137 urgent care clinics operate or will operate in my electorate? Zero. Zero. Labor failed to match my election commitment, and despite writing to the minister and my persistent calls to the minister and the government in this place, I've been told no. No urgent care clinic in Taree. Nothing to break the seismic service gap that exists between Coffs Harbour and Newcastle, which my electorate sits squarely in the middle of. This is not the government governing for all Australians. The government's response feels like partisanship on health, the last place where it should be played. Now on energy again. My electorate, like many of those of my colleagues on this side, feel the ire of the Albanese government. The Prime Minister and his Minister for Climate Change and Energy are recklessly driving Australians down a renewables-only path. Like I've said repeatedly this week, renewables are not reliable for baseload power, and they do not have a social licence. It's costing Australians today and future generations in their hip pocket and in their energy security. The Prime Minister expects my electorate to bear the brunt of this transition. His policy is riding roughshod over regional people. He expects my constituents from Seal Rocks to Hawk's Nest to have their livelihoods, their pristine waters and way of life jeopardised for the sake of his industrial wind turbines and his ideological-driven energy policy. He expects farmers across regional Australia to sit back as he installs thousands of kilometres worth of transmission lines through their prime private agricultural land, land that our nation and indeed the world relies on for food and fibre security. He expects industry and businesses like James Strong, Tari's second largest private sector employer, which produces over 100 million aluminium cans per year, and Tomago Aluminium, Australia's largest aluminium smelter, to pay exorbitant prices for electricity, the result of a rush to intermittent, unreliable source of energy, placing them at a significant competitive disadvantage to their offshore competitors. Deputy Speaker, this government says it governs for all Australians, but in line, we're not feeling it. Regional communities aren't asking for more, they're asking for a fair go. You can't call yourself a government if you don't govern for all Australians.
Time expired. Member for Pitt.
Deputy Speaker, it has just been 4 months since the Albanese Labor government was elected for a second term, and we have hit the ground running and delivering for all Australians. Labor is united and focused on a commitment to build Australia's future, not just for the privileged few, but for all. Australians were in the back seat for almost a decade while the coalition fought over the steering wheel. Now Labor's driving, seatbelt on, fuel tank full. And where are we headed? To a future built for all of us, where support reaches every Australian, in every city, every suburb, every town, every region. We're easing cost of living pressures, strengthening Medicare, protecting jobs and investing in a stronger, fairer nation. Speaker, I want to highlight some of our recent achievements that are delivering for healthcare workers and the economy. From January 1st, all medicines on the PBS will be capped at $25. This will save millions of dollars for millions of Australians. For women, we're delivering more choice, lower costs and better access to healthcare. We're boosting the number of health practitioners qualified to provide birth control implant services, particularly in regional, rural and remote locations, including Taree. For men, we're also investing $32 million in initiatives that support men's mental health and well-being and to break the stigma around seeking support. We believe that all should have to take with you. Let me say that again. We believe that all you should have to take with you to seek medical support is your Medicare card, and we are taking decisive steps to make this a reality. We're building a healthcare system that works for every Australian. I challenge anyone on the other side to prove it and show they don't have a Medicare card. Australians know only Labor will keep Medicare strong, and we are working hard to prove them right every single day. We're also supporting Australian workers. As of July 1st, we delivered a 3.5% pay rise for minimum and award wage workers. We are finally seeing pay packets move in the right direction after almost a decade of wages falling behind under the coalition. From retail staff and hospitality workers to cleaners and carers, this boost means families can get ahead, pay bills and plan for the future. We're also strengthening penalty rates. Penalty rates are not a luxury. They are the difference between paying rent and falling behind. We legislated to protect penalty rates, supporting the retail and hospitality workers who keep our economy going. Labor is also supporting young people. Young Australians deserve opportunity, not a lifetime of debt. That's why we're cutting student debts by 20%. This will make a world of difference for students and graduates right across the country, from regional TAFEs to city universities. Less debt means more opportunity to get ahead in life, go after your dream career and to buy a home. Speaking of home ownership, every Australian deserves the security of owning a home. We're allowing first home buyers, especially young families and single parents, to enter the housing market with just a 5% deposit, to pay off their own mortgage rather than continuing to pay off someone else's. Labor is also investing in multicultural communities, funding language services, supporting festivals and backing community centres that bring people together. We stand with every Australian who has built a life here and calls this country home. And while Labor proudly stands with all Australians under our national flag and the flags of our First Nation peoples, the former opposition leader couldn't even bring himself to stand in front of them. That is a failure of leadership. That is rejection of the very values of unity and belonging that our nation was built on. And that is something Australia firmly rejected on the 3rd of May. Labor will never walk away from our flags, from our democracy, or from the communities who have built this country brick by brick, generation by generation. I want to end on a lighter note and express my pride in how Labor is delivering for people like me, the beer drinkers of Australia. It may sound small, but for small pubs and breweries across the country, in cities and regional areas such as Taree, freezing beer tax has been a big win. It helps keep local businesses strong and keeps a cold beer at the end of the day, after a long day actually, affordable. In just 4 months, the Albanese Labor government has done more to ease the cost of living, strengthen Medicare and invest in our future than the Coalition did in nearly a decade. This is what delivering for all Australians looks like, and this is only just the beginning.
Yeah. Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support today's matter of public importance moved by the member for Gippsland regarding the Labor government's failure to govern for all Australians. Deputy Speaker, regional communities in my electorate of Flynn feel completely abandoned by the current Labor government. Since their re-election, the Labor government have utilised almost every opportunity to treat rural and regional Australia as a cash cow and nothing more than an obstacle in the way of their high-spend and high-tax agenda. Let's first look at Labor's new proposed super tax. The Labor government is determined to push on and impose a 15% tax increase on unrealised gains, paper profits on superannuation balances worth more than $3 million. Under Labor's plan, earnings on self-funded superannuation balances above $3 million will be taxed at 30%, up from the current 15% without indexation. This includes both realised and unrealised gains on small businesses, farms and shares held in self-managed retirement accounts. This superannuation tax carries enormous risk for farmers and young people in particular. In relation to agriculture, the Labor government doesn't care that in Australia many farmers own their farms through a self-managed super fund, and $3 million doesn't buy you a lot of farm. So with land values increasing, how can they possibly pay the proposed tax on an unrealised gain on that asset? Farms and businesses that face a lot of uncertainty and volatility in terms of weather, natural disasters, land and global commodity prices. To tax unrealised gains at 30% when a farmer never knows what's in store for them the next season is just bound to hurt farmers' ability to plan for the next season. Labor's tax on unrealised capital gains means that Australians will be hit with a 30% tax on the increase of book value on that asset, such as property, that hasn't even been sold. So how is that possibly fair? Shamefully, taxing farmers in this way is unprecedented in the Australian tax system. For younger Australians going forward, more and more young workers will ultimately be caught by the Labor tax grab. Critically, the proposed $3 million threshold isn't indexed to inflation, and who knows what inflation will be over the next 30 or 40 years. Deputy Speaker, right now the electorate of Flynn is feeling the wrath of Labor's renewable-only approach. With over 90 proposed projects in the Flynn region I represent, this is tearing rural communities apart. Weekly, and if not daily, my office and I are contacted by mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, sons and daughters who are at their wits' end. The terrible burden of fighting these solar and wind projects and battery projects, as well as associated transmission lines, are emotionally and financially destroying families. And what does the Labor government say about these people? Well, let's hear directly from the Minister for Science and Innovation, Mr Tim Ayres. Last week, this is what he said in the Senate, and I quote, "We are building electricity generation hand over fist here. The biggest obstacle for transmission projects in the region is the silly billies wandering around stoking fear and stoking resentment." Now, you couldn't be any more out of touch than that. Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of July, the Labor government's fuel efficiency standards commenced, and this new tax could add up to $17,000 to the cost of a new petrol or diesel fuelled car by 2029. Australian families and small businesses will now have to start paying Labor's tax every time they buy a new vehicle, and who is going to be worse off? Well, it's rural and regional Australia. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, our nation does not need its own government penalising drivers of petrol and diesel or hybrid cars and utes with an additional tax. This will drive up the price of a new and second-hand car and make life harder for families, particularly again in rural and regional Australia. Labor's tax is estimated to add up to $7,400 to the cost of a Ford Ranger in 2026 and up to $14,400 by 2029. A popular RAV4 hybrid family vehicle will incur almost $5,000 of additional cost by 2029. Deputy Speaker, under this Labor government, many Australians in rural and regional Australia are doing it tough. They're grappling with the cost of living crisis, a growing shortage of housing, and have been bulldozed by overseas renewable developers that are profiting from the Australian taxpayer dollars. To any ministers of the Labor government, I invite you to the Flynn electorate where I can introduce you to real people that the Labor government is affecting by their crazy policies.
And I give the call to the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, when I had an opportunity, saw that I had an opportunity to address this MPI, I opened up the email and I couldn't believe my luck. I thought, you got to be joking. Because, you know, if the opposition reckon that we're the ones not governing for all Australians, then they haven't either been watching what's going on or they've been watching their favourite television programs a bit too much again. But they certainly haven't been listening to people out in the regions where I come from and in the outer suburbs and the suburbs. And so maybe I could tell them what's going on. We've just opened our 90th Medicare urgent care clinic. That's 90 places where mums and dads and pensioners and battlers and everyone in between can walk in and see a doctor and walk out without paying a cent. Bulk billing, no drama. There's one on the northern Gold Coast and there's in the suburb of Oxenford, and there's one in Logan at Browns Plains, which I hear is one of the busiest in the country because it's our people that really need this sort of help the most. And there are more urgent care clinics on the way. So compare that to the opposition when they were in government. They watched bulk billing collapse. They starved Medicare. They abandoned Australians who are at their most vulnerable. This government, though, we stepped in. We tripled the bulk billing rate for pensioners and for kids, and now we're extending it right across the board. That's governing for everyone. Healthcare is only just a part of it. Let's talk about housing. I spoke about housing the other night in here, how back in post-war Australia, really the foundation of the economic miracle that was post-war Australia was Labor and Liberal, state and federal governments working together to build housing, create jobs and lay the foundation for this country's post-war miracle. They weren't mucking about with culture wars and cheap shots. They were rolling up their sleeves. In fact, I like to surprise people a bit when I say that one of my economic role models is actually Thomas Playford, the longest-serving Premier of Australia, a Liberal. It's a bit of a surprise to some people I know, but Playford understood something that the current opposition, because he understood something the current opposition don't understand, which is that you build public housing not out of the goodness of your heart, but to keep the cost of living down, to give workers a roof over their heads and to help business by keeping wages manageable. Housing is the backbone of productivity. So it was inspiring to hear the Housing Minister this week talk about housing being the Labor project of our generation. From 5% deposits, from the Help to Buy, where the government is going to share the equity to dramatically slash the cost of entry into the market, to supporting National Cabinet's ambitious but necessary plan to build 1.2 million homes, 100,000 of which will be earmarked for first home buyers, to undertake the biggest public housing program of a generation, to be building more homes, making it easier to buy a home and making it better for renters. And it's the same story with energy. Back then, post-war, governments built the energy networks. They made sure that power was cheap and reliable, not just for households, but for businesses as well, to help manufacturing and local industries. That's how manufacturing was built in Australia. And now we're investing in renewables, backing cheaper and cleaner power because it's good for the environment and it's good for business. Australians don't want yelling or finger-pointing. They just want progress. They want a government that puts people first, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's free TAFE, 20% cut to HECS debts, cheaper childcare, cheaper energy, backing in local manufacturing, we're not just governing for some, we are governing for all. But here's the bit that gets up the nose of Australians the most. It's the sheer negativity, the divisiveness. Every time we bring forward a policy, whether it's on health or whatever, they just say no. No alternatives, no vision, just no. Well, guess what? You can't build a nation on no. So I say this to the opposition, genuinely, get involved, change tack, back in these policies. Take a hint from the last election. The invitation is there. Let's work together like we did in post-war Australia. If you're actually interested in governing and not just grandstanding, let's put Australians first, because all Australians want results. And that's exactly what we're delivering. For pensioners, for parents, for apprentices, for the outback, where I come from originally, from the outer suburbs, where I'm privileged to live now, the inner city and everywhere in between. Spare us the lectures. Take a good, hard look in your rearview mirror at your own record.
Our time for this discussion has now concluded. Member for Wannon. It's getting late in the afternoon, but let's be nice. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to the Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Ayes have it. And I have another message from the Senate. I've received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 and Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 1 2025. Give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Deputy Speaker, I declare that the following Federation Chamber Orders of the Day government business are returned to the House for further consideration. Appropriation Bill No. 1 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill No. 2 2025-2026 and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1 2025-2026.
Thank you. The matters will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. And I call on the Clerk for the next item of business.
Government Business, Order of the Day No. 1, Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Thank you. So the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question before the House, therefore, is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. For some time now, the world has been fundamentally underpinned by technology. For better or worse, an Australian now treats the mobile phone as an extension of themselves, even now replacing wallets, watches and televisions. The world our math teachers told us about, never be able to have a calculator in our pocket, is simply not the reality. The average Australian today will, according to one estimate, spend close to 17 years of their lives looking at a screen. That accounts for work, play, education, socialising, absolutely everything that a human does. That reliance reaches beyond how we engage with the world around us. It seeps into our actions and our emotions, leaving many of us to feel as though life itself is impossible without that technology. And as a society, Australia, like all nations across the globe, carries that same reliance. Entire countries can be brought to a standstill without their technological systems and assets. When the internet slows or drops out altogether, it can cripple businesses, and it disconnects Australians from vital services and block them from reaching loved ones, as we experienced in the nationwide Optus outage of November 2023. That single outage was estimated to have cost customers and the broader nation around $2 billion or more in lost economic activity. On an individual level, that one outage meant that 228 calls to 000 couldn't be connected. That means 228 emergencies that could not be attended to, 228 people in need stranded. And that outage lasted just 12 hours and affected just the one national network. So, for all that technology, as the backbone of the Australian public at home, at work, or even checking the footy scores, and as the engine that powers the Australian economy in supporting our sovereign capability and safeguards our nation's security, it is reliant on the telecommunications sector to operate it. An Australian at work, making calls, sending emails, whatever it is, are now totally reliant on carriers like Telstra or Optus to complete their work. Beyond work, Australians in their personal lives are equally reliant on telcos to stay in touch with others, to send and pay their bills, and to access essential services. So it's evident that Australia's telcos play a vital role in everyday life, shaping and supporting the Australian way of living. But with that level of influence on daily life, telcos must be held accountable by the Australians they serve. We've regrettably seen instances where the ACCC has alleged that carriers have acted improperly, where Australians who rely on a telco's services have instead been let down. For example, being charged for services they didn't request, often without realising they were purchasing extra products. Worse still, in some instances, Australians targeted were said to be financially vulnerable, as well as those living with mental disabilities. Consumers are being exploited by the service they depend on. This cannot be allowed to happen. And that's exactly what the Albanese government is trying to achieve with this bill, because we are working to ensure that it does not happen again. Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 achieves this in two ways. Firstly, it equips the government with greater authority via the Australian Communications and Media Authority to take swift action against telcos that breach their existing obligations. Secondly, it strengthens the penalty framework, ensuring appropriate consequences when a telco missteps, while also encouraging companies to prevent such conduct from occurring in the first place. This bill is both reactive, providing a strong and meaningful mechanism to hold telcos accountable, and also preventative, making sure providers understand their obligations, how to comply, and the repercussions of failing to do so. This is exactly what a robust telecommunications sector requires in a modern Australia, and I'm proud to play a part in advancing this bill. The Labor government has already taken substantial steps to strengthen our communications sector and, importantly, to safeguard consumers. This is particularly evident in ACMA's Financial Hardship Industry Standard, introduced in March 2024 following direction from the Minister for Communications. This standard makes it mandatory for telcos to better support customers facing hardships with paying their phone and internet bills. This means telcos now have to prioritise keeping customers connected, as they always should, when their customers are struggling financially. It mandates that telcos provide targeted support to customers experiencing hardship, including payment plans, to ensure they remain connected. And this is a standard that ACMA gives ACMA robust enforcement powers to ensure compliance. As well as ensuring Aussies are getting the fair go they deserve, this is another way the Labor government is helping take pressure off families. It's particularly true in the north. The reality is that thousands of families in Spence have had that difficult conversation with a telco provider that they rely on, seeking an alternative way to pay their bills or trying to find a cheaper service. Labor is making policy with those conversations directly at mine. From 1 July 2025, the Albanese government introduced a domestic, family and sexual violence industry standard. ensuring that those seeking support via phone or online can do so safely, securely and reliably. Measures as part of this include minimum requirements for telco policies and staff training, prohibiting alleged perpetrators being connected to victims and tighter privacy rules. This standard also removes requirements for victims to tell their stories multiple times, removing the need to relive traumatic and stressful events. Returning to cost of living measures, it requires telcos to recognise domestic and family violence as a possible cause of payment difficulties and financial hardship, and to understand the serious impact disconnection can have on someone vulnerable. Consumers have been looked out for under an Albanese Labor government. Schedule 1 establishes a carriage service provider registration scheme, a CSP. Is defined broadly under the Telecommunications Act 1997, but simply put, it is an entity that uses carrier facilities to provide phone or internet services to the public. At present, there is no full list of CSPs operating in Australia, making it harder for ACMA to proactively educate providers about their obligations, or to target compliance and enforcement actively or effectively. Introducing a CSP registration scheme will give the government a clearer picture of the market, allowing ACMA to educate providers, streamline compliance and strengthen overall accountability. Amendments to the Telecommunications Act 1997 will also empower ACMA to remove CSPs from the market if they pose an unacceptable risk or cause significant consumer harm, creating a strong deterrent against non-compliance and increasing trust in registered providers, including smaller or new CSPs. These powers will be a measure of last resort, with review processes and protections to maintain connectivity for consumers. Schedule 2. At the moment, ACMA cannot take direct enforcement action for breaches of industry codes registered under Part 6 of the Telecommunications Act 1997. No matter how serious the breach, compliance with these codes was initially voluntary. If a provider is found in breach, ACMA can issue a direction to comply or a formal warning, but can only take stronger enforcement action if the provider continues to ignore that direction. This bill changes Part 6 of the Telecommunications Act, making compliance with industry codes mandatory from the outset, and removing the need for ACMA to first direct the provider to comply before taking enforcement action. Before this bill, it's as if telcos can do the wrong thing once and not get penalised if it occurs again. This bill fixes that. Telcos are powerful, and if that power is being misused, it must stop the moment it is detected to protect consumers. That's exactly what this bill does. Through Schedule 3, although this may seem like an obvious thing to say, telcos are highly profitable organisations. We want to ensure that penalties for breaching industry codes and standards are proportionate to a telco's size and resources, which will provide a strong and effective deterrent. That's exactly what this bill does. It increases the maximum general civil penalty for such breaches from $250,000 to $9.9 million. These amendments will also modernise the penalty framework for industry codes, standards and service provider determinations, allowing penalties to be based on the benefit gained from the conduct or the provider's turnover, and enabling fines well above $9.99 million. For example, if a telco was found to have done the wrong thing and gained $15 million from its conduct, this legislation allows for penalties to go higher in order to account for that profit, and as it should. In the same way consumers are deterred from doing the wrong thing every day via the law, telcos need adequate punishments should they do the wrong thing in order to stop consumers from being taken for a ride. Schedule 4 complements the previous one by expanding the Minister's power to increase any infringement notice penalty ACMA can issue for breaches of telecommunications rules.
And it being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And first, let me, with the kind permission of the government, table to the Parliament an open letter from 4,030 Australian health professionals calling on the government urgently to act on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
It's not a petition. Is that a petition?
No,
Member for Kooyong?
It's not, Deputy Speaker, and I've been told by the Leader of the House that this is permissible.
Has leave, you've sought leave?
Leave has been sought and granted by the Leader of the House.
Well, you asked for leave to be granted. Has leave been granted? No.
Leave is granted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Member for Kooyong, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Member for Wannon, I'll explain later. Member for Kooyong's like to speak now. Go.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. All of us in this place are representatives of our constituents, but we're also stewards of the future. We're of our children, our economy and our environment. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's here now and it's costing us dearly. From the Black Summer bushfires to the devastating floods of Queensland and New South Wales, to the bleaching of our coral reefs from east to west of the continent, and to the ongoing destructive algal bloom to our south, Australians are already bearing the brunt of extreme weather events which are intensifying in frequency and severity. The International Panel on Climate Change has warned of the high risk of loss of ecosystems and biodiversity, of impacts on waterways, coastal systems and forests if we exceed 1.5 degrees warming. Our existing global climate targets are inadequate. The world has to step up and greatly reduce its emissions by 2035. The mounting evidence and the pleas from scientists, farmers, firefighters, young Australians and the business community all demand that the 2035 national targets for emissions reduction are strong enough to meet the scale of this challenge. Under the Paris Agreement, Australia is required this year to set a nationally determined contribution to the reduction of harmful greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. The science is unequivocal. The global momentum is undeniable and the moral imperative is urgent. Australia has to commit to strong, credible and achievable emissions reduction targets for 2035. Strong emissions reduction targets are not a burden, they are an opportunity. They signal to investors that Australia is serious about clean energy, about innovation and future-proofed industries. They create certainty for businesses, unlock new jobs in renewables, green hydrogen and sustainable manufacturing, and position us as a leader in the global transition. Let's be clear, the cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of action. The Climate Change Authority reports that natural disasters have cost this country over $2 billion in the first half of this year. That number is expected to increase to $8 billion by the end of this century. Insurance premiums are rising. Homes are becoming uninsurable, agricultural yields are under threat, and coastal communities face existential risks. Every year we delay, we compound these costs. That's why I'm calling on the Albanese government to set strong emissions reduction targets, targets which align with the science and with our international commitments, targets which aim for at least a 75% reduction in emissions by 2035 and net zero well before 2050, targets backed by robust policy frameworks, transparent reporting and accountability mechanisms. We are well supported in this endeavour by the more ambitious targets already set by the states and territories. We are supported by the millions of households who have embraced the energy transition by installing rooftop solar and batteries. Our ambition is achievable, we just need the vision. Deputy Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. It's a national imperative. The decisions we make today will echo for generations. We can choose to lead, to innovate and to protect what we cherish. We must set strong emissions reduction targets which reflect the urgency of the climate crisis and the promise of a better future. Let us act, not just for ourselves but for the next generation of Australians who deserve clean air, a stable climate and a thriving economy.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week I was honoured to meet with representatives from the Never Too Young campaign from Bowel Cancer Australia. Bowel cancer is not something many of us want to think about, especially when we are young and living relatively healthful, vibrant and active lives. Yet it is the deadliest cancer for Australians aged 25 to 54. Each year, more than 1,700 Australians under 50 are diagnosed, and risk before 50 has more than doubled since 2000. Younger Australians are now 2 to 3 times more likely to develop bowel cancer than their parents' generation. Too often, it is detected late, which means tougher treatment and greater impacts on health, on well-being, on fertility and everyday life. These statistics are real people: mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, friends and colleagues, including in my electorate of Griffith. Kaz, from my community in Griffith, is one of them, and I was pleased to catch up with her this week as part of the Never Too Young campaign. At just 36, she was diagnosed with stage 4 rectal cancer. With few symptoms, it was a routine blood test that revealed her illness. Kaz endured a gruelling 9-hour surgery and months of chemotherapy. Today, she is thankfully considered curative and on the path to recovery. Kaz told me without that blood test, she may not be here today. Her bravery prompted me to book my own overdue colonoscopy appointment. When door knocking and campaigning last year, I shamefully had put it off. Eye exams, dental appointments, and yes, I'm sorry to say, my regular colon screening. But it was due to a catch-up with Kaz and hearing more about her experience as a friend and as a young person living in my community, I knew this was one appointment I should not have delayed. My routine colonoscopy just a few weeks ago led to my diagnosis of serrated polyposis syndrome. Deputy Speaker, at my follow-up appointment, I learnt that this condition significantly increases the lifetime risk of colorectal cancer, with estimates ranging from 15 to 35% increase or higher, several times the general population risk. The great news is that with consistent, rigorous screening, and for me that will now continue annually forever, allow for the early detection and removal of polyps, which is crucial for preventing their progression to cancer. Amazingly, the likelihood of colon cancer developing when this screening is followed is less than 1%. I want to thank Kaz not just for her advocacy and the work she is doing nationally to raise awareness about bowel cancer, but for prompting me and enabling me to be diagnosed and receive phenomenal preventative treatment, which I am so thankful for. Too many still believe bowel cancer only affects the elderly. It does not. The truth is, bowel cancer can be treated, it can be beaten if it's caught early, and Kaz's story is proof of that. Early detection saves lives. 99% of cases can be treated successfully when detected in the earliest stage, but unfortunately, fewer than 50% of cases are detected early. Deputy Speaker, conversations about bowel cancer may feel uncomfortable, but they can be life-saving. I certainly did not imagine standing in federal parliament talking about my colonoscopy. It was embarrassing enough when the wonderful orderly at the hospital recognised me in my gown and asked if I was his new federal member of parliament, to which I said yes. But these conversations are incredibly important for us as a nation. By breaking down stigma, talking openly about symptoms and encouraging people to see their doctors, we can change health outcomes for our communities. I thank all the advocates from Bowel Cancer Australia's Never Too Young campaign, a group of young Australians with lived experience who work tirelessly to raise awareness. Their message is clear: no one is too young for bowel cancer. I want to sincerely thank them for their work, for their courage and their advocacy. And I also want to acknowledge the work of the Parliamentary Friends of Bowel Cancer, co-chaired by the member for Adelaide, Steve Georgianis, and the member for Nichols, Sam Birrell, whose cross-party efforts keep this issue on the national agenda. Mr Speaker, too often bowel cancer is seen as a distant or a later concern in life, but Kaz's story and the story of so many young Australians show us otherwise. By raising awareness, supporting research, encouraging testing and speaking about our own experiences, backing campaigns like Never Too Young, we can save lives. This is a message worth sharing, Mr Speaker, and it is something that I am deeply committed to continuing here in this place and in my local community of Griffith.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, in my community of Casey, childcare deserts and the cost and access to childcare is a significant issue for so many. and I spoke in the last parliament many times about the importance of this issue and how adding supply to childcare is crucial. And I want to thank again Belinda Young and the Mums of the Hills for their advocacy work, doing everything they can to ensure that mums and families in my community, in our community, can get access to childcare. And one of the challenges is this supply, the deserts, but also the inflexibility of childcare. If you work in the city, you need to travel an hour plus to get into the CBD. And unfortunately, as we know, one of the challenges with childcare is so many children get sick. And this is a challenge parents have to face, being stuck in the city an hour plus away when their children get sick. And I'm passionate about making sure that every mum and every professional mum can be a great mum and have the flexibility and opportunities to work. And that's why this week it was wonderful to meet with 4 parents and to hear from Amy, Jen, Cecilia, and to meet little George and hear their story and their campaign wanting to drive more flexibility into the system. And they're a volunteer-led advocacy group. They were established on the 7th of July 2025 this year in reaction to the shocking allegations that we saw in my home state of Victoria and the offences that were there, because we know if you're with loved ones, you are safer. So I'm prepared to continue to work with them to make sure that our children are safe, but to make sure that parents have flexibility, have options and opportunities. My family lived it, and many families live it. It's heartbreaking when mums have to feel that they choose between being a mum and having a professional career. We as parliamentarians have to do everything we can to ensure that they're able to do both. And I always say it is heartbreaking and it's hard for mums. When they're at work, they feel guilty that they should be at home, and when they're at home, they feel guilty that they're not providing financially for the family. And we can't solve that challenge. What we can do is make it easy for them to do both. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Amy, Jen, Cecilia, and meeting little George again so we can provide positive options for all families, make sure families have choice to deliver the best they can in the circumstances that they see fit for their family.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the honourable member for Menzies. Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the great honours of entering this parliament is the ability to engage in and work in a range of important and interesting policy areas with some incredible people in this chamber, in the community, in our local communities, and of course in the business sector. But there's one policy area which I'm particularly keen to ensure that we get right in the next 3 years, and that is housing. For too long, housing has been something that has been a bit of an on and off again relationship with the Commonwealth. But finally we have a government that has moved from negligent bystander to being one of the most active and engaged governments we've seen, in fact the most, in the post-war years. We've got a $43 billion plan to build more homes, make it easier to rent and easier for people to buy. Since the Labor government was elected, 180,000 Australians have bought their first home with a 5% deposit scheme. More than 1 million households have benefited with an almost 50% increase in Commonwealth rental assistance. We're also seeing a turnaround in the number of houses being built, with over 500,000 homes built since this government was elected, and we're seeing new starts in housing construction go up by about 17%. More than 25,000 social and affordable homes are now in planning and construction, with over 50,000 social and affordable homes completed. We're going to implement Help to Buy, which is going to open up the housing option for more Australians as part of a shared equity scheme. But every single first home buyer is going to have access to their first home with a 5% deposit, with far more realistic guidelines reflecting the market price of housing in the modern world. And importantly, we are cutting red tape and improving planning through the planning blueprint. There's a lot of regulation often bought out of goodwill, but we have seen that we've come to a point where we do need to take a high-level look and make sure that we are doing housing in the most effective and efficient way we possibly can. It has become an issue of intergenerational equity. It's also become one where the most vulnerable in our society can no longer be ignored. So it is great to be part of a government that is grasping the nettle and taking a really ambitious approach to getting on with the job of addressing this housing crisis. In my electorate of Deakin, 686 people have bought their first home with a 5% deposit so far, and that's only going to increase substantially once these changes are made, because the price of housing in Deakin has gone up to levels that are far higher than they once were. We're funding 62 homes in Mitcham, in my electorate, through the first rounds of the Housing Australia Future Fund. We've supported the delivery of 80 more social and affordable houses in Ringwood through grants and low-cost funding, and we've got 13 new homes dedicated for women and children escaping family violence. This is life-changing stuff for those families. The sense of security that you can get from having a roof over your head, one that you don't have to worry about losing tomorrow, a safe place to call home, is one of the greatest gifts we can give these families. More than 540 construction trades have already received $5,000 supports, and we continue to support the training of more tradies in our area with the $10,000 incentive program. And we expect to see many more. Mr Albanese was one of the most popular people I'd seen in Deakin at the Swinburne Croydon TAFE, and we've got some fantastic new tradies in the pipeline, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing them running their local small businesses in our area. Housing is going to be one of the great legacies of this generation of politician if we get it right. I'm really not here to have fights about housing. This topic is too important. And frankly, I'm yet to meet someone in politics on any level that says we've done housing right to date. We've got work to do. It is important work, and we've got to focus on what works and what helps. And the progress we've made so far is incredible. I can only hope that we treat this with the seriousness it deserves. We've got a generation of young people who deserve to have hope and optimism about the future that lies ahead, and one of the keys to achieving that goal is to make sure that their aspiration of having their own home is realistic, is achievable in the communities that they've grown up in the communities where they've built their social networks, in the communities that they have called home their entire lives. If we want to make sure that generational equity becomes a reality, housing has to be on the top of the priority list. And you'll find that it has benefits: economic, social, and even psychosocial. The fact that you have that stability in your life can help address many of the stresses in people's lives at the moment. It's also a cost of living measure, because if less of your pay packet is going into rent or a mortgage repayment, your financial stability improves substantially. So I hope that we can work together on this generational challenge. It's one that deserves the utmost serious treatment of this parliament and really all levels of government. We all need to work together. We know that there are forces that have genuine interest that might not be a big building next door, but we owe this one to the kids.
Concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. Wasn't that long ago that our Navy clearance divers had sonar used against them by the Chinese PLA? And I remember at that time when we were speaking about it, we didn't hear from the Prime Minister to go out and condemn these actions. We didn't see the Minister for Defence condemn these actions. And it was quite disappointing for those involved. And fast forward not too long after that, we saw a Chinese fighter jet fire its flares at an Australian aircraft, putting the people inside in danger, their lives at risk. And we didn't hear too much from the government about that, even though we saw the Prime Minister meeting in China. There still wasn't much communications about condemning such actions. And now we see a former Labor Premier go over to China for their military display, when it is clear that the Chinese CCP have not acted in good faith or as a friend to our military in the past. We haven't heard or seen condemnation from ministers in this government, but now we see a former Labor Premier travelling overseas to see this military superpower demonstration. And I think it's quite fitting, and I think the former Labor Premier, Daniel Andrews, must declare whether he has received any income, directly or indirectly, from the Chinese Communist Party, and who paid for this trip to China. Was any consular assistance provided, and did the Prime Minister facilitate any of that? Is the Attorney General aware of whether Daniel Andrews has complied with the requirement of the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme? The Attorney General should report back to the House on the status of Daniel Andrews' compliance. The former Labor Premier, Daniel Andrews, is on a taxpayer pension for life. and is now undermining our national interests. That's why he has an obligation to answer the questions on whether he's on the payroll. And that's why the Prime Minister must answer questions on his mate and former roommate, Daniel Andrews. At the Summit of the Dictators, Dan Andrews posed alongside in the family photo with the leader of China, Xi Jinping, Supreme Leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, the President of Iran, the leader of the hardline regime in Belarus. This is not a place you would think a former leader of a state or anyone should be attending. But this family photo that former Premier Dan Andrews was in undermines our national security, undermines us as a nation, but also I think undermines the military, who are looking for leadership from those that have served in this place and other state areas to stand up and say these things are wrong, not sit alongside while the Soviet-style military parade was happening. You know, China was showing off its long-range nuclear missiles, its hypersonic missiles, its submarine-launched ballistic missiles, all capable of reaching and threatening the Australian mainland. China's military parade also included new stealth attack drones, AI and lasers that are designed to wear down our defences. I do not believe that former Labor Premier Daniel Andrews should have been there. Neither does former Labor Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. It should be condemned. There are questions the Prime Minister must answer, questions the Attorney General must answer, and over the next 4 weeks, I hope that they can put a statement together to condemn this action.
Give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Jess Plumstead has made history as Newcastle's first permanent female ferry master. At the helm of the very ferry she once caught to school every day from Stockton. Jess followed her passion for the water from an early age. Starting as a deckhand at just 18, she worked her way up through the industry before returning home to captain the Stockton ferry. Jess is breaking barriers in an industry that has long been male-dominated, proving that opportunities on the water aren't just for blokes. She's not only steering a ferry, she's steering change, inspiring young women to follow careers they may never have considered. To Jess, thank you for showing everyone what is possible. Newcastle is very proud of you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the University of Newcastle for their success at the Australian Financial Review Higher Education Awards. These prestigious awards recognise the very best in higher education across the nation, and the University of Newcastle claimed 2 of the 8 categories, standing tall amongst 43 universities from across Australia. The Wallatuka Institute received the Equity and Access Award for decades-long commitment to Indigenous education. From humble beginnings in the 1980s with just 4 staff, Wallatuka now proudly serves a student body where 5% identify as First Nations students. Wallatuka is a home away from home for so many, and its success is testament to the university's deep commitment to equity and excellence in higher education. And the Emerging Leadership Award went to Professor Matt Dunn, one of Australia's leading brain cancer researchers. Matt's story is both heartbreaking and inspiring. After losing his 2-year-old daughter Josephine to the most aggressive form of brain cancer, Matt pivoted his research from leukaemia to paediatric brain cancer. He has since led groundbreaking clinical trials to give children and families hope where there was none. And to everyone at the University of Newcastle, our community thanks you for your exceptional work. And Speaker, I'd like to finish on a sad note, but pay tribute to a very dear friend and much-loved member of our community, Neil Pitt. Sadly, this week, the Labor Party, Newcastle, and the community of Carrington lost a true believer. Neil's warmth, loyalty, and his profound love for his community in Carrington will never be forgotten. He was a character, a stalwart of the Labor Party, and someone who always stood ready to help no matter what. He has supported me on every one of my election campaigns, and I was so very fortunate to spend time with Neil on Carrington Booths at this last election, an opportunity for which I am so grateful for. In his good humour, his generosity, his steadfast belief in community and the strength of community shone through in everything he did. Neil was deeply community-minded. Every morning he walked down to the local shops, stopping off to each household along the way, dropping off items that were needed, checking in to make sure people were all right. Did they need a lift to the hospital? Have you got your medications? That was Neil. He gave so much of himself, even assisting in the aged care homes, offering a listening ear and making sure that nobody was left aside or alone. Neil's passing is a great loss to all who knew him. We will remember him for his kindness, his service, and his unwavering commitment to his community and to the Labor movement. My deepest condolences go to Neil's family and friends, to the Carrington community, who I know will be in deep mourning. He will be greatly missed, but his legacy will never be forgotten. Vale, Neil Pitt.
Call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. I really appreciate this opportunity to correct the record with your indulgence. Yesterday, in answering a question, the Prime Minister asserted that I had organised protests, one in Horsham and one in Ballarat. I did not organise any protest. I stood with my community who had organised those protests. I made a statement yesterday that I had been misrepresented and that I did not organise the protests. The Prime Minister today continued his untruths in the House despite that statement of misrepresentation. He said that I tell people to get out there and bring a noose to a public meeting. The Prime Minister's aggression today to 3 women in the opposition says more about his character, but about his agenda for a kinder, gentler Parliament. It's far to be seen. The Prime Minister can not only not answer questions that he's asked, he cannot tell the truth.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 7 October 2025 at 12 noon.